Again, Ether World, which despite being a dating sim was really popular with male players, because it allowed them to roleplay as many characters, some difficult ones and some efficient ones. Though there was a character who was terrible for his difficulty and features, named Bayek Uziel. Though there was someone who still mained him, who is our MC. One of the evening, he sees some new posts on forum, wondering if there is an update. It's about a final boss but in a dating sim, which surprises Uziel. And he notices one of the posts is by a famous player who complains about the final boss being not beatable. Noting that it doesn't make sense for a magic nullifying boss to be in a magical world, and the player characters are also getting deleted. As the boss appears, who is a dark demon dragon. There is also an organization called Dark Demonic Humans, and their objective is to help an otherworld called Persona Gate to take over this world. And when they managed to do that, the Dark Demon Dragon appeared. As 90% of the continent is already taken over by them, our MC is only concerned with the PvP and not story, but since he cannot avoid it, he decides to try to fight it. And as such he gets in and decides to show off his skills that he honed for the past 10 years. As he stands in front of the dragon, who completely towers him. His character, Bayek Uziel, is a side character and cannot use magic, despite everyone else able to do so. As such, not even experienced player plays him, making him worse than an extra character. But he can use some magic, only one that is. As against the incoming dragon attack, he starts to smirk. And uses his one and only spell he can use, Blink. His Blink spell allows him to travel between 3 to 10 meters very quickly. But the direction is random, and if the distance is not controlled, he dies immediately due to speed and impact. And the cool time and mana usage is insane, not to mention a penalty that you cannot move for 2 seconds after using it, and such even when some players learn it, they never use this skill. But Uziel has mastered it, able to control his direction and the distance, and also managed to nullify the penalty. And it doesn't use mana, since he doesn't have a mana stat, and our boy became obsessed with this character due to it being so skill dependent. And as such he plays a character no one uses, and slashes the dragon with his skill and sword. And ending up defeating the final boss. He gets surprised himself as well that he won with a trash character, even if he is wearing top-level gear. But suddenly he gets bombarded with notifications about the world being destroyed since a bad ending has been reached. But since he was the closest to the true ending, the system tells him to reach the true ending, as he starts to get enveloped in a white light. And getting transported to another world. Lying on the floor, he starts to get up. Wondering, where is he? Though, he notices a mirror and goes to it. Surprised by his appearance, as it is that of his character, Bayek Uziel. And just then a notification appears in front of him. Which starts the episode 1, Escape the Chase. And our MC realizes that it is the Bayek Uziel's prologue quest. And remembering something, he reaches down in his pockets and pulls out a letter which is an entrance certificate to Stellar Academy. And with that he confirms that this is Ether World, and out of all the characters, he had to be Bayek Uziel. He starts to calm down and thinks about the true ending, but this game doesn't have any true ending, only multiple endings. But suddenly he comes to a realization that perhaps no one has managed to reach the true ending in last 10 years. But he bites his lips in frustration, remembering something crucial. That right after Bayek wakes up, the people who are chasing after him burst into the hut. As he tries to hide from them behind the wall. But they are able to notice the hut itself. And orders his men to search the hut, while Bayek wonders his next move. Knowing he cannot keep avoiding them, but he is unable to fight either. Just as he in a dilemma, a notification appears. Informing him that he can use his skill, Blink. We learn that his body is affected by the mana leakage syndrome, due to which he is unable to accumulate mana, but he has one hope, the spell that he practiced his whole life. Back to the present, he is nervous, as before he was using it in a game, controlled with a mouse and keyboard. Outside the hut, his pursuers are running towards him at full speed. Hearing their footsteps, he realizes that they are already here. Knowing that there is no time left, now only thing he can do is try. His pursuers who are standing outside the hut catches Uziel trying to escape. They chase Uziel, and as the first part of the tutorial he has to escape them using Blink. But his pursuers are faster than him due to wearing magic boots, hence the only way left is to use Blink, but Uziel is still hesitating in using it. But he calms himself down and tries to remember the muscle memory. His pursuers are also right behind him, almost reaching him. The main disadvantage of blink is, if the user fails to control it, they could collide with an object and die instantly, as the pursuer draws his sword and attacks Uziel. But for Uziel, when he uses blink, it's different. And with that he is instantly able to dodge his strike, and finally gets excited upon successfully executing it. His pursuers get shocked upon seeing him use blink, but their leader tells them to not falter, since he will be paralyzed after using it. But upon seeing him still running, he gets shocked. Uziel arrives at an uneven terrain and thinks to use it to his advantage. As if players doesn't learn how to use flash at this stage, they wouldn't be able to make to the next episode. But in reality, 99% of the players failed the tutorial for Beck Uziel, and even the 1% couldn't pass the blink distance controlling and continuous blinking. Once again, seeing him use blink in such manner shocks his pursuers as he orders the mage on his team to attack him from a distance. The mage come forward and the mana start swirling around them. Looking behind his back, Uziel realizes that they're going to use magic, because the second part of the tutorial is to dodge the magic arrows using blink. Though in-game it was easier since you could see it on the monitor. Suddenly another notification comes, informing him that his magic leakage syndrome has derivative skills, sixth sense and cognitive acceleration which are now active. Uziel's eyes widen as he senses the surrounding around him, and is able to dodge the arrows quite easily. As the last arrow is right behind his back, he immediately uses blink and dodges. Noting it was quite close this time, and he begins to arrive at the last location, which is the part 3 of the tutorial, to cross a canyon using blink. And the only way to do so if he can perfectly control the distance of his blink. After which he can meet up with some passing mages and escape, ending the tutorial. But to even pass, he has to control his blink precisely and cancel it, which occurs in 0.1 seconds, and failing means death. Though noting that this thing is still doable, the real problem is something else, which are his pursuers. Realizing they are closer than expected, due to his blink being on a 3-second cooldown, and distance between them is 100 meters, he won't be able to make it. As such, he realizes the only way to survive would be to defeat all of them here. Fast forward, we see Uziel is hiding beside a rock. As once again, he starts to doubt if he can fight them, since he never been in a real fight before. He decides to break the system rules, since otherwise it's impossible to attack those who are chasing him, but it's possible right now since it's reality. And the thought of killing someone isn't bothering him at all, and it's not due to the fact those guys are his parents' enemies. It's simply due to our boy thinking that he can win against them. As his pursuers get near, he comes out of hiding, and their leader immediately orders them to attack him. As he is standing right in front of the charging soldier, the soldier smirks, thinking of him as some idiot for doing so. But just as the soldier gets under 10-meter distance, Uziel uses blink, immediately striking and ending the guy charging at him. As he slices his throat, he doesn't feel any guilt because according to him, he is only doing it to survive. As the soldier is falling down, Uziel pushes his body onto the other soldiers. As they get burdened by his body, Uziel immediately makes a run for it. They again start chasing him, and Uziel notes that next time it's not going to be easy, as he ponders his next move. Suddenly he notices there isn't any sound coming from behind him, as if they stopped chasing. But it's not that, instead they flank him. As they again begin to prepare to use magic, Uziel tries to dodge, but his feet slips due to the snow. As the mage fire magic starts heading towards Uziel, the spell covers a wide area, making it even harder to dodge for him. But he notices a branch up ahead, and uses blink to try and reach it. As the spell hits its mark, causing an explosion and producing a large amount of smoke, making his pursuers think that it did the job. But as the smoke clears, they realize that he is not here, wondering where he went, while Uziel attacks him from right above. As the guy looks above, but he is too late. As Uziel drops down while completely slashing his body with blink, since the spell maintains the same momentum both before and after using. As the other pursuers wonders what just even happened. But before they even grasp the situation, Uziel takes down another one of them. As their leader is completely shocked upon seeing all this, while Uziel notes that it's finally down to only 2 of them, and that he needs to end them before the 2 more behind them can catch up. His pursuer notes that he has an uncanny reaction speed for a mage. As they start to wonder, just what on earth is he? As Uziel's reaction speed is indeed faster than even most professional gamers, he realizes he won't be able to dodge the attacks forever. As such, he rushes towards them to end it as quickly as possible. Though his pursuer thinks he has figured him out, noting that he only uses blink and dagger. So he focuses on protecting his face and neck, as then he wouldn't be able to even scratch him. And uses Ice Wave, and with a large war cry, calling Uziel to come at him. Uziel once again uses blink. As with his Ice Wave attack, the guy starts to think that he finally caught Uziel. But he couldn't be more wrong, as Uziel instead goes for the other guy with him. As he notes in shock that he was fighting like a coward earlier, but now it's different. To which Uziel replies back that it's all thanks to him, which pisses the guy off. Now Uziel rushes towards him with a spear in one hand, which he throws right at him. The guy tries to wonder if he is luring him into defending his front and then attacking him from side, since using blink for head-on attacks is dangerous. As such, he breaks the spear and follows up with an attack right on the side. But suddenly he realizes, after hitting nothing, that Uziel was planning to attack him right on the front from the start. Fast forward, the episode 1 is finally over, for which he receives XP and additional rewards for developing the story in a unique way by the Constellation Project. We see him huffing and all tired after fighting so many of his pursuers. As he looks over to the body of his pursuers, he is again faced with the reality that it isn't a dream. With a grim expression on his face, he thinks back that this was his first battle, first blink, and the first time he ended a person. And now he gets up to leave the place again. Though looking at the body, he thinks of something. He goes on to loot it, thinking that he have to do this to survive even if it leaves a bad taste, and he finds 2 million credit, which according to him is better than nothing. Now he moves on to another problem, which is to cross the cliff. Suddenly he hears someone shouting, asking if there is anyone. Uziel realizes that it's the group who appears in the tutorial, and he shouts back. The group asks him if he can cross, to which Uziel replies, he is on his way. The group decides to wait for him, though one of them doubts if he could accomplish that, since you need to be at least a third-class knight to do that. But suddenly he notices him using blink spell. Uziel continues on with using blink to cross the cliff. And looking at him in confusion, they wonder if it's some jumping magic. Though a blue-haired girl behind them tells them that it's blink. They are surprised to know that, since you cannot control that spell, yet he is using it flawlessly. But suddenly they also notice something else. 2 people standing behind Uziel, wondering if they are with him. But they realize it's not the case, as they starts to charge up a spell. And suddenly fires it towards Uziel behind his back. Uziel notices and uses blink to dodge, getting high up and observing the 2 remaining pursuers. Wondering if they were mercenaries before, and noting dodging magic would be impossible with blink with its 3-second cooldown. As he starts to look around to find another foothold. But he once again notices one of them charging up another magic spell. As the spell is blasted towards him, he is barely able to dodge it this time. And with losing his foothold, he starts to fall. He quickly tries to find another floating stone to use as foothold, but they are all too far from him. But he still uses blink, hoping to land on just one somehow. And he successfully is able to grab the ledge of one of them. But his worries are far from over, as just when he's hanging, another fire spell comes towards him. This time thinking that he is really going to die. But suddenly another spell is blasted towards the incoming fire spell. The spell completely nullifies the pursuer's magic, leaving only some floating ice shards behind in his path. As Uziel notes in shock, that it was an ice spear covered in lightning, knowing someone capable of 2 elements in one magic in tutorial baffles him. And not only that, whoever used it was able to precisely calculate the trajectory without wasting any mana. As he starts to wonder just who could perform such feat. Even his pursuers are in shock and they run away all scared. As he climbs back up and crosses the canyon, finally meeting up with the group. Noting it was the girl who helped him, he goes on to thank her. Though she replies, she hasn't done anything to deserve his gratitude. Hearing her makes Uziel thinks that she got the prettiest voice he has heard, although she seems difficult to approach. Now he thinks back about his pursuers. Noting that even though they are known as bandits, in reality most of these activities are carried out by Dark Demon Cult. But even that would end here, since when he enters the territory of mages, they won't be able to pursue him anymore, not to mention they don't even know his identity. Suddenly another notification appears, informing him about start of Chapter 2, enrolling in the Stellar Academy, to which he thinks is not going to be too hard. Though noting the word academy, he gets annoyed, thinking how would he go through school at this age again. Fast forward at night, Uziel is traveling with the group in a caravan. He starts to dream of Uziel's memories about him wanting to become a mage. His parent did their best to get him a magic book, which he studied really hard to make them happy. But unfortunately, his dream came to an end when he was diagnosed with mana leakage syndrome. With frustration on his face, he starts to cry at the realization that he would not be able to become a mage. Suddenly Uziel wakes up, with a slight headache. As he looks outside, noting that it's morning already, the guy with him informs that they're going to be arriving in Lazoicha, the satellite city of Arcanium. The caravan stops, as everyone gets out to take a break. Though as Uziel is stretching, he notices the blue-haired girl staring at him. But when he looks back at her, she simply leaves. Uziel notes that things are fine the way they are right now, and it's good that the timeline is closer to modern times rather than Middle Ages. Even though magic exists in this world, there are also trains, flying ships and warp holes as well in certain cities. And they will be taking a flying ship to Lazoicha as well, which lies on the route to Arcanium, the city of magic, where the real episode begins. And the academy, with the most powerful mages as well as most excelling students, Stellar Academy. As such, that academy is full of geniuses and nobles from all over the world, as our boy wonders how did he even manage to get admission into such a place. He then begins to check out his skills, noting that if it weren't for these two skills, he would have been dead. We get to know that he has a cursed physique which stops mana from accumulating within the body, which is an inherent curse that our MC has. But it also allowed him to sense mana around him with sixth sense, and also allowing him to dodge incoming attacks without looking, and it enhances his reaction as well, to the point that he senses things as if time had been slowed down. It's something necessary for him, since he cannot use mana, though it does uses a lot of mind power. As for his stats, he notes they are not bad for just starting out. But he notes that Beck Uziel originally had low sensitivity, but it took part of the stats of the character he fostered Beck Uziel into. He further explains that there are level to stats as well, skills are in forms of level and the stats in stars. The maximum amount, 9 stars, is essentially impossible to reach. Even when he played for 10 years, he only reached 8 stars. But for now he upgrades his sixth sense and reaction speed, since other stats can be raised through other methods. Now only problem left is his disease. He notes that he needs to upgrade it to Secrets of Nature Physique as soon as possible. And the way to reinforce it is within Stellar Academy, due to which he has no choice but to go, if he wants to stop the end of the world and treat his syndrome. Suddenly he sees some missed notifications. Though just as he is about to check, he gets called out, deciding to check it later as the blue-haired girl stares at him. Fast forward, we see a huge flying ship, and a lot of students inside, and an announcement that they will be leaving for Arcanium. One of them notices Uziel, mocking him for his clothes and looks, calling him a country bumpkin and wondering why does Stella let peasants in as well, and berating him that he is sullying the academy with his lowly origin. Though Uziel just ignores him, which pisses him off. As Uziel leaves, thinking, kids will be same wherever you are. As he tries to shout at him to stop, everyone behind him is in shock due to something else. He looks back as well, wondering what happened, and gets shocked as well. And we see, it's the entrance of Princess Bion, who is the princess of the Adolabit Kingdom, Hong Bion Adolabit. As she walks by, the purple-haired guy tries to greet her, but he only gets a cold stare from her. As she leaves, completely ignoring him. While she walks by, Uziel he start to stare at her, noting that she is this world's villainess. She is one of the main characters in this game. She and the female protagonist are always in argument, and she dies in the end. And no matter what ending you pick, she gets brutally murdered in some, while she gets bullied by the entire academy before getting expelled in others. And in one, she goes through something so shameful that she never appears in front of the public again, as if the developers had some personal resentment towards her and wanted her to suffer no matter what. Though she is really popular among the male players, as Uziel also acknowledges that she is indeed very pretty, as suddenly his stomach starts to growl as he goes on to find something to eat. As he checks out the food, he is hit with their prices, which surprises him. He goes back, thinking that he will just eat when they arrive at Arcanium. Though suddenly an announcement is being made, that they will be arriving in Arcanium in 10 minutes. And to make sure to make their way to first floor. As Uziel smiles, noting that it's finally starting, as he gets all ready to start with his new reality. Now fast forward, we see Uziel is doubting himself if he could really survive in this world. He wonders if there is anything that could help him, but suddenly remembers about the missed notifications. He quickly opens up the window, and he gets a special reward, which are either a downgraded version of his items, or downgraded version of his skills that he got in-game. He searches for one of the skill, but the system tells him that item's grade is too high and will be severely downgraded. He searches for even more stuff, but everything turns out to be too high level, though it does gives him an option to slightly upgrade his blink spell using the reward. And due to lack of his narrative power, the system also cannot be materialized fully, as Uziel wonders what is that, and it turns out to be the force which drives the progress of the story, and if he explore unknown branches like he did before, it will accumulate. Uziel mocks the system for unable to provide him with anything, and he does his last search about the bulbul glasses. The system finally agrees and provides him with that. The bulbul glasses is an item that contains all the information he collected when he played the game. Since in that game it was impossible to read and recall information, so players developed other ways to store information. As he wears the glasses, their information windows show up. He opens the bulbul folder and finds the information he collected is still there. And since he is now in real life, grinding like in-game couldn't be possible, but with the glasses, he claims to have already regained half of his ability he used to have. Suddenly he hears people around him notice a student, Azel, whom they call the traitor Dutch Molf's eldest daughter. They comment and mocks her for showing up in the academy after her father's betrayal. And Uziel remembers that his glasses also allows him to register or check the character information within the story. And it shows as fake heroine. To begin explaining about her, we get to know one thing. The game Ether World is actually based on a romance fantasy novel, Don't Love the Princess, of which the heroine is supposed to be Azel, who have lost her entire family. She grows by confronting the schemes of villainous Hong Byeon, and ends up with the male protagonist. Though in the end, her revenge disappears and the MC protects her, it had a sad ending after receiving harsh feedback. Although the game is based on the novel, the story is different, as they added an original character named Flame, who took over the role of heroine, not to mention she had a backstory as well. She was someone who lived in the modern world and used to enjoy reading Don't Love the Princess, and was transported to this world. So unlike Azel, Flame became the real heroine, and despite players' best effort, Azel doesn't survive in any endings, pushing her out from the real heroine position. Though our boy declares he doesn't have anything to do with it. But as he looks at her, he wonders if he has seen her before, but dismisses the thought as his imagination. Now fast forward and we arrive at the Stellar Academy. And with the one of the professor starts giving out speech, with students mocking, commenting that it's quite boring and tedious. Now the teacher calls out the students who were admitted with the highest scores and as well as the freshman representatives. And with that we get a glimpse upon some of the important characters in the story. As Uziel watches them, noting their faces are shining like the main characters they are. But even amongst them, one stands out, the freshman representative, Ma Yuzeong, who entered with the highest score. Uziel explains that he is a character who best fits the phrase, throughout the heaven and earth, I alone am the honored one. His mana status is 9 stars, potential close to the realm of deities, a natural genius among geniuses who can control all the elements in this world. Noting that even if he cannot reach true ending, he has to bring Ma Yuzeong to the good side to avoid any bad ones. But realizes that it would be up to Flame to do that. Though it would depend on how she acts, Uziel thinks to befriend her, since she is also from the same reality as him. But he notes it can get complicated if she thinks of him as an enemy, though he would still have the upper hand due to having more information. But apparently, Uziel's importance in the story cannot even be compared to that of a shop NPC in a village. And Flame also possess a special ability to cleanse the dark demonic humans, and even one ability to impoverish those around her. Noting that being around her is going to affect him, he decides to support them from afar. And as the entrance ceremony in episode 2 ends, Uziel states that he will try his best to not get involved with them as much as possible. Fast forward we see him sitting in a classroom. And he starts to feel weird, since he has already graduated once. But he takes a look at a pocket watch, and states that having this feels good. It's actually known as Stellar Pocket Watch, having which proves you're a student at the most prestigious magic academy, and with this you can receive much better treatment and service even against most magic warrior with licenses. About which Uziel gets excited to use. Now the professor comes in, telling everyone to get seated, announcing the beginning of her exam, and for those who use glasses, have to get it examined first. And with this academy's curriculum being more difficult than most Korean universities, you have to take exam even on first day. And this exam is used as class placement exam, as the professor shouts to begin. Looking at the questions, Uziel is stuck, since he doesn't know anything. This exam is unrelated to the entrance exam, which is known for being extremely difficult, students are assigned to the class F to A and S class based on this exam results. Though most playable characters ends up in S class. And Baek Uziel entered the academy with last place among 1141 students, and can be automatically considered as an F class, as he wonders if he would get expelled for turning in a blank sheet. Suddenly he notices Ma Yuzeong, who is sitting all casually, and looking at his exam paper which he has already finished. Noting, for someone like him living itself is boring. As the nature of his character is boredom, as he was born in the strongest family in the world, and has the most genius brain and talent, everything ends up being too easy for him. Hence, depending on how female lead acts, he could turn out either good or evil. And the dark demonic humans would obviously be very interested in him. Though for him, his biggest issue is his family, as suddenly he gets a thought of using bulbul glasses on the exam. Though he is still in doubt if it would work, but he decides to try it anyways, and starts to pull it out. But just then the professor notes, asking him about the glasses, telling him that he just told them to get them examined first, which apparently Uziel forgot, but he takes them anyways to examine them. He examines them thoroughly, while Uziel is scared of getting expelled if he gets caught. Suddenly his system acts up, asking him if he wants to call a missing part of bulbul glasses which have been found, freaking Uziel out, as he tells the system to stay quiet. The professor is unable to find anything and tells Uziel to ask first from next time, while our boy notes that he would have been in trouble if the glasses still had its original functions. After wearing the glasses, he is able to see all the answers. He quickly starts to write his paper in excitement of getting first place. But his dream is shattered as the professor ends the exam, telling them to hand over the papers. As all the papers automatically flies out to him, though our boy has only completed 3 questions. Seeing the paper, the professor gets shocked, while Uziel is disappointed on being unable to escape the F class. Suddenly the professor shouts at him, telling him to hand over the glasses to him right now. He once again doesn't find anything, and calls out Dr. Gryan. As Uziel wonders if he got caught, even though he did write his answering process clearly as to not be mistaken as cheating. Now the magic engineering professor starts to examine the glasses as well. He states that it is suspicious that he solved those questions. The professor jumps to conclusion of cheating, but Professor Gryan claims he did not cheat, since he cannot feel magic tool energy from these glasses, and that he definitely solved it with his own ability. Professor Gryan calls it very interesting, and tells Professor Hanwol to apologize to the student. As such he does apologize for the misunderstanding, and Uziel forgives him, while knowing that he did in fact cheat, and it would have been bad if it had its original functions. Now in the teacher's faculty, we see Professor Hanwol checking the papers, as he is staring at one of them, and in some thoughts. Suddenly another professor comes, and asks him if there are this year's papers. She is introduced as Council of Elders, Professor Edeltamen, as she notes that there sure are many interesting freshmen this year, which Hanwol agrees with. From the most renowned family in fire class magic, Hong Bion, the Princess of Adolabit, the Kingdom of Flames. The chosen successor of the position of Crown Prince of the Scalvan Empire at the age of 12 purely because of his magical prowess, Jeremy Scalvan, who completely surpassed his older brothers in the race for the crown. And from the world's greatest magic tower, the Full Moon Tower, the successor of the Magic Tower Master, Ha Wonriang. Edeltamen notes that it must have been difficult to set the exam questions for such prominent students, as it did had many interesting questions, to which Hanwol agrees with. Hanwol notes that this year there was a new type of question. The first 3 were questions that would be hard to answer for students who studies normally. There were some intent behind them, a flexibility test. If it's something you cannot solve, can you skip it and move on? How would you solve something that didn't appear in any textbook you read? Currently the age of combat demands quick judgment and creative thinking. But those questions didn't meant to be solved. In fact, over 1,000 students left them blank, and the other 100 who attempted it couldn't get a single one correct, though only 3 of them got it right. Ma Yuzeong, genius of the century, as he appeared like a comet with unknown origins, and Flame, who got admission on principal's recommendation despite being a commoner, a talent close to Ma Yuzeong. And then there is Baek Uziel. They both are considered genius, while Uziel had the lowest admission score. As such, Hanwol didn't expect it for him to answer, especially when he left everything else. Both the professor are in quite the surprise that Uziel was able to solve the problem, as it doesn't make sense, since even countless formulas and equations couldn't solve them. They wonder if he is a genius, though Edeltamen considers it a coincidence. On his paper there is also a note, that principal gave him special admission for able to control the blink spell. Looking at the note he smiles, saying a mage combat student who specializes in blink, he will find out soon enough whether it's a coincidence or if he is truly special. Many students chatter about the class assignment being put on the board, though Uziel is slightly embarrassed in checking the board in person. One of the students notices Beck Uziel. Everyone around him mocks him for getting the lowest score in admission test and disregarding Stella's decision to accept him, though he just ignores them and moves on to check his class. But he is unable to find his name in them. He wonders if he got failed since he only solved 3 questions. Suddenly he overhears voices of surprise about him. Students comment about that even prominent students got an A class and is doubtful and jealous of Uziel's class placement. Uziel is confused as well and decides to check it out. He is shocked upon looking at the board. We see his name is written under S class, which completely shocks him, as he wonders what is even going on. As it's a class most students only dream of getting, a place where only the best students gather, unlike other grades with multiple classes. Class S has only 41 students and only 1 class. He thinks his assignment is a mistake and now he would be running into main characters often, knowing that getting involved with them will shorten his already short life, and such he decides to keep a low profile, as he thinks he will be able to manage it somehow. But we see Flame behind him, noting something. We switch scenes to Beyond, who is getting slapped by someone. The lady is also a professor, a Fire Element 1, Hong Yil, who berates Beyond for getting those 3 questions wrong. She compares her with Azel, as even she got some of them correct despite being an insect and hence calls Beyond even lower than insect. She orders Beyond to do it again, to which she agrees with. Yil tells her to not become someone like her, who was chased out of the kingdom and had to become a professor, telling her to not become a shame of the kingdom. She grabs her face, telling her to become better than her sister, while she smiles with an evil grin on her face, asking her if she does understand her. Beyond replies she does, though in reality she doesn't, as she starts to cry since she only lives the way she is told to, and hence is unable to solve problems she haven't learned. While in tears, she expresses her grief of being tormented. Back to Uziel, who is still troubled by the fact that he got assigned to class full of a social weirdos. As students around him comments in shock how is he here, as even their parents protested against it, though the teacher shut them all down, which the students finds ridiculous, as it all makes Uziel feels like an outcast. Though he gets past all of it, relating to their frustration since they've been studying here since they were young, unlike him, while noting the class can change according to one's performance, though it's rare to be demoted. He does remember about one student who will rise up to Class S in the future as well. And looking around in class, he finds it quite amazing, since all of them were characters in the game he used to play, while knowing that most of them will become world known, and some will even betray the magic world. And Ma Yuxiong being one of them, while noting it would be good if Flame could stop him. Now Professor Hanwol enters, telling everyone to get seated, as he introduces himself to everyone formally, as he is going to be the professor of S class, Li Hanwol. As the students comment about his popularity, and the ridiculous amount of demonic humans that he hunted, as he is also known as the 7th class magic warrior. Professor Hanwol starts to notice Uziel as he comments on how there are a lot of talented students and a unique one among them as well. He lectures about the academy being a place to foster magic warriors, and even though not everyone will be able to keep with its rigorous education over 3 years, he does hope that they will show him their best efforts. He asks the class if there are any questions, which there are none. Hence he starts the class, though we see Beyond in the background. We see her just standing on the gate all silently and arriving late. Uziel is surprised to see her being late out of all the student, as he wonders if something happened with her. He decides to use bulbul glasses to check on her info. In her status window, he notices that she is guaranteed to die, as he remembers that Azel dies because of Flame, while Beyond dies because both Azel and Flame, noting that it's basically inevitable that she will become a villainess. Uziel feels that he would like to save her if he could, though he is not in a position where he could. He does feel bad, but he will be keeping his distance. But just then, Beyond walks right up to his desk, surprising him, as she looks over to him with a cold glare, which makes Uziel a bit nervous. But she just silently sits right beside him, as Uziel starts to feel incredibly nervous, due to things already getting twisted right from the start. Now Professor Hanwol announces the staff succession for the staffs they will be using, and both A and S class will have it together. Uziel smiles, knowing that it's annoying, but he looks forward to it. In Stellar Academy, there are two big events. One of them is Familiar Contract Ceremony, and the other one is Staff Succession Ceremony, which is quite special, just like Stellar Academy itself. Now all the students and Professor Hanwell arrives at some magical place. As he informs them that there are lowest class to middle high class rank staff here, all they have to do is just grab the staff that they like. And telling them to choose carefully since changing it later is complicated, though Uziel notes that it's actually the staff that will be choosing us, as they only respond to the person they deem worthy of commanding them, creating a resonance effect. Which means you cannot just use high-level staffs just because you want to. As Uziel looks around, wondering which one should he choose, knowing that he have to choose carefully, since he is in S-class now, though the staff that best fits him is the wand. Staves are divided into two classes, the short form, wand, and the long form, staff. Wand is wielded by Spell Knight, who spam magic quickly, and staves are used by bishops, who focus on single hit with longer casting time. Once again students comments and wonders what is Uziel going to pick, mocking him that it should be easy for him to cause a resonance effect. But he simply ignores them once again. Suddenly someone calls him out from behind. The guy introduces himself as Uslek, though Uziel is not interested. Uslek asks about his choice of staff, to which Uziel replies that anything will do, and Uslek mocks him that he should pick a staff which fits his commoner status, and to not make trouble for anyone, and Uziel simply leaves by saying that he shouldn't as well, which pisses Uslek off, as he shouts at him. Uziel calls him annoying and uses his bulbul glasses to check his information. Seeing all of it, he starts to pity him for being too much of an extra. Uslek points at a staff to show off that he is going to pick that one. Seeing that staff surprises Uziel, as it's the Edmaria Tamiri, noting that it's the highest class staff here, a middle high class one, which is something used by pro magic warriors. As for the students, having a middle low class is the limit, no matter how talented you are. And even the professional magic warriors are barely able to get a middle low class staff. Though we get to know that there is another middle high class staff as well, but it's not for picking, but just for show. Professor Hanwell tells everyone to go stand in front of the staff which they like. We see both Jeremy and Wan Riang picks there, and as Beyond takes a hold of her staff, we see it emitting an incredibly blinding light. As everyone is shocked seeing Wan Riang, Jeremy and Beyond able to pick and middle class staffs, noting that this year is crazy. It annoys Uslek as well, as he goes on to pick his as well. Everyone notes that he is trying to resonate with the middle high class staff. He smirks in confidence while grabbing it, being all sure of his victory. And just as he grabs it, the staff retaliates. Though Uziel is not surprised at all by his failure. All the students note that he has gotten hurt badly, noting that picking that staff is going to be impossible. As Uziel states that they all need to give up anyways. And we see Ma Yuziong is walking towards it. As Uziel continues, since the owner of that staff has already been decided. Everyone is surprised to see him there, as they doubt him, that even he could handle that staff. But when he grabs the staff, a bright light starts to shine. As he smirks, while he is able to hold the staff successfully. All the students are surprised from it, except for Uziel, who already knew. And now a lot more people will realize how talented he is. As suddenly Ma Yuziong notices Uziel, and for some reason, smiles in his direction, which confuses and shocks Uziel. And now Uziel remembers that Flame is going to own another high mid-class staff, Terravon. But he notes that this is also where the route could split, as if she does manages to grab Terravon. Yuziong will take interest in her because of her ability, starting the Yuziong route. But if she picks another staff, it would open a completely different route, as such he decides to use Flame to bring Yuziong to their side. And he finds Flame, walking towards the Terravon. He watches her carefully, wondering what is she going to do. As she gets close to it, Uziel wishes to have her grab the Terravon, which will result in Ma Yuziong taking interest in her. But she completely ignores it and walks past it, surprising Uziel. He is shocked by her non-interest in the Terravon. He wonders if she doesn't know about it, perhaps a lack of information, realizing that it's bad, since she should be able to resonate with any staff as the female lead. He gets worried about her picking some strange staff, which could potentially mean losing out other good routes as well. Uziel starts to charge up with the intent to push the Terravon to her. He uses his blink spell and appears right behind Flame, as she turns around and freaks out after suddenly noticing him behind herself. He asks her choice of staff, to which she questions on why does he wants to know. He makes an excuse that it's because she looked lost, and Flame gives him a cold shoulder and hits him with, "It's none of your business," and leaves immediately, completely ignoring him, surprising Uziel. He notices that it's strange, since she is supposed to be friendly with everyone. But Uziel doesn't give up and calls out to her once more, telling her that he really wants to help her, to which she tells him to mind his own business. As he is trying to push her towards Terravon, she gets pissed, asking him, what does he know about staffs? Uziel wonders if he did something wrong, as he tries to incite her by saying that he heard a lot about her, so she should be capable of grabbing that one while pointing towards Terravon. She notices that staff as well, asking if he is asking about Terravon, to which he replies, yes he is. Suddenly he notices something and hears a noise, as if something is getting closer to him, and a bright light is shone, after which he opens his eyes to see what it was. Suddenly he is left speechless after seeing himself holding the Terravon. He freaks out, wondering why does he have it instead of Flame. He realizes that he messed up, while slowly turning his head towards Flame. And she is pissed, to the shock of Uziel, who wonders why is this happening. He shrinks back in fear, noting that he has messed up big time. Now in the evening, as Flame is walking back, she overhears the student talking about Ma Yuziong and Uziel, and how they become 2 out of 7 students in the history to grab the high mid-class staffs. And especially focus on Uziel, as he being a student who only used Blink during his admission test, which surprises them since their parents taught them that it's a useless magic. Overhearing all that, Flame starts to think about him as well. Now at the self-study hall, she finally gets some peace and quiet as she wanted. As everywhere she went, all they talked about was Uziel. Since the news that 2 students grabbed high mid-class staffs were spread instantaneously, thought she doesn't understand something. As she wonders just who is he, since the original novel she read, there was never a character named Beck Uziel. Wondering in frustration that it is said no one is able to grab it, let alone resonate with it, yet he did. As if he is trying to show off to her. But for now she decides to ignore it. As some of her friends suddenly calls her out asking if she was going for self-study. She turns back to them and smiles. She asks them if they think she is a nerd or something, to which they reply that it's just due to she is always studying, and why does she always call them kids despite being the same age. She passes it off as a habit, which she got since she was always treated as older, though the real reason is that she is in a novel from present time. A red-haired girl asks her if she is going to be alone today as well, as Flame notices her name to be Jackie, as she also notes that her style is similar to her, and Flame tells her that she is going to attend supplementary lessons, as she leaves soon after. While walking down, she thinks it's hard being a student at her age, as she suddenly bumps into someone at a corner. And it turns out to be Wan Riang. As he asks her if she is okay, he notices her expression and asks if something is bothering her. Flame wonders if he is worried about her, though she tells him that not anything particular. Next he asks if she is going for self-study then, to which she replies, indeed, and asks him back that if he is again going to the S-Class exclusive training hall. Wan Riang says he cannot be lazy when it comes to it, which makes Flame call him unnecessarily sincere, though Wan Riang notes it's something they both share. And while looking at her, he smiles, as he cleans up her shoulders and leaves saying to see her later. She also turns around, calling it bland. But Flame notices Jackie, who is staring at her, standing behind a corner. Wondering why is she here, she tries to call her out, but she leaves before that. Now she arrives and stands right outside the self-study hall. Noting that according to the original novel, both Bion and Azel will be attending this meeting, and it's important to watch them both face off in a romance fantasy novel. As she enters the hall, noticing Azel, Uziel and Ma Yuziong, and knowing that all the important characters are here, she observes around and sees the host who is of a class, Kyle, and he is quite intimidated due to all the S-class students. As she sits down, she notices in surprise that even Ma Yuziong is here. And he is the male lead of this world and he is interested in Beck Uziel, which cannot be a coincidence. And she also knows that Uziel didn't solve any other questions than the 3 questions from hell, which leads her to assume that he already knew that solving those 3 questions would get him into the S-Class. Flame starts to think that if he did knew beforehand then he is a dangerous person, while Uziel is stuck with Ma Yuziong, and is wanting someone take him off him. As Yuziong asks him about his reason for coming here, and telling him to not listen to people around him, asking if he had a special reason for coming here, to which he replies, he doesn't, though the real reason was that he was told to do so. While Uziel wonders what got Yuzeong to become so interested in him, Kyle tells them to stop the chat, as they're going to look over the exam problems now. And he starts to talk about the 3 questions from hell that appeared in the placement exam. While trying to flex that he solved one of those, though he is quite nervous due to students from S grade are here, since he was actually going to use this to expand his influence. But he notices Uziel, thinking he might have a chance if it's him since Uziel got the lowest score in placement exam. He smirks, trying to show off that he is better than him. He starts to write his method of solving the questions. And Ma Yuzeong is completely ignoring him, while focusing on Uziel, and asks Uziel if he thinks Kyle is right. Though Uziel is speechless since he doesn't even get what Kyle is trying to do, nor does he knows what the 3 questions from hell are. But he decides to be honest and simply says that he doesn't know, which is heard by Kyle. All the students are in surprise as they misunderstand as him saying that Kyle is wrong. Uziel looks around wondering why is everyone looking at him like that. While Kyle is pissed, asking he really thinks that he is doing it wrong. He then calls Uziel out to come and solve it himself in front of everyone, about which he is completely in shock. As he looks over to Ma Yuzeong, who starts to hype him up, realizing that Yuzeong is doing it on purpose. So as such he starts to walk over to the blackboard, stared at by everyone. He wears his glasses, realizing that the question is more like a pun quiz. For example, a mage cast a spell, saying, "D earth shed tears," and there was double the amount of dirt than before. Why would that be? And for that the answer is simple: if dirt cries, it's in a state of decomposture. As ridiculous as it sounds, it's really this kind of problem, though Kyle over there solved it like a math problem. Even though his method was wrong, he did got the right answer by luck, as if there was a similar problem, he would get it wrong, as he tells Kyle he cannot show him the way it's supposed to be solved, but he can tell where he was wrong. He asks Kyle, what if instead of earth, it was water or wind, do you think your method will work then? And Kyle replies that he would just use a different one then. Though Uziel tells him then everything has to be done differently. And it was only luck that he got the answer right, not because it was what the test maker intended you to do. And hearing all that, Kyle is left speechless. But he does agrees with Uziel. Uziel on the other hand wonders if he killed his confidence too much, as he shows him the right way to solve. And all the students starts to learn it as well. But on the other hand, Flame is in shock about the fact that other students are actually writing what he is saying. And both Byeon and Azel should have gotten in argument as well, but they are distracted by the problem. As she starts to wonder if story going like this is really okay. Now after the class, Ma Yuzeong excitedly leaves telling Uziel that he will see him tomorrow. And due to which, Uziel is worried as he claims that he doesn't want to see him ever. And he assumes that it's probably due to Terravon. While leaving, he also starts to wonder just why did that staff came to him, since there wasn't any instance of anyone else using it besides Flame. And in the hallway he finds Byeon waiting for someone. He thinks she might be waiting for someone, but ignores her and tries to leave. Though suddenly she calls him out, saying that she wants to ask him something. Which surprises Uziel as he asks her, what is it, and she asks him about the solution earlier and why didn't he explain it. Uziel is lost for words as in reality, it's not that he didn't but he can't since it's a nonsensical quiz, and he makes an excuse that he just didn't had anything to say. But she takes it the wrong way, that it was just that he didn't wanted to announce the solution at that place. Uziel is surprised to hear that, but she makes him an offer that she will compensate him for the solution, asking him to explain the solution to her. Which shocks him, as he realizes that once again he is involved in some major plot point. But nonetheless he agrees, and we see both of them sitting in a library. Uziel questions her on why is she paying him simply to help her understand 3 questions on a placement test, to which she replies, she got her reasons, hence Uziel goes along with her request, calling her, my lady, though he asks her, isn't she embarrassed to ask him for help, since he got all the other questions wrong? She replies, not at all, in fact she is embarrassed that she still doesn't know the solutions to these problems. And that she is willing to do anything to find the answer, which gets Uziel thinking of her as a model student, but he does ask, why specifically him? As she is a princess, she should have a lot of friends. She tells him out of all the freshman students, only 3 people got these questions right, including you. Which confuses Uziel, and she adds that these questions were meant to be unsolvable, yet Ma Yuzeong, Flame and Uziel were able to solve it. Uziel is shocked upon hearing that no one was able to solve that, which prompts Byeon to ask him if he didn't realize that. And with this he finally realizes how he got in S class. and also why Flame held him back, as he doesn't know the details of world building or about those questions. But Flame is different, since she has read the entire novel. Even without playing the game, she knows most of the setting, including those questions. And since he is an extra who wasn't in the novel, she had no choice but to acknowledge his existence. As he finally realizes her reason for her to act that way, and laments it, while Byeon asks, why does he look like it, to which he shrugs it off. He reminds Byeon about their deal, that she will fulfill one of his requests, as thanks for helping her. And hence he puts down his request to alter his staff into a magic sword. She is surprised to hear that since only low-level mercenaries uses those kinds of weapons. But he simply replies to her that it suits his style better, though in reality he cannot tell her that he is a cripple. She pauses for a moment, and replies, she will get it done, would be quite easy. Now they move on to the questions, and way to solve the first one is a change of perspective. Though that leaves her a bit confused, as her weakness is that she uses magic strictly from textbook, and she's stuck in a rut. Though she only realizes it in her second year after losing to Flame in a bad way. He decides to push her in the right direction, even if he cannot give her important insights right now. And such he asks her if she knows what nonsense quiz is by any chance. She gets taken back by a bit, and replies she does think she have. Uziel starts off with an example, and asks her, what's between a knee and a knee? She ponders for a moment and answers, the back of a knee. But Uziel corrects her, saying that the answer is, and, which she asks, how? And he replies, that he asked what is between a knee and a knee. Hearing which pisses her off. But he tells her to calm down and look at the questions, since they have to solve using her creativity. And he questions her, if it's possible to memorize creativity, which leaves her with no answer. As she replies, no, and Uziel smiles. And tells her that knowing many spells and techniques are important, but there is something more important for a mage. It is to look at the world beyond the boundaries of your thought. Magic can grow with even the slightest of change. As she only thinks about stuff as she sees them, and spells aren't something to just learn and cast. And even though she is better than Uziel in analytical thinking and judgment, she lacks the most important quality, which is creativity. Hearing all that, she really starts to get into it and serious. Noting she looks a lot more serious, he tries to tone it down and asks her if she understood what he was trying to say. She replies with a confident face that she did. On the other hand, it surprises Uziel, as he himself has no idea what he is talking about. Now with that out of the way, they move on the next example. What did the man say to the horse before putting him to the bed? And she starts to think. She replies, she doesn't know, and Uziel answers, it's bedtime. Again he asks, why don't beds work hard? She again doesn't know, and he answers, because they are always lying down on the job. He once again asks, what happened when rock, paper, and scissors entered the race? Now slightly irritated, she again says the same thing and Uziel answers, rock began to roll, but paper and scissors were stationary. Now at this point she starts to get quite irritated since she is unable to answer anything. Which Uziel also realizes that she could explode any moment now. Now he asks her once more, what did the cloud say to the ocean when it was raining? She starts to ponder and think, while Uziel is praying this time, that she gets the answer. And she answers, that it's getting a bit emotional, which surprises Uziel. And at last he tells her that she got the right answer. Hearing which she gets really excited and happy. Which surprises Uziel as he thinks this is the first time he is seeing her smile in both game and reality. He praises her by saying that as expected of a princess, your creativity is on another level. Which she accepts albeit a bit embarrassed, and asks for the next question, while Uziel chuckles. And just like that time passes and it gets night. And we see Uziel walking being all exhausted and spending 3 hours on those nonsense questions with her? Though he didn't expected her to believe what he said. She is undoubtedly an excellent magician with a sharp mind, but her weakness is her rigid way of thinking. Though he feels bad about taking advantage of her like this, he needs to modify Terravon into a sword quickly. And now he goes on to search for the books he needs for his class. And he looks around and finds the shop that he was looking for. Now inside the store he notes that it's quite run down. But he does know about the owner, who has a habit of watching people while pretending to be asleep. But in this store, the study notes of Marella, the student who graduated at the top of the academy 10 years ago, is hidden. In-game a screen would show it with a press of a button. But in reality, a textbook is needed for major and your grade will also depend on which book you choose. Uziel before used to buy books from famous stores, but later he realized that good ones are hidden in one without any signs. And if he were to take magic engineering classes with the study notes of Marella, he will easily get full marks, though even using bulbul glasses would get decent marks, but he also needs the hidden recipe. Looking around, he finally finds it tucked into a corner. As he takes out his hand and reaches for it, another hand comes for the same book and touches him. And that person is Azel. She asks if he knows her, to which he replies, she is famous, and she then also remembers Uziel from the study group, Beck Uziel. Though Uziel wonders if she doesn't remember him from before entering the academy. She tells him that she enjoyed the debate, but it was unfortunate that he couldn't finish the explanation, and Uziel remembers that she also couldn't figure out those questions fully. And she simply leaves, saying, "It was nice meeting you." As Uziel is thankful that the book didn't got taken. But he does wonder why would she be here? Seeing a book she pulls out, while sighing in relief. Uziel notices, and wonders if it's due to that? As this bookstore deals with used books, only poor students like him come here. And as someone from a fallen family, she also probably didn't had any choice but to come here. Her father was probably killed by dark demonic humans. It's quite sad for a princess like her to buy books from here and worrying about the price since she doesn't have money. On top of that, she faced an unfortunate ending in the original novel and died before even Flame, who became the main character. She is probably the most unfortunate character in this world. He comes besides and puts down a whole bunch of books, buying them. As he smiles towards her, while she looks a bit irritated. He asks her, what, and she was about to call him a name for picking such books, but changes the line to, that he picked some interesting books, though Uziel catches on that she was about to call him names. He asks her, like what, she replies, why is he reading topics like, advanced sealing theory, it's an ancient magic involving the use of item, in the current world magical engineering is so advanced, this skill is rarely used. He replies, he knows that it doesn't have much use, but that is the reason he is taking it. She is surprised to hear that, and he tells her that everyone is thinking same as her, which makes it easier for him to get better grades in this class. She is quite confused by his statement, as Uziel leaves. But what Azel said is true, but this is the reason he can spend little time on it and still get good grades compared to other classes. And with this he would not have any issues this semester. Now on to the second day, Azel is going to attend class for Nihility. Since it's easy to get good grades in, it shouldn't be too bad. But as she enters, she notices there already are a lot of students. As students comment that the news is spread about this being a class to easily get good grades in, hence everyone is attending it. As Azel also thinks the same, but she just decides to do better in other classes. Fast forward as the classes ends, everyone starts to leave. But for Azel it's troubling, since it will be hard to get scholarship as too many people are signing up for the same class. She starts to get hungry, and wonders if she should get a meal. She counts her meal tickets, noting that she should only get bread this time, as she only have 60 meal tickets for this semester. Suddenly as she is walking by, she notices something. And it's Uziel, who she sees attending classes. She wonders what is he doing there, and notices it's due to the lecture. She also notices there aren't many students, and all of them are who scored low grades. And this lecture would probably get cancelled at this rate. But suddenly she gets a thought, that if she signs up for this class, she would be able to raise her grades without putting too much effort. And if she uses that saved time for other subjects, she will be able to earn more scholarship money. And she gets curious about Uziel on how did he knew that this subject would be easy to score in. And perhaps he planned all of his classes in such a way that it makes his life easier. But she walks away, ignoring the thought, deeming it not possible, and a coincidence. Now in the lecture, Professor Layden explains that the founding mage in white spread magic all over the world which allowed humans and other species to learn magic. He taught the elves, nature class magic, and to the dwarfs, matter magic, and to humans, elemental magic, and he traveled to heavens afterwards. As the professor keeps going on, Uziel is already sick and wonders how is he going to go through this for 3 whole years? But he do realize that this lecture is of importance, since it might give him some clues about the true ending. Though, it's just his assumption. And, he looks besides himself, noticing something. It's Azel, while he wonders what is she doing here. As he does not remember any of the main character taking this class, though he ignores it since it doesn't matter to him. The professor continues that humans were not satisfied with what they were given, hence they traveled and began to steal magic of other species. Even that wasn't enough, but they couldn't learn any more than that. The founding mage left behind the 12 divine moons and disappeared. And he asks the class question if they know anything about them, and Azel answers that they are known as guardians who protect the balance of power, and it is said that they scattered throughout the continent, carrying out their duties until 1,000 years ago. Professor agrees with her and explains that each of them had special power given to them as well. For example, the divine moon that symbolized summer. The 6th moon of the red summer wielded a red flame, and it is said that those flames never dies out. And if they want to see it, they can go to deep sea of Alamanca. They are still there, which Uziel thinks if he's serious about letting them go there. Since if a living being entered the domain of the King of the Seas, they would die right away. The professor explains about the Levian's coast. A great whirlpool that appeared in the middle of the ocean has been frozen solid by the 12th moon of the blue winter. And each of the moon has individual power, and it is said that a miracle would occur if they all gathered together. One of the students asks about the miracle, to which professor replies that no one knows, as they have fallen asleep 1,000 years ago. Uziel agrees, but remembers that he did met some of them by playing the game, but it was only 5 and that too through limited time events. And it was only possible because he gathered information from the community, and there weren't other players who managed to meet more than he did. And if he assumes correct, they probably have something to do with the true ending. Since if no one has managed to reach true ending, then the answers must lie in contents that no one ever reached, but he was only able to meet 5, that too after risking his life multiple times. But he has no choice but to do that again. Now we switch scenes to an open training field with Professor teaching. It's Hongyil who instructs the students. Their attacks doesn't matter if it cannot hit the enemy. As she is walking by and seeing the students, an attack comes from over her head, creating a huge explosion which she takes notices of. But we see target is still completely unscathed, while she observes and calls it quite terrible. And we see it's Bion who launched the attack, as she gets frustrated upon her mother's words and her own failure. Now after the training session, we see her sitting on the side, with a gloomy face, for showing a bad side of her in front of her mother, thinking that she must be disappointed in her. But suddenly a girl calls her out, asking her if she is okay. She sits beside her, and compliments Bion for how amazing she is, which confuses Bion. And she replies, it's due to the fact even when she used same magic as her, it was several times stronger. Thought Bion replies, that it doesn't matter, she couldn't even aim right. The girl tries to cheer her up, with compliments about how cool and incredible her magic is. Seeing her talk, Bion realizes that she is a fire-type magic as well, and remembering her name was Arshuang, and that she has heard of her before. She is someone who is called as the next generation genius of fire attribute. Though Bion thought she must be nothing compared to her, she tells Arshuang that it must be nice for her to have such high accuracy. Though Arshuang tells her, if she practices more, then it would be nothing for her, which Bion calls rubbish and gets up. But Bion does tell her that talking to her did made her feel better, as she leaves saying her goodbye. And right after she leaves, Arshuang's expression changes to something more serious. Now as Bion arrives in her room, someone calls her. And it's her personal maid, Ye Terin, who welcomes her back. She serves Bion some drink and ginseng candy, and starts about the staff remodeling commission that Bion asked of her. She informs Bion that since the staff is so good, hence a top-grade magic sword will be made. And there is something she found questionable, which Bion asks, what? She tells Bion that the staff continuously suck in the owner's mana, which surprises Bion. She asks, then wouldn't that be a dark demonic tool, and her maid tells her that it's different, since it is consistently in resonance with nature's energy. Hearing about it, Bion is quite surprised, as she wonders why does such a garbage staff is high middle class, and her maid tells her that it's exactly the reason that is a middle-high class. And Bion asks, what do you mean? And her maid answers, that its original ability would drastically strengthen users' mana, making it a high class or even higher, but because it sucks in mana just by holding it, it was downscaled to a middle-high class one, which greatly surprises Bion. Bion wonders how could a student wield that, which is what her maid is also confused about. Bion does realize that it wasn't there for them to resonate in the first place, but most students won't even use it, even if given to them. And even though she is confused, she leaves it to Uziel to figure it out, as she starts to think that he is quite unique. Now fast forward a few days later, and in the class professor is again giving a lecture about attack magic. As the professor explains that attack magic is different from normal magic, hence the mana orbitology class is mandatory. And from today, for their PvP battles, they will be learning, shooting, and target. And as such, he begins the class with a water attribute question and formula. None of them have any answers, as it's a water attribute, and without being a water attribute major, the answer is impossible. And they wonder if the teacher is just trying to bother them, while Uziel is yawning from boredom. As he is wondering why the classes are harder than Korean, the teacher catches him slacking off. And he calls Uziel out to solve the question. And shortly after, Uziel completely solves it, surprising the professor. The professor is very impressed by him, and asks if he is of a water attribute major, to which he replies, he isn't. And while Uziel is looking at him with no words to say. Now after the class, as Uziel is leaving, someone calls him out. And we see it's Uziel, who tells Uziel that she has a question for him. Uziel thinks that after observing him, she has determined that he is definitely smart, unrelated to his grades, even when compared to top rankers. As she thinks back to when he solved the question, making her utterly shocked. Since that question was at the level of university, probably even professor level, even if Stella is a place where geniuses gather, she gets curious about his true identity and origins. And at first she was unsure, but now she is certain that he has a course registration strategy. And hence, she asks him, what his next class going to be, as she looks to obtain his strategy. Uziel is a bit taken back by her questions. Though he asks her if she is interested in him or something, to which she calls it as gross. Uziel wonders just what is he doing, and asks her the reason, and she replies that she researched him and all the class he is taking are one where you can get high scores easily. She asks him straight about his strategy, and where did he got it? Since it's something quite important to her, and Uziel just tells her that it's a coincidence. And just simply tries to leave after that, but she tells him to wait. Seeing him walk away like this gets her quite desperate. As she runs behind him, telling him to hold on, and Uziel tells her to learn it from someone else, since there are a lot of smart people here. Or she can also just follow him since she looked it up, but she tells him that anyone who take Divine Moon Studies gets an A+ no matter, but if she registers for other classes that he is taking then it could impact his grade negatively as well. He notices her sincerity, since if she doesn't get the scholarship, she will lose out the most, but even then she is thinking about others. Even though she is annoying, a female lead is a female lead after all. And Uziel asks him if he could recommend her some courses that are easy to get good grades in, while Uziel tells her that if she really thinks looking like that would fool him. But she says that her stress goes away when she looks at her own face, which leaves Uziel speechless. Though she calls it out as a joke, and tells him that she prepared a compensation for him in return, which gets Uziel thinking that why do these people love to offer compensations? She asks him if he knows about the ghost story of the 7th tower, which surprises him. He replies he does, which prompts Uziel to say, not many does, sign it's an abandoned building that disappeared. And that there are a bunch of barriers where the tower used to be to prevent people from close, but before she completes, Uziel stops her. And she asks if everything is alright, as thinking about it, Uziel says he is going to go insane since it's a really big information. Since with this, Flame can greatly increase her affection with the male protagonist. And since Flame knows this information, meaning Uziel knows it as well in the original novel, and she must only give this information to the male protagonist, not to an extra like Uziel. And hence, Uziel leaves, telling her that he doesn't want to listen since it sounds boring. She asks if he is afraid of ghosts, but Uziel replies he will just tell her for free, which prompts Uziel to poke him that he was acting like he wasn't going to. Did he change his mind? To which he hits back that it's his mind after all. Though Uziel is actually taken by her sincerity that she wants to actually give him something. He tells her it's not related to grades, but it will be super useful to her. He tells her to take the meditation journey into the abyss as her liberal arts class. She asks if he is into cultivation, since taking meditation class and Divine Moon Studies together, and he replies, not at all. Uziel explains that his master was in a position like her, and with this class she was able to increase her magic power greatly. She asks, just through meditation, and he replies, indeed. Though it's not known yet, but for bishops who uses large-scale destruction magic, meditation is extremely important. Since precise casting comes from formulas and equations, but ultimately comes from mind, which moves mana. He tells her to keep it a secret as he only told her because she is cute, to which she hits back since he called her ugly earlier. But ultimately, she is happy and smiles after receiving the information. She leaves thanking him that she will join it even if it doesn't help her grades. Though Uziel does get worried on how it will affect the future since he told her this. But if he just leaves her be, she will die a tragic death in this life as well. And it would be nice if meditation could be helpful to her. Though suddenly he realizes that he is a mage too, and he should train as well. Since Baek Uziel in-game trains his body strictly, and awakens his magic revelation delay physique and grows immensely. In-game, you could just gain XP with just pushing a button, but here it could be done directly, since it's been quite lately as well he wasn't able to gain any experience. As he smiles deciding to train, and thanks Azel for making him remember to train as well. Fast forward and he arrives at his dorm, which is quite large, and every student in this academy reside in dorms. The dorm system was just a little extra system in the game, but for Baek Uziel it was his only home since his village had burnt down. And they are also divided according to your class. The size stays the same, but the number of people in room differs depending on the class. And of course S-class get the highest floors to themselves. Now finally when he is alone, Uziel starts his training. As stats aren't the only thing, he needs to get used to the body as well. In the game, Baek Uziel was a genius who manifested sword aura by utilizing the fact that mana is endlessly circulating in and out of him. No one paid attention to him, but Baek Uziel is a genius sword master who was the only person in this world to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. And now he needs to walk down that path one more time. His breathing dictates the flow of mana in his body, and by slowly increasing the amount of mana intake, soon he will be able to take in enough at once. Skills don't just level up by collecting XP, you need to keep using them, which means all you have to do is train. The time passes and it gets morning. And Uziel also finishes up and opens his eyes. He feels the same sensation that Baek Uziel did when he did this. And for someone who accepted his disease from an early age, even though it's faint, he can feel it. His mana leakage syndrome levels up, along with his blink spell as well. And with his he is one step closer to his goal, and we see him determined to find the true ending. Now we switch scenes, and see Flame in an open grass field, which is created with magic along with wind as well, but they feel real. The Stellar Dome is a pocket dimension set up on the Academy campus. It allows to freely manipulate the size of the place as well as its features. All sports and other type of events, along with dungeons, gates and monster training are all held here. We see a whole lot of students have gathered up in the grass field, with Flame counting a total of 141 people. 50 each from A1 and A2, and 41 from S-class, though according to the novel there should have been 39 from S-class. As she expected it to be 40 including her, but to her surprise one more was added. As she looks over to Uziel, wondering where did he came from. And in the novel there were 1,140 students, and with her addition, it became 1141, which means BAE Uziel was in the original novel as well. She starts to get a bit nervous, and decides to find out things slowly, assuring herself that she is the only person who knows the novel, after all. As she notes that the lesson should be starting soon. Suddenly she overhears someone asking Jeremy about his registration. And Jeremy tells them that he is done with it, and many students signs up for same classes as he does as well. And with a smile on his face, he tells them to let's have fun together. And we see Flame observing him from a distance. That he is the Prince Jeremy. And in the novel, he was obsessed with Azel and after getting rejected by her, he became a villain in the end. She also notes even though he is smiling, his actions are all calculated, and hence she tries to keep her distance from him. Though Jeremy notes Flame looking at him. And he smiles towards her, and waves. She waves back, noting he is quite handsome and seeing the reason so many people hang behind him, and that his clique is probably the most conspicuous in school. But she picks herself up and states that since this is reality now, she needs to prepare for the future. Though Jeremy also observes her and gives off a faint smirk. Now Professor Hanwell arrives, and starts with a simple training session first to know their skill level in order to teach them properly. And explains that he will be directing the training and those who don't like, can get out. And professors also have the right to take or give away points, hence they will be expelled if they fall below a certain number. Now he starts to explain the training, which is going to be a dungeon mock training, and they will be using scenarios that happens in dungeons, as well as traps and monsters. They will get 4 points to take down a monster of risk level 1, and 8 points for a monster of risk level 2. And 20 points if they get the point stick. And the top 5 students will receive reward and shop privileges, and students with 0 points will have their points taken away. They can also form team if they want, but then the points will also be divided amongst the team. And taking out other students will reward you with their points as well, and with that he leaves telling them good luck. and suddenly the ground starts to shake, and a huge tree root sprouts from the ground. With Flame noticing that it's the Jack and the Beanstalk map. We see all the students trapped in forest, and Flame getting ready to go. Suddenly someone calls her out, and it's Jackie who asks her if she is going to be alone again. Even though forming a team is advantageous, she decides to still go alone. Jackie replies that she understands, since she would have to distribute her points between teammates, which Flame thinks is her being sarcastic, and as she leaves while Flame saying, "next time." Looking at her, Flame feels like that she is mimicking her. Now an hour later and we see Flame defeating monsters and wondering when would this test end. Suddenly she notices the plants coming at her, but she is able to block them with her defensive spell. Noting that it's not just monsters, but the field itself also attacks, even the dungeon practical of this academy cannot be underestimated. And so far she has collected 18 points, though not bad, it could be covered with a single point stick. And as such she gets on the move again. Suddenly she notices a presence in the field. Wondering if it's a monster at first, but the silhouette she knows it's a person, but she is confused and surprised on how could a student conceal their presence to this extent. She decided to move closer, since she is also hiding her presence using one with nature skill, and with her specialties, bind, destruction, defense and healing, it's an okay choice to ambush someone. As she gets close to him, she is surprised that it's Beck Uziel, and she wonders if he is going alone as well. She remembers many students trying to form a faction with him, but he rejected all of them, as she doesn't get the way he thinks. But just then she notices the point stick in his hand and that he already got one. She realizes that it's the perfect chance for her, and that she is going to test Uziel. She uses a spell, Light Cluster. Calculating the distance between them, she determines that he won't be able to perform any defensive tactic at such a distance. She starts to charge up her spell and is enveloped in yellow light. And she attacks using her skill, Light Bullet. As the attacks get close to him, Uziel suddenly notices and looks back, and immediately uses Blink, surprising Flame. And she sees him completely disappear from the point of attack. She grips her staff tightly and is shocked on how could he dodge a second-class spell at that distance. In the meantime, Uziel is using Blink to get his distance from her. Looking at her, he wonders if she is trying to kill him or something, using a spell like that out of nowhere. If his mana leakage syndrome level didn't increase, he would have been in trouble. He does have 2 Blink left, and he thinks he could take her on at some point due to terrain advantage, though he notes that avoiding would be the best option. He uses 2 more of his Blinks repeatedly, and gets some distance with her, since his goal is to become 5th place, so he is not going to take risks. Because the reward for the 5th place is Ethelic Roots, which increases both health and strength by certain amount. As he is walking around, knowing that top 4 spots will be taken by main characters, and they only need 3 more point sticks to do so. Suddenly he hears someone, look who it is. It's a bunch of extras with full confidence who thinks they can take Uziel on. While Uziel looks simply uninterested, wondering who is he. Uziel remembers the guy to be Raiden who is famous in school these days. A member of Uslek, Jeremy's pushover clique. And he notices that he does have 3 point sticks. Their group talks how Uziel has collected sticks despite being a pushover, and that he is a failed student who cheated to get to S class. He mocks Uziel that Stella has fallen for them to admit him into S class for solving 3 questions, which prompts Uziel to think they are just repeating lines. Riordan tells Uziel to give up his point stick to them, though he simply replies he don't want to, and Raiden asks if he is resisting them. He points his wand at Uziel and asks if he could take all of them alone. As he is mocking Uziel, Uziel is wondering what to do, noting that it would be hard to face Raiden who is from a famous family with only 1st class Blink, though it would be different if he had 3. But he counts the stick in his hand as a variable, and the fact that the location is dungeon. Uziel points his stick towards them and tells them to take it, as Raiden is all confident and is ready to take it. Uziel suddenly smirks, as he uses Blink to immediately get close to Raiden, which surprises Raiden as Uziel is smirking right before his face. As Uziel hits him directly with point stick, though his attack gets blocked by a defensive ability, Raiden gets pissed, as he shouts at him but stops in the middle, because Uziel has disappeared. He suddenly hears his voice and looks back, only to find Uziel standing behind him, and with one of his point stick in his hand, along with a smirk on his face, thanking Raiden for it. He angrily demands it back from him, which Uziel obviously denies. Though Uziel thinks point sticks are quite efficient, he learned it coincidentally while playing the game. But the point sticks are actually bug items. They have unnaturally high durability, which allows them to not get destroyed by the magic of students and strength of most magic tools. For other people it's more helpful to use magic, but for Uziel who fights physically, a weapon with strong attack power can be used perfectly. Raiden angrily orders his group to attack Uziel. But just then the dungeon starts to move, as Raiden orders everyone to prepare their magic and to not lose sight of him. As Uziel is running away, one of them spots him. And they immediately attack him with their spells. Uziel praises them to better than he expected, though he dodges it with blink. They are completely lost, noting that he is too fast to be found, while for Uziel who played PvP for a long time, using terrain to his advantage is a piece of cake. As Raiden notes that he just needs one hit, his group informs him about the dungeon, though he orders them to stay calm, since he is nearby and wait for the dungeon to stop. And if their magic fails, there will be a rebound, so they have to be careful. But before he could complete his sentence, Uziel appears right in front of him. And once again hits him. Though they are able to block the attack, but their wand starts to act up. And causes a huge magic rebound. With them on the ground, Uziel notes that it's already over. As he is pissed at him, Uziel shows him another one of his stick, that he will be taking. He makes fun of them, that if he gets a girlfriend later, he will give one of them to her as a gift, while they are in shock on when did he got it. He shouts at Uziel to give them back, but Uziel starts to leave, noting that taking last one will be annoying. As he uses blink spell to again get away. As their group is screaming at him, we also see a girl was observing their battle. Now Uziel is leisurely walking around the field, chuckling that he hit a jackpot. Knowing that if he fought normally, he would have been robbed, but since it's a dungeon it's different, which he calls an adult's experience. Suddenly we see a spell coming at him from a distance, and Uziel wonders if he is just feeling things, since he is feeling something strange. Somewhere, as he looks back, completing in sentence in shock. And seeing a huge fire spell coming right towards him. As the spell reaches him, he screams at top of his lungs, "What the hell?" But he is able to dodge it, albeit barely. Looking at the impact he calls it was almost troubling. And notices about the spell. As Bion arrives, asking him on why didn't he took the other stick from those people. On the other hand, Uziel is surprised to see her. Wondering, what is she doing here? He tells her, it wasn't that he didn't, but he couldn't, and it shouldn't matter to her whether he is taking their sticks or not. Which kind of leaves her speechless, as she doesn't say anything. And suddenly it hits Uziel as well, and he gets pissed at her for waiting for him to attack them and then take all the sticks from him at once, even though he taught her before. Though she simply replies that she is of royal blood and tells Uziel to come at her. Since just taking objects from a commoner isn't dignified, and hence she will battle him and take it properly. Though he calls her out for BS, since she is just robbing a weakling, but she responds back that she saw him joking around with them since the beginning, as he didn't even face them with proper magic. We go back in time a bit before, as Bion walking around, hears some noises. She notes the sound of talking and it's Raiden's group. And also notices that it's Uziel. She wonders if she should attack, but realizes that even for her taking on 6 people alone would be hard. She plans to attack them when they are out of stamina, though suddenly she sees something surprising. Which is Uziel going against the Raiden's group alone. And that he isn't using any other spells than blink. Even though they are much weaker than her, they are still elite mages, and if he is good enough to joke around with them, and she bites her lip in frustration, stating that she will use her full power to burn him. And as such she attacks him with another spell. But he once again dodges, and jumps up. And notices another spell coming for him, in mid-air. He then uses blink twice to dodge the attack and land on the ground. Though Hong Bion just stares at him with a bit of frustration in her eyes. While Uziel notes, that as expected of her, it was quite dangerous, if he haven't trained his intuition in advance it would have been bad. Though using 2 blinks to dodge is quite difficult, and he wonders if there is any other way. Bion asks if he is not going to take out his staff, he replies, if she doesn't remember about taking it, and Bion asks him about the basic staff that was given to him when entered. But he does forgot about it, since he wasn't going to use it anyways. She gets irritated and tells him that he is joking as always. Thinking to herself that she is this desperate, while a brainless commoner always jokes like this. She tells him to go all out against her unlike he did with other losers. Even though he is always serious, it's just he cannot use magic. She starts flaring up her magic, which makes Uziel nervous. As she states that if he doesn't, she will really kill him. We see Bion is determined to defeat Uziel. And such she launches multiple fireballs at him, which he dodges barely. And another one he dodges by ducking. As he notices the damage and explosion it causes behind him. He notes that even if he dodges with blink, the radius of the attack is too broad. He wonders what should he do, and suddenly hears a sound. It's the sound of the field again acting up, which he takes advantage of. And he immediately uses blink to escape the blast and take cover behind one of the tree. He realizes that he was lucky, but it is going to be harder next time. And even if he gets close to her, the flame surrounding her body will explode the moment he gets near. And he knows since he lost many PvPs against fire class mages. Knowing that she is much stronger than one would expect. He comes out while thinking if it was a flat land, he would have lost in a minute. More like, it wouldn't even be a valid fight. And we see many flaming arrows are coming towards him, as he grips the point sticks tightly. And even then he just does not intend to sit and do nothing. And hence, he rushes in right inside the flames. As the flaming arrows are coming towards him, he observes them closely. The arrows becomes a shape of magic for him, and he is able to see them. And just like that he counters those flaming arrows using just only a point stick. Which shocks Bion, saying is it even possible to deflect magic using a weapon? On the other hand, Uziel's senses starts to fade, and the feeling of moving his body and facing a mage, not in a game where you play with mouse and keyboard. It's vivid, he can feel the flow of mana surging as if he will be able to grasp it with his own hands, his sixth sense that feels as familiar as sight or hearing. Seeing it, she wonders just how is it possible. In fact, since the location is full of trees, it should be much more advantageous for her, and as such she bites her lips in frustration. She states that she is going to use even stronger magic then. Uziel also notes that he cannot keep defending, he needs to use this sticks to destroy her magic shield somehow. As she is completely surrounded by flame, he goes around her, and notices an opportunity, and immediately uses blink to get close to her. She also gets surprised by it, and activates her spell as well, Lighter Crash. Though he already knows about it, it's a spell used by fire class bishops that engage in close combat. It causes a knockback for those within 2-meter radius. And he starts to smirk. Since he has experienced it tons of times, and as such he just dodges by stepping out of the circle. Which surprises Bion, and then he immediately gets back in. And he strikes upon her shield, which starts to crack, as she is in shock. Her shield breaks and it leaves her defenseless. And he sits down in front of her, telling her that he won. She blushes due to being embarrassed of defeat. Asking him, just who is he, to which he replies, just a normal student. And now he also calls her out, to come out of hiding. And that person being, Flame. She walks out, telling them that she wasn't hiding, and asks Uziel, how did he knew? He replies, it was just a feeling, though in reality it was his sixth sense skill. But Flame does not believe it, and asks him about breaking the magic barrier using training sticks. And if that was a feeling as well? With this Uziel realizes that this kind of bug was not in the novel, though he cannot tell her the truth. Hence he just tells her that it's really sturdy, and she replies, training devices has limits, you just thought you could break the magic shield using that, why do you think normal knights disappeared from this world, hearing which leaves Uziel with no response. And Flame tells her that she thought he was weird before, but asks, just who is he? Bion is also watching them with full curiosity, and Uziel thinks that it has already come to this, despite not even being a month yet. He wonders if he should reveal his identity, but it would be dangerous since Flame holds no favor for him. Hence he just tells Flame that he might look suspicious, but he is not a bad person to her. She asks its meaning, and he replies that he would want to help her, in fact. Again she is confused, wondering about Uziel's identity. And Uziel just starts to leave seeing the opportunity, telling her that he would like to talk more, but he doesn't have time. As he is leaving, he gets hit from behind by point sticks. And it's Bion who threw them, and she is also slightly taken back by it. And Uziel turns around, nagging that she should use words if she has complaints, but she replies she thought he would catch them, since he could dodge magic and traps. But Uziel knows that even his sixth sense has its limits, as its sustainment depends on his mind power, and since it's currently bottomed out, he has severe migraines right now. He asks Bion on why did she threw them, she tells him to take it since she lost. And Uziel wonders if it's her pride, but if he takes them all, his ranking would increase too much, and such he picks up only one. While smiling, he tells them to take the rest. And leaves, thinking himself as a man who shows kindness to defeated opponent, and calls himself quite cool. while both Flame and Beyond calls him an idiot and a commoner with no common sense. And at the same time, in a different location, we see the test is being watched on some big screens. As someone says, that S-class students this year are really incredible. And it's some big shots, Magic Council Elder Telix, and Blue Mage Tower Board of Directors, Jarina Eon, who both calls it worth watching and seems to be having fun. Professor Hanwell notes so many big shots are here just to watch these new students in a practical exercise, and they have to if they want to scout talent, and he is sure even other professors are watching this exercise. Suddenly Professor Hanwell notices something on the screen. He notices that how Wonriang and Ma Yuziong have met. Wonriang attacks Yuziong with a huge magic spell, but Yuziong jumps up and easily dodges using his spell. The Elder notes it's a third rank jump activated in succession, and are in shock on how is it possible at the age of 17, and Hanwell explains that a normal mage reaches third rank in his mid to late 20s, but Ma Yuziong can use it freely at only 17. The Elders are really in shock, so much that they cannot believe it, as they watch both of them fighting with 3 elements, which again shocks them. Hanwell says that most mages only have 1 element and only after a lot of training they can have 2. And having 3 or more is talent, which they both possess since birth. Suddenly they hear a sound, which shocks Hanwell. And it's a huge bird, which is a hidden boss. The bird screams and flies down to where Yuziong and Wonriang is. And both of them are quite in shock by it, though the bird simply lands in between them. And on top of it is Azel, who notices that they were in the middle of fighting, and hence she apologizes for interrupting. Hanwell notes that hidden boss is a type of hidden event that only appears once you have abilities past a certain point. They are hard to find, but even harder to defeat. And to think Azel was able to hunt it alone. Though they complain and calls it's unfortunate that she is the daughter of a traitor Grand Duke Molf, otherwise her talent would have bloomed more. Suddenly one of the Elder notices Princess Beyond, and he wonders just who is she fighting, though he notices the spell Uziel is using and is surprised by the fact that Uziel is using Blink. Countless scholars tried to control it over the hundreds of years, but everyone failed, and either died or became crippled and ended giving up. It's a spell which is absolutely impossible to control, and for there to be student who can use it as if it's his hands and feet, which gets all of them wondering just who is that boy. Professor Hanwell replies, it's Beck Uziel, a very unique student who uses Blink as his specialty. Hearing that surprises them as it's very different from the power of all other geniuses. An Elder asks, why doesn't he use his other magic and just jokes around? He could end the battle quickly if he did it. But someone else enters, saying that he is fighting seriously right now. And we learn his name, Eltman Eltwin. He tells everyone that he has been serious from the start, and calls it interesting since they all doesn't seem to notice that. He remembers that the way he fights reminds him of chivalry that once existed in the old generations. They asks, does he mean the chivalry that disappeared along with the cold weapons, and a student as young as that? Hanwell explains, by that they are talking about knights' mentality, those who still use swords within a world that uses magic. The existence of the heroes who have existed since long ago to protect the world against evil. They were said to have always fought evil with a single sword, which the Elder thinks unrealistic, but he also cannot ignore the fact that he is fighting right now by using point stick as a sword, and if that's what Eltman is feeling, who is the headmaster of the Stellar Academy, the best magic academy in the world, and a 9th rank master mage, and one of the only 10 great sages in the continent. And if that great sage is thinking that, now fast forward and the dungeon practical training has ended, and in the S-class exclusive training hall, we see Wonriang, who is thinking about his battle with Yuziong and how he doesn't feel like he won. As back then, if Azel didn't interrupted them, then he probably would have lost. Thinking about which gets him incredibly frustrated. Since that has been the case with Yuziong since the start, he always half-asses everything, but regardless, he still gets above average results. Even in the practical training, despite creating magic circles around and calculating his movements, Yuziong was still able to fend him off easily. And such he starts to doubt if he could ever reach him, and is the wall of talent really that high? But he picks himself up and states that he just needs to train more. And Princess Beyond also walks into the training center as she notices Wonriang practicing. She notices a calm guy like him sure seems quite spiteful today. Though it's not something she should be saying, as she also releases a huge fire attack right on the target. Wonriang also notices Beyond's mood, as Beyond thinks to herself that even after being yielded the point stick, she got 3rd place. Her mother was satisfied, but if she didn't got that, she would have been disappointed. as she once again angrily lashes at Uziel in her mind while firing out attacks. Which one Riang notes and wonders if something happened to her as well. And he feels that her magic seems much more accurate than earlier, but seeing how explosive her magic is, it's almost impossible to control it precisely. There is no way she could have improved so much in such short period. And Bion also, as much as she hates to agree, she realizes that Uziel's classes are quite effective. And after switching to the pun quizzes, her magic achievement has increased tremendously. Even though he is just a commoner, his grades are terrible and his personality is the worst, but she is sure that he is the only one who knows the method to supplement her weaknesses. Though despite all that, she is still quite upset. And suddenly she gets called out by her maid that the staff, Terravon, which she requested for remodeling has been completed. She asks if she should give it to Beck Uziel, and Bion tells her to do so, and just as she is leaving, Bion suddenly stops her. We see her blushing slightly as her maid asks her, "What's wrong?" Now fast forward at the second main tower. We see Bion arrives as she heard that Uziel was here, though she notes that this is the place where the research faculties are. Suddenly she wonders why did she even come here. She could have just given it to him at the training hall. If she does this, it would seem like she is following around a commoner. She blushes slightly and thinks to return back. But suddenly she gets called out by someone. And it's teacher Hammeril. She greets her as it's been a while, and Hammeril replies that it feels to her just like yesterday when she was teaching her magic at the castle. She has gotten so old, and asks what brings her here. She replies, she just had some business, but she is going back. Hammeril advises her to go back as well since it's disorderly right now, and tells her that it's hectic because some magic officials have become due to a student named Beck Uziel, hearing which surprises her. She asks about him, and Hammeril replies, since she fought him herself as well, he didn't use magic, right? Knowing that she watched her fight, she gets all down for showing her such an unsightly sight to her teacher whom she respects the most. Hammeril notices it and tells her to not blame herself, since her opponent also tried his best. Bion asks, even though he didn't use magic, and Hammeril replies, it's because of his creed. Bion is confused about it, and Hammeril explains, the headmaster who saw him fight said that he thought he was trying to revive chivalry, which disappeared many generations ago. She is surprised to hear that as that makes no sense to her. But suddenly she remembers about their fight. That he was definitely using point stick as a sword for their battle. And she wonders if that is why he wanted this magic sword as well. Getting to know this all, she also starts to feel it. Bion says that if he doesn't use magic it would give him an incredible penalty in the academy, and he would end up receiving penalty points during magic practical training and other things as well, to which Hammeril replies, it's the path he decided to walk. And praising him as incredible, the fact that he pushes himself, even after accomplishing a great achievement of Blink, which makes her think that his creed is real. Now it gets evening and we see her waiting for him. Bion wonders if he is serious about it, since if he uses chivalry in this age, everyone would mock him. And starts to feel bad about telling him to not joke around. And Uziel arrives, asking her on what she is doing here. She notices him suddenly and becomes asunder, saying that she is not here because of you, though Uziel never said she was in the first place. As she stares at him with her angry eyes. She blushes and hands him over the Terravon, and Uziel thanks her. Uziel notes that it's a shapeless sword, something expected of a $bit craftsmanship. It is unmatched. He asks if he could keep the box as well, to which she tells him to do as he wish, which irks her off. Though she suddenly calls out his name as he looks at her. And she starts to ask if he is really not going to use any other magic. He just stares at her in confusion, which embarrasses her. And suddenly she just leaves without getting an answer. And Uziel remembers that Professor Hanwell was also saying the same thing to him. That he understood his intentions and he will respect his creed or nonsense like that. Though if he just have the magic sword, he would be safe enough for the next episode, and he goes on to test it out. He arrives at the S-Class training center and takes it out. And starts to channel his mana into the sword. It grows and emits a white energy which is swirling around it. He gets really impressed by it, saying that it's better than he expected. Though he still thinks that it would be better if Flame had it. As she is quite special, even though she is a human, she can use elf, dwarf, and angel magic. Since the staff cannot be used by anyone, as it continuously absorbs the user's mana, and Flame recovers it using the energy of nature and uses this wand as her lethal move. But for him, he doesn't have mana to begin with, though his body is continuously absorbing it, he cannot accumulate it, and is expelled due to the mana revelation delay physique, so the concentration of mana within his breathing is used as Terravon's output. And just like that, he starts to check his status window. And thanks to getting 5th plane, his strength has also increased a bit. And now with a weapon he can increase it directly instead of relying on XP, as he states that he would get bust since he needs to practice with his sword. Fast forward, and magic defense lecturer, Virion, is going to be teaching them some actual proper magic. He checks upon the students practicing magic shield. Noting there are quite a lot of talented students, and it was good that he lined them up according to their rank, though suddenly he notices something. It's Uziel, whom he calls the infamous S-class student. The commoner S-class student, who resonated with upper middle-class staff and got placed 5th in dungeon practical training. He states that he really dislikes him and asks him, why is he just standing? And Uziel makes an excuse that he is learning a different defense technique so he doesn't need to learn basic magic. It pisses him off as he tells Uziel that he is curious about it, and thinks of him as arrogant, and he would have understood if he was learning some succession magic like Princess, but he is just a commoner. And he remembers that he heard he cannot use any magic other than blink as well. He asks Uziel to demonstrate his incredible defense technique to other students. And his opponent would be Morso from B class. And Morso starts to grin with bad intentions. Professor notes that connections are important to him, as Morso is from Scalvan Empire. It would be helpful to give him a good impression of himself, especially if he could perform against an S-class student. Uziel agrees to the duel and they both stand on top of a platform. The other student starts to cheer for Morso to beat and humiliate him publicly. And Uziel notes that they are part of Uslek and Raiden's group. Though he also considers a good opportunity since it's a mandatory class and he cannot do anything since he can't use magic. And he notices Virion smiling and remembering that he has been notorious since the first episode. Uziel also smiles and decides to test the result of his training. Professor explains the rules to be based on attack and defense turns and no magic to be used outside of them. And the first turn is given to Morso. Students comments that Morso will win since he has learned a defensive type Earth class magic which is hard to defend against. We see Jeremy is also there, smiling. And the professor initiates the duel and Morso immediately uses his magic to lift a boulder. Everyone is surprised to see him using a second rank magic since only first rank is allowed during a basic magic practical, wondering if Uziel would be okay. He sends the attack towards Uziel. But Uziel readies his sword and cuts the stone in half. And the magic completely gets erased, which surprises Professor, though Jeremy looks quite unfazed by it. As Morso is shocked upon seeing his magic just disappear like that. Students notes that he cut the magic with his sword but wonders if it makes the magic disappears. Professor notes that it makes no sense for it to disappear with a slash, but Uziel definitely erased his magic. All the magic has path of mana, and if you accurately cut that, the magic will extinguish. Which gets him thinking, if Uziel really do that. On the other hand, Uziel notes that his sword is better than he thought, though he can barely cut a third-rank magic as of now, but it was good he spent all day training with it. And with this it might be doable. Morso is incredibly flustered by the fact he cut his magic and the professor thinks it would be annoying for him if Morso loses here. He then tells Uziel his technique is good, but there is a limit to hitting everything one by one. For example, if too many attacks comes towards him, which gives Morso the hint. And just like that, Morso charges up multiple attacks at once. As everyone notes that it's too much, and wonders why is Professor not stopping the duel. Morso smiles with confidence that this attack will end things for sure. As he fires those multiple projectiles right towards Uziel. Uziel counts 11 stones are coming at him, and if he cannot blink or slice them, then there is only option left. And that is to block all of them. Seeing it, completely shocks him as that was his strongest spell and was blocked so easily. Professor also starts to get agitated since Morso isn't able to do anything. While Uziel was just trying out a technique he saw in a game which is called panning. But Terravon has disadvantage of requiring a lot of mind power which quickly causes his stamina to fall, and since the defensive power is weaker than blocking a singe item, it's difficult to use in actual fight. But he is relieved that this is just a duel. As the student starts to comment about Morso losing and how impressive Uziel's defensive technique is, Morso starts to lose it. He gets really pissed at Uziel for embarrassing him like this in front of everyone. Though everyone notes that he is still attacking despite his attack turn being over, and the professor also isn't stopping. Morso shouts at Uziel that he won't let him go this time. But suddenly someone calls the professor out. And we see it's Jeremy, who is simply smiling as the professor asks him on what's wrong. He asks him on why is he not giving Uziel his attack turn, which leaves him speechless. The professor sees the gaze of students criticizing him and telling him that he has no right to be a teacher. And he realizes that he went too far since he was too focused on the duel. Though just as he decides to change the turn, he looks to the duel and is shocked. Uziel is standing with his sword pointed at Morso, and has won. Jeremy smiles as well, and other students comments that Uziel is more impressive than they thought. Though suddenly Jeremy's smile turns into an evil grin. Now fast forward, we hear someone grunting from being beaten and asking for forgiveness. We see it's Morso who is being beaten and Jeremy who is beating him. He calls her assistant, telling her to take a look at his friend, since he seems quite sad. His assistant notes him calling Morso his friend and not his loyal subject. Within the Scalvan Empire, where the heir to the throne is decided solely by magic ability, Crown Prince Jeremy Scalvan obtained the role of Crown Prince after beating his brothers at the age of 12. The fact that he is not his loyal subject means that his family has been thrown out of the political world. And that it's not just Morso, since he also caught Jeremy's eyes, that commoner Beck Uziel won't have a comfortable school life either. Now we switch scenes to another class, as students are talking about Uziel being all about chivalry, calling him desperate for attention and the fact that he beaten Morso of Scalvan Empire even though they are quite famous there. We see Flame is also there, who is pissed again hearing about Uziel, as wherever she goes it's just him, though it's not like she wants attention, she just does not like this for some reason. Now it's Professor Maizen Terran, who tells everyone to focus, since alchemy requires measurement and timing as well as perfect temperature control. And today they will be practicing Tyran Fatigue Recovery Potion, annoying Flame, since one misstep will make everything go wrong. Though Flame tries to avoid alchemy since it's difficult, and we see Professor Maizen is scolding one of her students for a slight mistake. With Flame noting that one day she will become blackened and unruly, and in order to prepare for that, she is taking these classes. Though she suddenly hears an evil chuckle from besides her. And she is shocked to see it's Uziel. At first she thought he took the classes to get close to Azel, but later calls him a pervert simply. Fast forward and Flame is finally finished with her assignment, thanks to the fact that her academic achievement is high. And she quickly tries to observe on what Azel is doing. And she notes that she is decently good. But just then she realizes something. In the original novel, Azel comes across Marella's magic engineering notes. And with that she created high-rank compatible good to the Terran Fatigue Recover Potion in class. Which gets Flame thinking on why is Azel making it normally. Suddenly he overhears Professor scolding Uziel for changing the ingredients. As he is arguing with the teacher about it being better than her solution. Seeing it all unfold shocks Flame. Since he made the quality potion that Azel was supposed to make. Flame notices it to be strange. Wondering how was Uziel able to make the quality of potion that Azel was supposed to make like in the novel. And Professor Maizen calls Uziel out for his bad attitude and mocks him for being a commoner due to his behavior. And Flame again takes notice of that. Since in the original novel the line was supposed to be, "This is why your family fell." And those words deeply impacted and traumatized Azel, who lost her family, and they bothered her until she finished making the potion. But she assumes, what if Beck Uziel knew about it and did this on purpose, to get on the bad side of the professor, and help protect Azel from that? Though she notes that Professor Maizen has quite the influence in Stella, if someone gets on her bad side, there will be after effects on your other classes as well, as she starts to wonder just what is with him, and she wonders, why would he go that far for her? Professor Maizen starts to shout at Uziel due to not finding his tone of voice appropriate, and tells him to bring his parents immediately. And Uziel thinks that he completely forgot about this annoying development since he was too focused on the alchemy, and he tells her that he does not have parents. As the professor is still angry, Uziel thinks there is nothing he can do now, since he is already on her bad side. Though he does remember something, and that is to make kimchi potion and a cola potion tomorrow. Now a few weeks has passed, and Uziel's name is being shouted as everyone is watching. Again it's Professor Maizen, who scolds him, that despite saying repeatedly he is still using ingredients that she haven't taught them yet, but Uziel tells her that he is creating better results by slightly altering her compositions. She gets pissed hearing that, and Uziel uses his bulbul glasses. He sees her information, and we see there is dark demonic erosion progress in her status, which is currently at 21%. Yuzhen notes that it is going just as he planned. In the episode 8, Dark Demonic Erosion boss, Maizen Tyran, she is unable to defeat her dark emotions and undergoes dark demonification, becoming one of the villains. Once her dark demon erosion reaches 90%, she completely becomes a dark demonic human, but while her erosion progress is under 50%, it's impossible to find out through magic. Current it's at 21%, and such he cannot report or prove that she is a dark demonic human, so he needs to continuously provoke her, and once it passes 50%, he would call in the Dark Demon Assassination Squad. For a typical dark demon erosion, there would have been a way to overturn it before she completely underwent dark demonification, but she is a dark demon contractor who underwent a contract with a dark demonic human of her own will. The dark demonic human seeds are already blossoming inside of her, so it's impossible to reverse. And the 4th episode hasn't even started yet, and since she is a strong boss, he needs to be prepared. If he doesn't, she will turn other students into dark demonic humans and threaten Stellar Academy. Professor Maizen leaves, complaining about his bad attitude and warning him that he shouldn't expect to receive any good marks in her subject. And Uziel thinks of it as better, since there won't be additional damage if he receives the attention. Though fast forward, and he gets a shock since the practical exam is a group project. As the other students are worried and Azel is silent. And Uziel notices the atmosphere, and begins his introductions. They all also introduces themselves. Liwan is worried as he thinks that this group is done for, since Professor Maizen always gives bad marks to students she dislikes and for which Uziel feels sorry about them. Azel steps up, saying that they cannot give up like this even then. She explains that the practical exam is assessed by at least 3 alchemists from the alchemy castle, that means Professor Maizen cannot ruin their grades by herself. Hearing that, they get a bit relieved and cheer up. Uziel also smiles looking at Azel, but she ignores him and turns her face away. She explains the assignment, which is to make D-Vitality Potion, which won't be hard to make if they combine their knowledge, but they need to gather ingredients for it as well. She asks on who could gather the tail of the fire lizard, and Uziel agrees to get it. She tells him that the monster corpse is the most important part, hope he knows that, and to only select something fresh, to which he replies, he does. Since Uziel looks confident, Azel decides to leave it up to him. And Uziel smirks, thinking that he will dropship the fire lizard here. Now we switch scenes and Professor Maizen is meeting a student whom she called. She hands him over a note and tells him to give this to the C Group first-year alchemy students. Other than Team 12, that is. As the student agrees, she gives off a confident smirk. Since the alchemy practical exam is done in front of the alchemy castle's official alchemist, if he shows his pathetic sight in front of them, his career in alchemy would be over. As she states that she will teach Uziel on what happens when a student goes against a professor. Now at the S-class training hall, someone calls out to Flame. The student hands her over the note, which Professor Maizen gave him, which is the alchemy announcement, and informs her to not tell other students, and Professor said that she would understand what she meant by that. And Flame understands she means Team 12 with Beck Uziel. She thinks to do something about it, not listening to the professor. But she suddenly thinks of something. If Uziel knows the novel, he will be prepared for the incident. And he will prepare not the tail of a fire lizard, but italic spider scales needed for the Terran Point potion. As this will be her perfect chance to test Uziel. Now fast forward and we see Uziel is using a barrier to move to Derivel Stadium and getting all dizzy due to it. And there, a lady greets him by welcoming him to Derivel. He informs her that he is not an official mage, just a cadet, and she replies, even a cadet of Stellar Academy is worth of the same treatment as an official mage. As everyone around him are also watching in surprise and being jealous of him, since they have never even seen its uniform. She asks if he needs any help, he could let her know, and Uziel leaves thanking her. Uziel notes that as long as he have a pass and a stellar pocket watch, he would get treated as an official mage, no matter where he goes, which is sure nice, and he can even use Warp Gate, which costs 100,000 credits for free. Thanks to which, he has been going around the city every week and has confirmed that the information he has is mostly the same. Now he tries to search for his monsters for the ingredients. The fire lizard, which is known to have a risk of level 2, although its stamina and power are stronger than most beasts, you have to use at least rank 2nd magic to catch one due to its magic resistance and quick movements. And he was testing it out by catching risk level 1 monsters, and they were quite easy, and such he thinks that he could handle a level 2 risk monster as well. Suddenly he hears a sound from behind him, and notes that the monster is here, and prepares his sword. He is standing ready, and the monster is also watching him. It suddenly attacks Uziel from behind, and he uses his sixth sense to detect him, and turns back and stabs the monster right through. And with that he finally gets one, but he hears another sound, as many more starts to come out from the bushes. Though Uziel smiles in confidence and gets ready, he rushes towards them, while stating that it's time to collect some ingredients. Fast forward and we see Azel is quite surprised seeing the ingredient being super fresh, as she praises him for having an eye for ingredients. She states that the only thing they have to do now is to make it perfectly, as Professor Maizen asks if everyone is ready, and explains that today's exam will be carried out in front of the alchemist from Alchemy Castle, and if they do well, it would helpful for their career as an alchemist. She tells them to begin, and the subject will be the Terran Point Potion Type B, which surprises Uziel and his team, as Professor asks if they got the ingredients ready for it. Azel speaks up that they thought the exam was on the D Vitality Potion. Professor Maizen replies that she did send out an announcement that it was changed to Terran Point Potion, as she tries to verify it by asking the other students who are left speechless due to her fear. Uziel wonders if this is how she is going to play it. For him it does not matter, but it will be tough if the others also fail because of him in this exam. He wonders if it's the part of original novel, while Flame is looking back at him. And when he notices her, she quickly looks in front again. And Flame wonders just what happened, and didn't he knew about the novel, then why is he unable to prevent this from happening? Professor Maizen asks Azel if they prepared the wrong ingredients, and Azel is unable to speak up, hence Professor Maizen mocks them for forgetting the goal of an alchemist, and mix up the ingredients. She gets an evil grin and is about to disqualify their team, but suddenly someone tells her to wait. And it's Uziel, who asks if they just have to make a Terran Point Potion, which confuses Professor Maizen. And he states that they will make it, and one with higher efficacy than hers, using different ingredients than her as well, which surprises Professor Maizen. Something which he has always done. The alchemist from the tower starts to whisper among themselves and Professor Maizen chuckles. She thinks the core ingredient for the Terran Point Potion is the italic spider scales. The italic spider scales have vast amount of nutrients. And the Terran Point Potion is the thermal supplement created with that as the foundation. But he is going to make a thermal supplement using the tail of fire lizard. This is even better for me. She gives them the green light and the time limit of 1 hour to make it. His team asks him if he is crazy and that it wouldn't work like this. He replies that there is no choice but to try since it has come to this, and tells them to trust him, since it's better to try something than to get disqualified like this. And hearing that, they all cheer up and gets ready to try making it. Uziel smiles and starts to explain them the process. Alchemy was one of Uziel's main interest when he was playing the game, and he has recorded each and every recipe, and of course among them was a recipe for Terran Point Potion Type B. At first, he didn't plan to do this recipe since it was going to be a recipe that Professor Maizen invented in the future. Uziel starts explaining the reason the italic spider scales have a lot of nutrients is so that it can hatch eggs. And it has a similar feature as the tail of a fire lizard, this blood vessel. The Aleka tribe in the southern desert is said to use this blood vessels to improve the health of their leaders. Using it also results in a longer life expectancy, so they can use this instead. Liwan tells them he have some knowledge about this, so he can take this process on. Uziel continues, this spike mulberry mistletoe should be dehydrated using the desert style of mana release, and asks if anyone knows how to do that, and Sahun replies, he has learned about it with his dad before, so he would be able to do it in 5 minutes. And another part of the process, Azel raises her hand to take care of it. And hence they all start to make the potion. Looking at them, Uziel thinks that they all are better than he expected. Fast forward and Professor Maizen is surprised to see the potion actually being completed, as Uziel introduces it as the Terran Point Potion Type B. The alchemist behind them are unable to believe that children could do that. Professor Maizen starts to get nervous about it, since it's a potion she spent countless years inventing, and does not believe that they could actually complete it so easily. The alchemist comes forward to check it. As he starts to examine it, he is quite shocked. The other alchemist asks his thoughts, and he replies, though it's incomplete, and there were a bit too many ingredients added. This potion is much more effective than Professor Maizen's. The alchemists are really impressed, and compliments them for possessing such unique knowledge. While Professor Maizen is pissed. She snatches it from their hand to check it herself. And is surprised as well, and notes her technique that uses a monster's nutrients to replace a human's vitality has definitely been applied here. and that this is clearly a perfect potion, though she is still in denial and wonders how could they create a result better than her potion right on the spot. But she realizes that she is the one who would give grades in the end, and can just disqualify them for missing ingredients. Just as she is about to disqualify them, the alchemist speaks up that even an A+ score wouldn't be enough for Team 12, and asks Professor Mason's opinion. And we see her completely pissed at the alchemists as well, and hence is forced to pass their team. And they all get cheered up and excited about it. While they are leaving, Professor Maizen is beaming with a dark aura, as she warns Uziel to just wait for her. Now we switch scene to S-Class Training Center, where Flame has finally finished up his training. Suddenly he overhears Huang and her friends consoling her and cheering her that she is doing better than the princess. Flame notices her as well as the genius fire class mage whom she heard about. They talk about beyond scary growth speed, and that even though she practices for years, princess already, and that soon she will surpass her in control as well, which shocks Flame, since Beyond's control should start to develop in the second year only. She wonders if this is also due to Beck Uziel. Flame notes that the practical exam was strange as well, since the Tyron Point Potion Type B was a recipe that future Azel was supposed to find, which Professor Maizen would steal and complete. She questions on how is that Uziel knows the recipe that didn't even appear in the original novel, but it seems that he didn't knew about the incident that was going to happen. Suddenly she realizes something, as he knows about the future but does not know the original novel. She assumes that perhaps he is not a possessor but a regressor? It would make sense if he was someone who came from the future. He may know things about the future, but not the small incidents that occurred to Azel. And in the original novel, Ma Yuziong did once obtain the opportunity to regress. The sole being with the power of time in this world, the 11th moon of the Silver Age, with that being's power. Suddenly someone comes along and asks Flame on what's wrong? And we see it's Wan Riang. Considering it a good timing, Flame asks him about Uziel and what does he think about him, and he replies that all he thinks is that he is a strange student. Flame asks if he does not feel anything else, to which he replies, not particularly. She gets frustrated and Wan Riang asks if she is bothered by Uziel. She replies that she does. And Wan Riang hesitantly replies, I see, and Flame thinks it's due to that it seems he also knows about the original novel just like she does. And Flame suddenly says, but this won't do, confusing Wan Riang, and Flame adds, whining like this does not match her personality. She tells Wan Riang that she is going to confide her thoughts to Beck Uziel, hearing which surprises Wan Riang for some reason. And as he is standing in shock, Flame starts to leave, thanking Wan Riang for hearing her out today. He also waves her goodbye, though he seems quite bothered and sad about what she told him. Now on to the next day, we see Beck Uziel sitting in the cafeteria thinking something. He wonders, now what, as currently, Maizen Terran's Dark Demon Erosion's progress is at 37%, that means that the incident will take place within 3 months. Maizen's Dark Demon Erosion randomly affects one student. And there are 3 candidates for it, Flame's friend, Jackie, Hong Beyond's clique member, Huang, and Full Moon Tower's heir, Wan Riang. And if Wan Riang gets involved, it's the worst case scenario. But you had to be especially careful of Wan Riang's Dark Demon Erosion, because it almost always meant a bad ending. As he is thinking who is going to be the most likely candidate of the 3, he encounters someone on the way. And we see it's Flame, who seems to be here to ask Uziel something. She asks him for his real identity, and Uziel replies, what is she suddenly saying? Flame replies that he did not answer her properly last time about his identity. Uziel thinks that it's getting difficult for him, as she is again asking the same question like before. He thinks telling Flame the truth and obtaining information from her might actually help them both to get the true ending. This makes Uziel wonders, since he has nothing to lose, should he just tell her the truth? We see Uziel is about to reveal his identity to her. But suddenly, he gets bombarded with red alert notifications that he lacks narrative power, and to not reveal the fact that he is a possessor to the relevant character, and do not share the information and knowledge that he has with the relevant character. It starts to drive him nuts, noting that in the end, this is how it's going to go. He tells Flame that they can do something else, since they both have secrets they don't want to reveal to each other, each can simply tell half of it. Flame agrees with his suggestion and replies, fine. Uziel gets relieved hearing her answer, and Flame goes first and asks that he knows the future, doesn't he? Hearing which, Uziel thinks he only told her to say half of it, why is she accelerating to that already? And he replies that the fact she is asking that question must mean she also does, and he asks her, what is she trying to achieve by going to this school? Flame replies, to move the world in a different direction where it doesn't collapse, as the world is unstable. Hearing her answer, Uziel gets relieved again, though he cannot figure if she is telling the truth or not, and once again, it's Flame's turn again to ask the question. She asks him, why is he acting like that, and Uziel thinks, what does she mean by, like that? He decides to speak vaguely, and replies, just because he thinks that doing this is for the best, which surprises Flame a bit. Uziel thinks that saying this much should be enough. But suddenly, she tells him loudly to not lie, which surprises and confuses Uziel, and Flame continues and asks, how can someone be that kind? And that he definitely have some kind of goal, or something that he wants, but Uziel replies, there isn't. She is surprised hearing that, and Uziel says, that even if she asks that there is something he wants, he is not sure, and Flames asks, what does he mean by, not sure? Uziel then replies, that he simply wants to live, hearing which she gets shocked. She suddenly apologizes and says, that she overstepped, and Uziel wonders, if this is it. She starts crying and leaves, while saying that she will go first, and Uziel tries to stop her and thinks, that it's his turn to ask the question, and why is she crying right now? Suddenly, someone calls out his name from behind. And we see it's Wonriang, who is quite angry at him. He questions Uziel, why did Flame go back crying? And if he answers wrong, he won't let him be. Uziel gets scared, because the rival of the world's strongest person is glaring at him, and he totally forgot about the fact that how Wonriang had an unrequited crush on Flame. And if he has a misunderstanding here, it would be tough. As such, Uziel decides to tell him clearly, and replies, that nothing happened with Flame, and why is he asking him that? But Wonriang says, does he really think he would believe that? But Uziel once again reaffirms, that nothing did, and it's especially not something like what he is thinking, so he shouldn't worry, while thinking, that it should be enough. Wonriang seems a bit hesitant despite it, but chooses to believe him and apologizes for asking something pointless, and Uziel tells him that there is no need for it. Wonriang leaves telling Uziel goodbye. Uziel is quite confused by his behavior, as he was not that kind of character originally. He was calm and cold, yet he is showing such an unstable self, and this all makes Uziel feels that something is uneasy. Now at night, at Azel's dorm, she seems to be unable to focus on her studies today for some reason. She remembers the alchemy class, when she went to Uziel to ask about something from him. She asks, if that mixing method that he used earlier something that he came up with on the spot, and he replies, that the first part was, which shocks her, as she simply replies, I see. She thinks that she always considered herself a genius, so she thought that if she kept going, she could beat that woman. At least that is what she believed, but right now, she gets frustrated and wonders, what is she right now, and at this rate, she would never be able to avenge her father. The dirty and mucky Adolabits, who framed her father as a traitor and caused his death, and in order to get revenge on them. But suddenly, she slaps herself on the face, saying that she cannot just let this be, and that she needs to work harder. Now we switch scenes to Flame's room in the girls' dorm. She is trying to sleep, but is being disturbed by the noises in her room and thinks that she chose a 4-person room because she liked the bustle, but if she knew it'd be like this, she would have just chosen an S-class exclusive 1-person room. She opens her eyes and think about her conversation she had with Uziel, remembering that he definitely said that he didn't had a goal, and that's the evidence that he regressed, there is no doubt to it. And in the last part of the original novel, the 11th moon of the Silver Age says this to Ma Yuziong, he can turn back time, but as the price, he will lose most of his memories, and after completing his mission, his existence will cease to be. And no one will remember that he saved the world, and even those whom he loved will come to forget about him. After saying all this, the 11th moon asks him if he still wants to turn back and walk those steps again. Yuziong smiles and replies, if that's his fate. But it was Azel who stopped him from doing that, as we can see her arriving in hurry and telling Yuziong to wait. And says, rather than living in a world without him, she'd rather go to ruin while remembering him. And we see them both hugging, while saying, let's go together. Convinced by her, he gives up on regressing, and so the world was destroyed, and the epilogue ended. Flame then gets up, and thinks, if this world is a different story from the original novel, and it was Baek Uziel who used the 11th moon of the Silver Age's power to regress. After fulfilling his mission, Baek Uziel will disappear, and his existence will be completely erased from this world. But the one who should have lost most of his memories, and only has his mission, said that he wants to live. She grabs her sheets, while deciding to do something if it turns out to be true. Suddenly someone barges in on her, and we see it's Jackie, who tells Flame that Wonriang has come for her, and that he is waiting on the first floor of the dorm, but Flame gets back to sleep, telling Jackie to tell Wonriang that she is not here. Jackie is hesitant in doing that, and Flame doesn't care and tells her that she is going to sleep. Seeing her reaction to all this, Jackie seems irritated and nervous. On the first floor of the dorm, we see Wonriang patiently waiting for Flame to arrive. And instead of Flame, Jackie arrives and calls out his name while blushing slightly. As Wonriang turns back, Jackie seems quite happy, but much to her despair, Wonriang asks her, "Who is she?" She is shocked upon hearing that, and asks, "What?" But Wonriang ignores it and asks her, "Where is Flame?" and she replies that she is sick and hence, sleeping. Wonriang wonders if she is feeling down just because she confessed and got rejected by a flunk-out student. As such, he leaves while telling Jackie that he would be back later. As he is leaving, we can see Jackie's expression turn to despair, as she reveals that she likes him this much, yet he doesn't even remember her name. Jackie thinks that it's always been this way, outstanding ability, having everyone's attention. The person who always had everything was Flame. Even Wonriang's heart. We see a hint of darkness clouding her heart, as she clenches her fist and calls it all so annoying. Now fast forward in the morning, at the first main tower. We see someone scolding Professor Maizen as she was embarrassed by a student, and she replies that she is ashamed for that. The person turns out to be the vice principal of Stellar Academy, Akahayden, as he tells Professor Maizen that she should be aware that there are high expectations for her. He asks her if the research on the random sequence convergence technique that she is conducting with the Moon Shadow Order doctors progressing well, and she replies, of course, and that she will not disappoint him. He pats her on her shoulder while saying that he trusts her, and she happily replies to leave it to her. But as she is leaving, the vice principal calls her an idiot, as she doesn't even know that she is being used and is completely blinded by glory. He gives of an evil smile, while saying that it's laughable. A magic warrior who is meant to fight against dark demonic humans is performing research for a dark demonic human, and he cannot wait for the day when alchemic magic engineering is complete. We now switch scenes to some girl who is carrying a huge stack of paper while saying that she is unable to see. But we see Uziel comes around and takes half of the stack, while asking her if she is okay. As they both deliver the paper, she thanks him, saying that if it weren't for him, she would have gotten in trouble with Professor Maizen again, and he replies, "It's nothing." But as Uziel looks around the place, he notices that it's a complete chaos here. Suddenly his eyes notices some kind of diagram and information on the board. She tells Uziel that it's the formula that Professor Maizen is researching with the doctors, and she thinks it's the random sequence convergence technique, hearing which shocks Uziel. As he wonders if this is that random sequence convergence technique, the first formula of alchemic magic engineering, the random sequence convergence technique. In Professor Maizen's Blackening episode, the dark demonic humans and Maizen work together to complete this technique. As a result, the difference in technical skills leads to incredible damage. But after Altalicia appears, the situation changes. And it all makes Uziel wonders, what if she is to solve this technique before the dark demonic humans? As such, he calls her out, and she asks if he wants some coffee. But Uziel replies that it's not that, and asks, doesn't Professor Maizen bothers her and gets annoyed at her all the time, and she replies, why is he asking that all of a sudden? Uziel replies, and asks her, what if there is a very refreshing way to get revenge? Altalicia gets hesitant and replies, she is just an assistant, how could she get revenge, and she would be fired and would then have to live on the streets. Uziel then tells her an alternative, and tells her to become a better alchemist than Professor Maizen, hearing which, she gets confused. He gets up close to her and says that this way, no one will be able to look down on her anymore. Hearing which, she starts to mellow down on the idea, saying, if that happens, it would be so nice. Uziel notes that Altalicia is already tired, there is no way she'd be satisfied by doing Maizen's dirty work in a dusty storage room. Altalicia has a dream to become an alchemist and make all sorts of inventions, and she has the talent to make the dream come true as well. And that's because she will one day become this generation's greatest genius alchemist, who will create countless items with her genius brain and innovative thinking. Though, of course, she has been discouraged by reality so far and had to put it away, but he decides to make sure that her dreams come true. After Stella's first round of exams ended, Uziel went to meet Altalicia regularly. We see Altalicia being much more happy and excited than before, as she discusses her ideas with Uziel about wanting to add a function where you can change the color of a pen with press of a button. Uziel suggests her try adding an eraser to it as well, while she is at it, and she replies, it would be like a mechanical pencil, and that's a good idea. Uziel notes that her inventions are increasing smoothly, but her formulaic solutions are still lacking. As such, Uziel tries to think of a way to lead Altalicia to the answer before Maizen Tiran reaches it, though it's not going to be easy. Suddenly, someone calls Uziel out, asking, what is he spacing out for, and refers to him as an old man. And we see it's Flame, who tells Uziel that if he goes around like that, he would bump into something. Uziel asks her, who is she referring to an old man as, and she replies that it's him obviously. Uziel gets annoyed hearing that, especially since he never even told her his age, though he notes that she does speak to him more frequently than before. As such, he tells Flame that she met him on a good timing. He asks her if she knows her friend, Jackie, and hearing that name, Flame gets annoyed. She suddenly turns away in disgust and tells Uziel that it's a crime, but Uziel gets pissed and says that he haven't even said anything yet. Uziel tells Flame to keep an eye on her, as she might not be in good condition right now, and thinks that if she is influenced by the dark demon erosion, she would be in a very unstable state. Flame replies that she does not get why is he telling her to do that, but she is going hunting with her during the weekend, so she would watch her then, and Uziel thanks her for this. And from hunting season, Uziel remembers the place that they will be going to, calling it quite obvious. It is the location where the 4th episode will begin, Martivis Cemetery. All of the main characters, including Ma Yuziong, Azel, and Flame are involved in it. It's a huge battle where a 5th-class necromancer appears, though of course, he doesn't plan to intervene in the story, but earning the hidden reward there will be helpful in the familiar contract ceremony. Fast forward, and we see him handing over his leave pass to the instructor. He looks at the reason, which says training, and tells Uziel that it's not like he can learn swordsmanship or chivalry at Stella, hearing which confuses him, and the instructor tells him that it's nothing. Suddenly, Uziel notices Ma Yuziong's leave request on the table. Seeing it, he decides to sound it out, just in case. As such, he comments how there are a lot of students requesting leaves to go hunt. An instructor replies, they are all going to Martivis Cemetery for club activities, probably to try and win points. Uziel then comments how Ma Yuziong and how Wan Riang both have such high marks, but still are so diligent, and the instructor corrects him that Ma Yuziong is not going there, but he said that he is going home. And how Wan Riang is going with Flame. Hearing this surprises Uziel, as he notes that they won't be able to defeat the necromancer's attack without Yuziong. Though he don't know what's gotten into Yuziong, who would never go home without a specific incident, but what is for sure is that the current members will never be able to beat a 5th-class necromancer. He wonders what should he do, as he won't be able to request support without any concrete evidence, and he won't be able to tell them the proper info because of narrative power. But he also cannot let them die, leaving him with no choice. He decides to take matters into his own hands, and says that he would have to solve this matter himself. Now a few days later, at Martivis Cemetery, we see a second-year student killing a predict fish with a risk of level 2, needing only a single blow, and the guy is introduced as Doc Cholkwang. Someone suddenly shouts at him from behind, calling him an idiot and asking how can he just destroy everything. And he has to follow his orders. This guy is also a second-year student, Kasif Derek. They both start to bicker with each other. Meanwhile, we see a second-year girl with Azel, Bandion, who tells Kasif to leave him be, as speaking to him will just be tiring to himself. She turns towards Azel and tells her that she don't need to worry about those kind of guys, and she replies, okay. And behind them, both of them gets pissed, saying that they can hear what they are saying. Bandion argues with them, and Azel looks over them while thinking that she came because they said they had an empty seat in the club that was allowed special leaves, and they don't seem to be bad people, which is a relief. Dion then tells Azel to let's go. And right as they are leaving, an explosion occurs right behind them, and Dion wonders, where did that came from? Cholkwang notes that someone is fighting passionately nearby. Dion says that it won't be good if their hunting grounds overlap, so they should go greet them, and Kasif agrees with her. As they all arrive at their hunting ground, Azel notices something and is a bit surprised. And we see Flame and Hong Bion facing off against each other. Azel wonders what are they doing over there. We hear them both argue about the predit fish, and who shot it down first, as Bion tells Flame that she shot down these big predit fish first. Flame calls it bullshit and replies that it's the area they are hunting in, so it's theirs, and Azel notes that it's indeed a big predit fish. They have a risk of level 3 and she heard they are also hard to discover, so perhaps they are in a fight to raise more points, and getting involved with them will make things tumultuous. And she also don't want to meet the younger sister of the enemy who killed her father in the first place. And right as Azel thinks to leave quickly, Kasif goes to Beyond and Flame to mend things up, as he tells them to not fight and express their concern to him, as he is their senior, but they both tell him to shut up and continue on his way. Kasif gets pissed and asks them, what did they just say to their senior, and Beyond tells him to act like one if he is a senior. Suddenly they feel the ground trembling and Flames realizes it from the energy, and we see a skeleton hand coming out of the ground. Everyone is shocked seeing what is happening, as Flame lets out an audible, "No way" in shock. And we see tons of skeletons rising from the ground. Meanwhile on the same cemetery, we see Uziel is there and hunting, wishing that he wanted to use magic too. And wonders why did he got stuck with Blink of all things. We see him going around the cemetery, looking for something while saying that he should come across it soon. And finally after walking around for a bit, he finds the place he was looking for. Uziel thinks that he does not have any OP skill or overwhelming power to sweep the skeleton army away like Ma Yuziong does, so there is only one way for him to survive here. And he needs to fight in a way only a player can, as the ground starts trembling around him as well. We see a notification coming up that the episode 4, Necromancer's attack has begun. We see at the grave where Uziel is standing, the skeleton general who commands hundreds of skeleton comes out. He notes that there are only 3 of these semi-boss ranked monster skeleton generals in this episode, and he would die immediately if he were to fight them normally with his current ability. Though of course, he doesn't plan to face them normally either. As we see Uziel pushing the skeleton back in the grave where he came from, while telling him to go back in, and even the skeleton general is confused. Uziel thinks that it's the golden rule to just watch when a monster is transformed or being summoned, but ignoring it won't help with defeating it. Fast forward and we see Uziel succeeding in his plan and acquiring the spine staff. And with this, the right of command given to Skeleton General will become his. And after getting this, Uziel decides to head off to save everyone. Back to everyone else, we see they are surrounded by a bunch of skeletons. Flame also forgot that this was the Necromancer episode, but she finds something strange. As in her memory, it was Ma Yuziong who resolved this episode, but she questions, why is Azel with those people, and where did Ma Yuziong went? Due to this, she wonders if they would have to face a 5th-class necromancer with these members. Wan Riang tells Flame that he has sent a request to Stellar Academy through his pocket watch, they just have to face and hold the skeletons until then. Chul Kwang says that the professors of Stellar will come if they can hold on a bit longer, and Daeon comments that even if they cannot defeat the necromancer, they would still be able to escape. Beyond tells them that it's not the time to be talking about that. Because this is a cemetery, the longer they wait, the more skeletons will appear, they need to hurry and return to the base camp. We see the skeletons closing in on Jackie, who is quite scared of them, and when they attack her, we see someone shoots a water spell on them and saves Jackie. It turns out to be Azel, who asks Jackie if she is okay. Chul Kwang is impressed by her and calls her pretty good, and Azel tells him that this necromancer must be thoroughly prepared, and she thinks that there is a high possibility that they created a pose vessel. A pose vessel is a technique for a necromancer to continuously inject and store one's mana. Even necromancers have a limit to their mana, and if they were to normally summon skeletons, they'd be tired after summoning a dozen 3rd to 4th class skeletons, but she finds it quite surprising that he was able to seize a domain this large. Chul Kwang notices that more and more skeletons are gathering, and thinks that this was probably planned a long time in advance. And he wonders if they are trying to kill them and make them into mage skeletons. Kasif thinks that since he is the leader, he needs to show them something here. He plans to use strong magic and sweep them away in one blow. But suddenly, one of the skeleton grabs his leg while he is charging his spell. But Chul Kwang saves him by smacking the skeleton right on his face and pushing Kasif away. But Chul Kwang notices his mistake that Kasif was in mid-cast, and hence, his spell starts to rebound and Kasif tells everyone to duck. Everyone also notices the rebound and Beyond says that they will be in danger if it explodes. And we see the rebound causing a huge explosion on their location. After the explosion, we see Flame, who is quite injured, and she thinks that this isn't right, as she is at her limit now as well. And others such as Wan Riang and Ars Huang seems to be lying on the ground, as Flame comments that the situation isn't good, she barely have any mana left, and she doesn't have enough time to recover as well. And there are way too many opponents to deal with as well. The skeletons jumps at her to attack, and she gets nervous and scared and wonders if this is how she is going to die. But right as the skeleton is about to reach her, they all suddenly stop, which shocks Flame as she wonders what happened. All the skeletons are seemingly stopped in one place, and from between them, we see Uziel arriving. Seeing him, Flame is quite shocked and wonders how did he do that. She is then shocked upon she notices the skeleton general's staff in his hands. Flame notes that the skeleton general is much stronger than a normal skeleton, and an elite skeleton should be guarding it as well, and despite all that, he was able to defeat it by himself, and this thing greatly shocks her. Though she is unable to believe such thing, but despite all that she is relieved that she might be able to live now. Fast forward, everyone has gotten back up, as Chelquang thanks Uziel as they were able to survive because of him, and he replies that it's nothing. Azel asks, how was he able to get the skeleton general's head by himself? He jokingly replies that he got it from some bone soup, of course, while thinking that there is no need for him to tell them that he was waiting at the place where it got summoned, and hearing his answer, Azel is left confused. Uziel continues on, that they should quickly set up some plans, since it would get annoying when the necromancer begins to ignore the general and control the skeletons themselves. Chelquang asks Uziel if he has some kind of plan, and he replies that on the way here, he saw that the necromancer had taken control near the base camp, making it impossible to get past this siege. But there is one method to get out, which would be to defeat the boss. Both Dion and Chelquang are taken back and shocked by hearing that, as they ask Uziel if he is serious about it. Uziel replies that in school, they learned that necromancers wield the strongest ability of necromancy, but their body itself is nothing much. Dion argues that there should be countless guards near them, and Uziel replies, the scope that necromancer has control over is already large, if they don't go for them, they cannot escape. Uziel also thinks that the current guard forces for the necromancer consist of 1 general, 6 elite skeletons, and 50 normal skeletons. The more time passes, the more that number will grow, and this would be their only opportunity, but Uziel wonders, how would he convince them about it? Suddenly, someone speaks up, saying that they can do it. And we see it's Bion and Flame, as Flame says that even if Uziel looks a little stupid, he has more experience in battle and strategy. Bion also agrees with Flame, saying that she doesn't think they would be able to break through the siege like this otherwise. Additionally, the necromancer probably doesn't expect them to attack him. Hearing them both vouch for Uziel, Dion and Chelquang also agrees, with Chelquang saying that he don't know how he feels so confident, but it's not like they can escape with just the 2 of them, so they would work with them. And Dion agrees with him, saying that they should try what they can before the necromancer catches on. Now in some other part of the cemetery, the necromancer says how lucky he is to be able to meet Stella's little chicklings here. And if he turns them into skeleton mages, the Dark Demonic Union won't be able to look down on him anymore. And the necromancer is introduced as Mage Tower of Darkness, 5th class necromancer, Sar Bayuk. He thinks that it's been 7 years since he started collecting mana in the Pose vessel. There are a whopping 700 skeletons asleep here. He gives off an confident and creepy smile, thinking that no one can scorn him anymore. Suddenly, he notices that all of his senses are blocked all of a sudden, and it makes him nervous, while wondering if his general got captured. Suddenly, from behind him, a huge attack comes, though he is able to block it with a wall made up of bones. But the attack was quite strong, as he notes that it cracked the bone barrier he made using a 4th class magic, and whoever it is, he won't let them go. But he is not given any time to rest, as immediately after, a huge fire spell strikes down on him from the sky. But he was able to block that as well, although barely, and thinks that he let his guard down, as he never thought that they would come to attack him. Which makes him acknowledge them, that even though they are chicklings, they are students from Stella after all. He bites his finger, thinking that he didn't want to use this method if possible, but facing them like this is dangerous, and he needs to call the elite soldiers. We see the ground below him starts to tremble and break, as a huge number of undeads rise up from the ground. But he also starts to cough up blood, noting that he took some internal damage from overdoing himself while summoning skeletons, but this much should be enough to take care of them. He orders the undead to block them, and he smirks, seeing them fighting well. Right as he is being at ease, Uziel arrives behind him using Blink, which shocks him. As he asks Uziel, who is he? As Uziel is facing off against the necromancer, he again asks Uziel, who is he and where did he came from? As the necromancer wonders how did he got here, since he was keeping an eye on all the Stellar students through the skeleton's vision, and upon noticing his skeleton general's staff in his hand, he is left quite shocked. Uziel drops the skeleton general and destroys it by stomping on it. The necromancer gets damaged due to it and starts to cough up blood, thinking that he underestimated them a lot. And while looking at Uziel, he wonders if this is the power of Stella. Meanwhile, Uziel is sweating bullets, thinking that this isn't what he planned though. Normally, Dok Cholkwang and Ban Dion should have dealt with the generals and come to help him, but because of more elite soldiers were added, they are not done dealing with them. As such, he gets scared and wonders if he would have to fight alone, despite being the weakest one here, and right as he is thinking of running away, the necromancer again coughs blood. Uziel notes that the necromancer is not in good shape right now either, and realizes that he overdid himself to summon the elite skeletons, which is why he now has internal injuries. Uziel smirks with confidence, thinking that in this situation, he can probably do this. We switch scenes to Bion, who is stuck with skeletons, thinking that it is not good, as she needs to deal with these guys quickly and join Uziel. Huang comes towards her in hurry and tells her that there is trouble, and informs her that the necromancer and Baek Uziel is having a one-on-one fight, hearing which shocks Bion. We see a bright purple light shining from the location of Uziel and the necromancer's fight, and Bion thinks that Uziel is a first-class mage, and his opponent is a fifth-class necromancer. There is no way this will be a manageable fight. She gets frustrated at her inability to do anything, and tells Uziel that she will kill him if he dies. Back to their fight, the necromancer uses his bone cage to try and trap him, but Uziel escapes using Blink. Suddenly an attack shoots right at him, but he once again dodges using Blink. He closes the distance between him and the necromancer to attack, but the necromancer puts up a shield of bone to defend, while saying, "Not a chance." But Uziel pulls out some vials and throws it onto the bones, as he has prepared for this in advance, and bruff lots of cola potions, which are good for dissolving bones. Necromancer's bone barrier starts to melt and he gets pissed, calling Uziel a rat. He then attacks Uziel with bones, but he dodges and blinks right behind the necromancer. Uziel notices an opening and tries to strike, but it was a trap from the necromancer. Uziel realizes his mistake, as a bone grows from the ground and pierces his thighs. Uziel thinks that he has been had, and jumps backwards to make some distance. The necromancer laughs and calls it quite a sight to see him in that rough state of his. While Uziel thinks that even if he is weak, a fifth class is fifth class after all, but in other words, he is a fifth class, but this is all he amounts to. Uziel notes that the necromancer is quite tired right now, and if he were to go in once more, he can defeat him. But it's hard to use mind power because of pain, and at this rate, he won't be able to use Blink's motion cancel, and he starts to wonder, what should he do? Suddenly, he gets an idea, thinking that he can do just that. We see Uziel is kneeling on the ground quietly and the necromancer begins to attack him. But Uziel reacts and jumps out of the way, and seeing him run like that, the necromancer starts laughing sadistically, calling him running away a great sight. Uziel tries to gain just a bit more distance somehow, as he starts to crawl. Seeing him like that, the necromancer tells him that it's no use to struggle like that and that he will kill him here. And after reaching a certain distance, Uziel smirks, thinking he won. Uziel notes that the distance between him and the necromancer is 13 meters. In other words, it's a distance at which he won't have to use the motion cancel of Blink. As such, Uziel immediately uses Blink and closes the distance between him and the necromancer, which shocks the necromancer. And this time, Uziel successfully pierces right through the necromancer with his sword. Switching scenes to outside, the skeleton stops attacking them and Cholkwang notes that they're disappearing, much to his surprise. In shock, he wonders if Baek Uziel really defeat the necromancer, and Jackie falls down on her knees, unable to believe it. Everyone gets relieved and shouts that they are alive and safe, while Uziel is also down along with the necromancer. He tries to get back up while saying that he is so damn tired and wants to go home. Afterwards, they were all transferred to Stella's Magic Nights and returned to school. The instructor calls out Uziel, telling him that he said he was going to train somewhere with good mountains and good air, but should he consider cemetery to have good air? Uziel apologizes to the instructor, and he replies that he will receive a penalty point according to the school rules. There are no exceptions. However, the fact that he saved a friend while violating the school rules is amazing. He will receive appropriate rewards and points for that, so he should wait. Uziel thanks the instructor and thinks to be on his way as well, as he also needs to rest as they told him that it would take few days for his thighs to recover. But as he is leaving, Azel arrives. She thanks Uziel for today, and he replies that she should buy him a meal sometime later for this. We see her a bit sad about something, and right as Uziel is leaving, she asks him can she do what he did? Will she be able to do what he did if she tries? Hearing this, Uziel realizes something and thinks that this isn't good. The original Azel didn't ask a question like this. It must be because of him that Azel has become like this. It's because he interfered. Azel only received trials and didn't get a chance to overcome them. But Uziel decides to tell her something. He tells her that he don't think that she would need to ask him that, as she has already achieved a miracle that others called impossible. She asks him, how did he know? And he replies, it's because he has been watching her. Hearing this, she starts to blush, and says, what? In confusion. Uziel also realizes that perhaps that came out wrong, as it might make him seem like a stalker. He quickly takes his leave, while thinking that he almost got arrested right now. Meanwhile, Azel thinks that no one shows interest in the daughter of a traitor, but Uziel does. And that he is also watching her. She finally smiles, and indeed calls it a miracle. Fast forward, as they are back at the academy, we see a good amount of people have gathered. Uziel looks around and thinks that he cannot believe the magic faculty, Mage Tower, and nobles are here just for some commendations, calling it unnecessarily grandiose. But anyways, he notes that Bion is looking so outwardly excited. Bion notices Uziel glancing at her, and she asks, what is he looking at? And he replies, it's nothing. At the commendations, the instructor tells everyone to quiet down. And that today, he will be giving commendations to the 12 brave students who fought against dark demonic humans. And this reward will be given by the headmaster himself, which surprises Uziel and everyone else as well. Uziel looks at the headmaster and thinks that this is what the peak of humanity is, the 9th class master mage, Eltman Eltwin. He is 300 years old and he is always donning a comfortable smile, but he is the strongest mage warrior in the world who possess the destructive title of Decimator. The headmaster happily goes around and tells everyone that they worked hard and should continue to do so bravely in the future. As he arrives near Uziel, we see the headmaster glaring at him with interest. This prompts a taken-back reaction from Uziel, who thinks that the intense pressure is incredible, even just from locking eyes, and this is what a 9th class mage is like, of which there are only 10 in the world. But regardless, Uziel continues to stare at him, thinking that he cannot turn away his gaze here. Seeing which, the headmaster smiles and says that he sure is as hard-working as ever. It is just as he hoped. Uziel is left confused by his comment and wonders what does it mean, and such. The instructor announces the end of the commendation award ceremony. Fast forward and we see the rewards that Uziel got, 5 million credits, which is quite a lot, and with this he won't have to worry about money for a while now. And he even received the pose vessel that's said to be the heart of a necromancer. It would be difficult now, but Altalicia will soon be able to make a subspace, one she can. Carrying around items will get easier for him, and he is glad that other students also passed on their rewards to him. And the next are system rewards, and as he continued the story in a unique way, the Constellation Project promises him additional rewards, a downgraded version of an item he used in-game, a downgraded version of a skill he obtained in the game, or third, experience points. He notes that this is all the choices he got previously as well, and is quite torn between what to choose. He thinks that this is the most important right now, and tells the system to add XP to the blink skill. He realizes how weak he was during the battle, and it's useless for him to work hard like others. Instead, he needs to use his knowledge to go as far ahead as possible. We then see the system upgrading his blink skill, increasing its distance and maximum charges. We see a golden aura enveloping him, and he notes that Blink's maximum number of charges has finally increased to 3, and he would be able to use it a bit more while being at ease now. And now the next thing is Azel. We switch scenes to meditation journey into the Abyss class. As she is deep into meditation, she suddenly wakes up as someone calls her name. She wonders if she fell asleep, as a butterfly tells her that she cannot use magic in the middle of meditation, and Azel is confused by it, and the butterfly tells her to look above her head. And she is surprised to see 2 huge blocks of ice floating in midair. In surprise, she wonders when did she made those, as she didn't use any techniques or make any calculations either. She looks over to others and wonders if other students have not realized it, and even if it's a first-class magic, they should have felt the flow of the mana before it was completed. And if this is really the effect of meditation, which makes her wonder if Uziel really foresee all of this. Now at the end of the class, we see Azel sitting down and chomping on bread excitedly, thinking that thanks to the reward, she can even eat this red bean paste cream bread that's worth 1,500 credits, which makes her incredibly happy. Suddenly, Jeremy arrives and calls Azel out. With a smile on his face, he asks her if she has joined any clubs yet. She replies that she haven't yet, and he asks her if she wants to join his club then. She puts down her bread and asks him, what are the conditions? But Jeremy replies, there are no conditions, he just likes her, so he wanted her to join his club. Azel notes that he is lying, as he approached her to use her as a trophy. Seeing her expression, Jeremy knows that she doesn't believe him and tells her that he really doesn't have any conditions. He gets really up close with her and tells her in ear that she just needs to join his club and stay with him, then he can do a lot of things for her, she knows who he is after all. Azel thinks, better than anyone. The Scalvan Empire and Adolabit Kingdom have a hostile relationship, so with the Crown Prince Jeremy's power her difficult life would end. And she thinks that she won't have to get happiness from mere bread, and she won't have to endure the humiliation of being traitor's daughter. She knows she shouldn't, and as she is about to speak up to accept, Flame arrives and slaps Azel on her face. Both Azel and Jeremy is shocked from it. Flame loudly shouts at her, calling Azel a piece of trash, and she thought that they were going to try and work it out, but she was secretly seducing men. She told her that she liked her, but now she is going to try and abandon her. Hearing this all confuses Azel, as she wonders what is going on. Flame drags Azel away with her, telling her that they need to talk. And Jeremy realizes their act and smiles. After getting some distance from him, Flame tells Azel that it was close, and Azel gets confused and asks, what? Flame replies that she should be thankful to her, as Jeremy would have bothered her until she died if she refused him without any reason. Flame then leaves, while apologizing for hitting her. While walking, Flame wonders if what she made was the right choice, since if Azel joined the club like in the original story, she would have been thoroughly destroyed by Jeremy. If possible, she didn't want to disrupt the flow of the original story, but when she looks at Uziel, she don't think that something like this is bad. Though she hopes that Jeremy doesn't realize that she lied. Meanwhile, Jeremy is thinking about Flame. He says how cute it was what she said when she took Azel away from him. It was an obvious lie. He gives off an creepy smile and calls Flame even more interesting than Azel, and decides her to be his next target, saying that he wants her. Fast forward, and the instructor announces that they will be having a monster mock battle today. This mock battle will not be against monsters of risk level 1 or 2 like the one they faced up until now, and the goal is to fight mid-level monsters of risk level 3. This is the strategy. They will make a team, analyze the monster, and defeat it using standard tactics. If they choose one of the mid-level monsters to suppress, they will be given practice time to face that monster as well. They can find the geography they want in the Stellar Dome and hunt the mid-level monster that suits their team. A class and S-class students will do this test together, and the performance assessment will be done in 4 days. They should create a team of at most 6 people and submit their list. Now after his announcement, Azel thinks that she hates group projects. She then overhears and sees students asking Princess that if she would be joining them, and some students are fighting on Get to take her on their team as well. And she sees Princess Beyond surrounded by everyone, while she is completely alone. Looking at which, she thinks that her surroundings were always like that too before the Adolabit destroyed her family. Their starting points were the same, the Grand Duchy of Molf, with the ice attribute, and the royal household of Adolabit, with the fire attribute. Back when the two families kept each other in check and controlled the magic world, the 2 children who were born with genius talent were Hong Bion and Azel. Back when Azel thought that she would be chosen, but wonders if the current her can really get revenge on the Adolabit. Someone suddenly approaches her and asks if she is alone. And we see it's Uziel, and Azel asks her, what is it? Uziel smiles and tells Azel to be a team with him. Princess Beyond notices Uziel approaching Azel as well. Seeing this, she wonders why did he approach Azel, and Azel asks Uziel, did he just ask her to be a team? Uziel replies that there is not a minimum number of members, so they can form a team of 2 and receive bonus points for being a small team. Azel asks her if he is crazy, as how can 2 of them defeat a mid-level monster with a risk level of 3? Uziel doesn't reply back, and Azel stares at him. He once again asks her, would she be joining him or not? She closes her eyes and thinks, and finally agrees, saying that she will, since she doesn't have anyone to team up with anyone anyways, and Uziel gets happy, and replies that he will go to submit the list then. As Uziel leaves to submit the list, someone approaches Azel. And we see it's Hong Bion, and looking at her, Azel asks, what is it, and says that if she is on guard against her, but Bion interrupts her, asking, what nonsense is she spouting about? Bion tells her to behave herself, since she is just a pig wearing a pearl necklace now, hearing which, Azel is quite taken back. Bion leaves immediately after saying that, and Azel notes that she was not being wary of her abilities. But instead, it was because of Baek Uziel. While leaving, Bion thinks that it's so annoying, and wonders if Azel really thought that she would lose to a loser and commoner like them. And that she would be fine even if she makes a team with her clique. But it's the most profitable to bring a knight who is called the best. As such, Bion approaches Ma Yuzeong, who greets her, and asks her, "What's up?" She asks him if he has teamed up yet, and he replies, he hasn't, and he wanted to do it alone. Bion asks him if he would like to do it with her, and he asks, why should he? Bion reveals that Baek Uziel and Azel have formed a team, which surprises him. And that she thinks they won't be targeting a mid-level monster, but a mid-large level special monster. As such, Bion asks him again if he wants to do it with her. Yuzeong smiles and replies that it would be fun, as he wanted to compete with Uziel at least once in his life. Bion also smiles, saying, "Let's do this." She glances over to them, and thinks that she will defeat both of them properly this time. And after 4 days of preparations, the monster mock battle began. We see a bunch of students facing against a slime type of monster, and the instructor announces that from now on, the S-class and a class performance assessment will begin. The student starts their test and battles all sorts of monsters, while other students who are watching comment on the ongoing fights, and behind them, Flame is also getting ready for her assessment. Flame thinks that it's okay, she has practiced enough, gaining reverse bonus points using a special monster's attributes or fighting a mid-large special monster is too much for her, but fighting a mid-level monster with a risk level of 3 by herself will help her receive the highest score. Generally, it takes 5 first-class mages to defeat a mid-level monster with a risk of level 1. But when you add compatibility, experience, and environmental factors, you can defeat monsters a few levels higher than that. Although, she has no choice as a light class with basically no compatibility. She then glances over to Azel and hopes that things go well for her. In the original story, she doesn't form a team with anyone because of Hong Bion, and receives the worst score, so she thought of recruiting her, but if Baek Uziel is with her, Azel's future will turn for the better. Flame then looks over and see the Group 16 is done with their assessment. And next up, instructor calls up Group 17, which is Flame. As she is walking past by Uziel and Azel, she suddenly trips. But right as she is about to fall, Uziel catches her by grabbing her clothes from the back and saves her. They are both a bit surprised from this event. But as Flames gets her balance back, she thanks Uziel for saving her. But he replies that it's nothing and tells her to tie her shoelaces, as she thinks that it was fine when Jackie did it for her and it would have been bad for her if she went out to fight like this. After tying her shoelaces, Flame gets ready for the assessment. People watching comments that she is alone in the group assessment and doubts if she is really going to defeat something like that by herself. The giant boar, that is. They note that the giant boar doesn't have any special attributes, so you cannot target it using the opposite attribute. The instructor announces the commencement of the assessment test and the boar immediately charges towards Flame. Looking at the boar charge, everyone wonders how Flame is going to face it all alone. But Flame starts to channel her spell with a chant and summons roots. We see the roots completely bind the giant boar and stops his movements. She then uses matter modification and we see some kind of leaves growing on the tree, and the boar is trying to break free from the roots. Flame notes that it's not over yet and charges up a huge spell. But the boar breaks free from the roots and once again charges up towards Flame. Right as the boar is about to reach Flame, a beam of light pierces right through his open mouth. And it creates a clean hole in the boar, and he finally falls down. Everyone around is quite impressed by her, calling her a no joke and that they cannot even defeat a mid-level monster with 5 people, and wonders who is she, with Flame noting that it's finally over. And as she is walking back, she notices something and is surprised, thinking if she saw it wrongly. As the instructor calls upon the next group, Group 31 for their performance assessment, which consists of Ma Yuzeong and Hong Bion, as they both get ready. Everyone is quite excited to see their battle, as they shout and wishes them good luck, while Flame is standing behind and watching. She wonders why Hong Bion is working with Ma Yuzeong instead of a clique member, since in the original story, they don't really interact at all, which makes it a very surprising combo. Now we see, their first monster is summoned, which is a waterfish monster, a mid-level special monster. Students are quite shocked that they found a special monster just to fight, which is quite incredible. While Flame notes that it's not just any mid-level special monster either. Hong Bion and Ma Yuxiong's attributes are earth, fire, and lightning. And the waterfish monster is a water class, which is strong against fire, and it is also a flying type monster that flies in the sky. The monster is complete opposite match of not just Hong Bion, but also Ma Yuxiong. And not only they are fighting a mid-level special monster everyone has failed at, they are also forfeiting attributional dominance, which she assumes is because they want full marks, though they can only receive full marks upon succeeding. The monster then starts flapping his wings and starts to fly. As it lets out a loud roar, Bion tells Yuxiong to begin, which he complies with. Few other students arrive to watch as well, as they wonder what are they doing, since they thought that they would attack it right away. And notes that the knight is standing behind the bishop. Yuxiong smirks and quickly uses his magic and disappears. And he appears right in air. The second year notes that he has good power jump for being a first year, and the girl comments that he won't be able to reach that monster with just that. Since one cannot use another power jump in mid-air, as they question, just what is he thinking? Yuxiong then takes out his staff, and forms a platform using earth magic. Bion then uses her fire spell to lift him by exploding it right below his platform. The second years are quite shocked and impressed seeing it. Bion then also starts preparing a fire spell of her own. Seeing which, Yuxiong seems a bit surprised, and also uses a spell called Giant's Fist. He then punches the waterfish straight to the ground, as it comes crashing down. We see its body starting to crack, and Ma Yuxiong preparing another spell. He then completely traps him using another one of his earth magic, as the waterfish starts to scream. Though, it goes in rage, and is able to break free from the trap. Yuxiong notes that it broke free quite easily, though he smirks while thinking that it's too late. Since their princess's spell is complete. We then see the waterfish is attacked by a huge pillar of flame. Seeing which, everyone is shocked, as the waterfish is in pain despite have a strong tolerance of fire. And now, Yuxiong points his staff towards him while charging up a spell and saying that it's over now. We then see a huge bolt of lightning comes raining down from the sky on top of the fire, burning the waterfish to crisp. Students note that it ended this year without waterfish being unable to attack even once, which prompts them to call new students of first year insane this year, and that they should be able to become like that guy from the third year's S class. And sees how true geniuses are like. Bion smiles and thinks, how is that usual? At this rate, she believes that no matter what he choose, he won't be able to beat her. With a satisfactory smile on her face, she assumes that she has won. Though as their time comes, Uziel asks them to summon 5 monsters at once. Both Bion and other students are surprised upon hearing that, and wonders if they heard it okay, since it's difficult for 5 people to defeat one mid-level monster, yet 2 of them are facing 5. And they all had heard rumors about Uziel apparently, and wonders if he is actually crazy. Soon enough, the monster summoning is completed, as we see they are surrounded by monsters. Monster scholar Weichen notes the monsters are Hymeraden, a sand-maned black cow, a Caden, and a Nomi slime. And lastly, a sensitive bat. Seeing this combination, they all realize something as Bion asks Yuxiong if he got it. Which he kind of does, though he is curious what Yuziel is thinking and also quite excited. Professor questions, who selected this monster combination, and Yuziel replies, that it was him. Professor replies, that since he is a knight, he can win points from even these extreme situations, but bishops cannot do that, so he is wondering if this is too cruel of a strategy for a bishop. But Uziel refutes and says that this strategy is specifically made for a bishop. Hearing this, Professor simply agrees with whatever he said, and tells them to begin. Surrounded by monsters, Uziel asks Azel if she got this, which she replies, of course, and Uziel tells her to trust him, which she says she is tired of hearing. Uziel then tells her that he does trust her. While Azel thinks that she truly doesn't know what he is thinking, as we go back in time a bit and see them walking together at night. Azel then speaks up and asks why her, since a knight with his abilities could have worked with someone else. Uziel thinks a bit and replies that it's just as she said, there are many incredible students, there is no mage who can match Hong Bion when it comes to firepower, and no mage can match Flame when it comes to control. And Ma Yuxiong is the strongest among first years, so that speaks for itself. Xin Huarian and Adalin, who are strong in one-on-one situations, also have good compatibility with him. Hearing this all, Azel again question, then why did he pick her? Uziel replies, because he still thought that it would be better to do it with her, which is all there is to it. He then asks if they should get going, and we see Azel blushing slightly upon hearing all this. Back to the present, Azel thinks that she still doesn't know what he meant, but realizes that there must be a reason that he chose her. And so, she decides to show him and starts levitating in the air while charging up a spell. The other students recognizes what she is doing, it's ephemeral resonance, which shocks them, as it's a phenomenon that only appears when a 6th class or above mage completely enters the unconscious world. And the moment their concentration scatters, mana countercurrent phenomenon might occur, leaving their mana disabled, which is why it's shocking that a first year is doing that. Looking at this, Uziel thinks that she is worthy of the title, Lady of the Winter, and smiles while thinking to get started as well. The plan of 2 against 5 mid-level monsters. He quickly jumps and uses his blink to appear behind the Heimeraden, and strikes a blow on his body. As the blood starts to gush out, it starts to scream and Uziel backs off. And with this, Uziel thinks that Heimeraden is dealt with for now, and next up is sand-maned Black Cow. The Black Cow notices the horn on the Heimeraden and his eye starts to glow red. It then gets agitated by it, which is exactly as Uziel planned. As the method for targeting 5 mid-level monsters at once, as we see other monsters start to get agitated as well, it is to create a situation where they become hostile to each other. The students seeing this are quite shocked upon seeing the monsters attack each other, and wonders how is it possible. Uziel smirks while thinking that it's all going according to his plan, to create a situation where they become hostile to each other. It's also called the borrowing knife strategy. It's where you don't use your own power, but borrow someone else's knife to kill the enemy. The veterans of the ether world thought, how can they kill many monsters with few people, and after countless trials, the method they found was to use the attributes and characteristics of the monsters. First, attack the Heimeraden. Then, the Heimeraden which has felt pain will have its forehead redden up, which will activate the Black Cow's attacking instincts. The agitated Black Cow will spray out sand from its body, spreading it everywhere. And when that sand hits the Nomi slime, the Nomi slime will start to produce a large amount of water to prevent its skin from drying up. And it's perfect, since the water isn't filling up properly because of the barrier of the testing site. Next up, Kaden, which sense the moisture will begin to scream 7 octaves or higher. And finally, the sensitive bat, which has sensitive hearing, will get provoked hearing that, which in turn makes all the monsters fight against each other. The professor also notes that all the monsters are provoking each other, and Weichin wonders if Uziel have a good understanding of these monsters and their characteristics, as even he, who majored in monsters academics, have never thought of this, which he finds quite surprising. And the other professor claims that what's even more surprising is Azel's focus. Even amongst that chaos, her mana is consistently stable and she is focused. She truly believes that her knight will protect her. As Uziel spots the Kaden behind her, he immediately uses blink and attacks it. As he lands, he notices another attack coming towards Azel, and he once again protects her on time. Yuziong speaks up, telling Beyond that if she knows about Uziel, as doesn't she think that he is the most ideal knight? Like a knight, protecting his princess. Meanwhile, we see Azel fully focused on her spell. She then finally opens up her eyes and uses her spell, Crystal Flower. And we see she starts to get surrounded by ice crystals, and a flower of ice starts being formed above her. Seeing which, everyone is quite impressed and surprised. And all the monsters around her are frozen, as everyone remarks how pretty the flower looks. As the flower forms completely, Azel orders it to shatter. And it starts to shatter while throwing large crystals of ice towards all the monsters. Seeing this, everyone wonders if it's over, and if the two of them really defeat 5 mid-level monsters. But as the ice starts to break, they note that the monsters have again woken up. Seeing which, the professor concludes that in the end, they couldn't finish it, which is quite a shame. Though they believe that they would have already received a high score with this, and just then Azel raises up her hand. And we see she has a huge ball of lightning in her hand, as she says, "Strike." The lightning then descends from the sky upon the arena and strikes all the monsters. And as the lightning starts to clear, Azel herself is left shocked, being surprised that this is her magic and that she can do something like this. And remembers that it's just like what Uziel said. We go back in time, and Azel is shocked upon hearing that Uziel is planning on taking 5 at once, and calls him crazy for that. But he assures that she can do it, and that he believes in her. So, she should also believe in him, who believes in her. Azel thinks that she didn't had anything up until now. She had neither the conviction for the path she is taking, nor a person who would tell her that the path she was walking was the right one. But, as she removes her hands from her eyes, she sees Uziel walking in front of her towards the light. and realizes that it's not that case anymore. She decides to follow that light, so that she won't have to be lost anymore. And the announcer announces that with this, the Group 32's performance assessment is complete. Hearing which, Azel gives off a warm and happy smile. Meanwhile, Uziel is hanging off the wall, as he almost got caught up in her spell as well. After the battle, we see their results and Uziel has taken the first place. Yuzeong states that they completely lost, and Beyond says that if they lost even after defeating 2 mid-level special monsters of their opposing attributes, they have to acknowledge it. Yuzeong teases her that she came to terms with it faster than he expected, and she tells him to shut up. But it gets Beyond wondering if Uziel was her knight instead of Yuzeong. Then perhaps she would have been able to show magic as good as Azel's, and she gets frustrated that he is being so dedicated towards Azel. Since if the most perfect knight exists in this world, shouldn't he become a knight for her, since she will become the perfect queen in this world? And so, she gets quite angry and frustrated due to all this, and thinks that it would be a lie to say that she has come to terms with it, as she cannot accept it and cannot understand it, so she plans to investigate Uziel further. Suddenly, as she is walking, she notes someone looking at her. She is Sayerin Orkan, and Beyond wonders if she came after hearing that she lost to a group consisting of a commoner and a traitor, which she finds quite annoying. As Sayerin watches her go, she says that Beyond still has a long way to go. We then switch to Flame, who seems to be writing something and is surprised at Azel learning Crystal Flower so early. It's a spell which is Azel's identity that she demonstrates after recovering her confidence in herself in far future, after she experiences all of her hardships and struggles. And based on the progression of the original novel, Azel should be declining even more right now. But for her to demonstrate Crystal Flower in front of everyone's eyes must be thanks to Uziel. In the original romance fantasy, Ma Yuzeong and Azel share their feelings and the world ends. But however, she thinks that what if there was an extra story she didn't knew, a nameless character, Beck Uziel, who loved Azel. And the moment the world ended, if he chose to regress in place of Yuzeong. Which makes her wonder, a regression to create a world where the person he loves could live, even if he were to be completely forgotten by the person he loved at the end of it, could Uziel truly have no regrets? A love he felt so strongly that he turned back time, at the price of giving up his own existence. She wonders how it feels. Meanwhile, Uziel sees the notification about episode 5 being completed. He wonders, what should he take as a reward this time? He has strengthened his skill to a certain extent, so he plans to prepare for the episode that is coming up soon. He decides on what item to take, which is Ifanel's grass key. The system completes its search and rewards Uziel with it. Uziel explains that it isn't an ancient relic class, but it is one of the super rare class items that only high-level players can get. It's a key that connects to a place where deities exists. But in order to use this, he has to have an outing, but the conditions to go out have gotten much harsher after the necromancer incident. And as he is searching for a way to go out, he is suddenly reminded about clubs. Fast forward, we see Uziel writing his assignment, and finally getting done with it. And now, he plans to go and find a club for himself. He looks at the notice board, and wonders what kind of club would be good for his activity. Of all these clubs, not many are permitted to do special external activities, so he needs to think it through well. He then glances to his side, and sees Azel standing beside him, who he asks if she is trying to join a club as well, and is surprised that she hasn't joined any yet. Azel stutters in replying as she says that it's not strange. Uziel replies that he is sure there are a lot of clubs asking her to join them, but Azel replies that he forgot who she is, and he replies he knows that she is Azel. He notes that after the mocks, people's perception on Azel has changed a lot, and she must be the one who is most aware of this, as Azel thinks out loud that she needs to choose a club carefully. Suddenly from behind, Yuzeong arrives and holds Uziel's shoulder. It makes Uziel wonder, what is he doing here, and Yuzeong tells him that he enjoyed the mock battle, and he heard that Uziel even led the hunt against necromancers, which he found quite impressive, and Uziel chuckles nervously in response. Yuzeong stares at him for a bit, and says that it's like he thought. That he seemed to think differently from others. Uziel gets a bit nervous, and replies that as a commoner, he is always thinking of ways to do things better, and Yuzeong replies that unlike him, Uziel seems to be using his time well. It prompts Uziel to ask Yuzeong, what does he do on weekends, and he simply replies that he studies. Uziel gets a bit annoyed that because he asked him that as a formality, Yuzeong seems to have replied him as a formality, but Yuzeong corrects him that he does that for real. He studies and trains as well, which Yuziel finds surprising as he tells Yuzeong that he doesn't seem to be the type to do that. Which Yuzeong agrees with, though he has been doing this recently apparently. Yuziel remembers that Yuzeong should have started his training way later in the story, and wonders the reason for it. Azel speaks up that it's perhaps due to practical dungeon training, and Yuzeong agrees, while saying that if Lady Azel hasn't intervened back then, it could have been dangerous, and Al tells Yuzeong to not call her that. Yuziel thinks that in the original story, Yuzeong and Flame worked together to easily defeat Wonriang. But since he intervened this time, Flame was tied, and he ended up meeting Wonriang alone, which he assumes is perhaps the reason that Wonriang's state is also weird. Though regardless, it's good thing, since if this happens, both Wonriang and Yuzeong would train more. As unlike him, the growth of those two will have a positive influence towards a happy ending. Yusoeng then questions Yuziel if he still hasn't joined a club yet, despite being enrolled in the school long ago, and he replies that he was busy. Yuzeong then asks him if he would like to join his club, and Yuziel replies that he will, if it does things that suits him. And so, Yuzeong asks him what kind of club would he want to join, and Yuziel gives him a long list of his requirement as a joke. Which makes Azel wonder what kind of club is that, and Yuziel thinks that there isn't, since he just said it as a joke. But Yuzeong replies that if Yuziel would like him to make a club like that for him. Which surprises both of them, as Yuziel questions him if he can really make a special outing club, which Yuzeong replies that he can. Yuziel thinks that it is possible with Yuzeong's connections. But he questions him, how does making a club for him benefits him? And Yuzeong replies that it does, because Yuziel is special. He asks Yuzeong if he knows something, and suddenly remembers one of Yuzeong's fundamental flaws. It's that he is super lonely, and so Yuziel agrees with Yuzeong to make him a club, and Yuzeong gets excited and happy hearing that. Though Yuziel asks him to let Azel join as well, since they were inseparable in the original story, Azel will be able to help mental care for Yuzeong. And Yuzeong happily agrees for it, while saying that he would welcome a pretty girl like Lady Azel, and again Azel tells him to stop calling her that, since it's annoying. So, Yuzeong asks Yuziel, what kind of club are they going to join, and about that Yuziel have an idea. Fast forward, they fill a club form for a delicious restaurants club. And Azel wonders if it's going to work, as in order to receive the seal for special activities, they need a guidance professor, and at least 4 club members. Yuzeong tells them that he would figure out the club members and the seal, but he thinks that it would be hard to find a guidance professor. But Yuziel questions, why is that, since he can even get permission for special outing? And Yuzeong with an annoyed face, replies, that it's because they are all trash. He then leaves to get the seal, which Yuziel leaves it to him, and knows that not everyone can give the seal for special activities. And if it's someone who can stamp it, it's one of those idiots, as we switch scenes to first main tower. At the vice principal's office, as someone enters, leaving him quite surprised. And we see it's Yuzeong, seeing whom vice principal is quite shocked. He stands up and greets Yuzeong as young master, and Yuzeong replies, long time no see, and refers to him as grandfather. Yuzeong sits on the vice principal's chair, saying that this seat is way more comfortable than he expected, and he likes it a lot, while the vice principal seems to be quite timid in his presence. He nervously wonders, why is that psychotic Yuzeong here right now? And asks him the same thing, what brings him here, and Yuzeong forwards him a paper, telling him it's a club form, and he wants him to stamp it for him. And so, the vice principal goes on and says that he will need to check whether it fulfills the conditions, but suddenly, Yuzeong slams down his hand on the paper, and tells him that there is no need for him to look at that, so he should just stamp it. And with an almost threatening tone, asks him, he will do it, won't he? The vice principal gets nervous, and thinks that he must not refuse him. As long as he is that man's heir, he cannot refuse him. And so, he agrees to do that, and also tells something to Yuzeong, to which he replies, that he is aware of it already. And so, he leaves saying that he will be off right after getting the stamp. Vice Principal finally calms down a bit as Yuzeong goes back, and thinks that he is just like his father, a complete carbon copy, and is quite pissed at Yuzeong being so arrogant in front of him. But he believes that it won't be for too long, because one day, he will chop his arrogant head off. Back to the classes, the professor ends the lesson, and starts leaving. All the students sighs of relief that it's finally over, and comments how this professor always nitpicks whenever someone is presenting, especially for commoners. And we see Jackie's hands trembling, thinking that she could have shown a better version of herself, but she messed up since she was nervous, and that she could have done better than Flame. Flame goes up to Jackie and tells her that she was good during her presentation today, and tells her to not worry about the professor said. But Jackie ignores her and walks away angrily, which Flame doesn't realize. Suddenly, Uziel from behind tells Flame to ignore her, and she gets surprised by his presence, and asks him, what is up, and he replies, that it's nothing much, and asks, that she is close with the professor isn't she, he wants to make a club, so he wants her to ask some professors. She replies and asks, why is he not doing that himself, and he replies, that he thinks that the professor hates him too much for him to ask, and she replies, based on his normal attitude, she is sure that it's the case. As he keep talking back to the professors and sleeping during lessons, it's a relief that he haven't got her academic warning yet, but Uziel nervous refutes, saying that she is exaggerating. And as she is saying, but would someone do something so annoying, she suddenly remembers something. And asks Uziel, if isn't he close with the assistant professor Altalicia. And a bit later, Uziel gets to know that assistants can also take on the guidance professor role. He was focusing on the story when he played the game, so he didn't knew about this. On the way to there, he notes Professor Mizzen leaving from the office. And she seems to have a creepy smile on her face, which confuses Uziel, as he wonders, what happened? And as he enters the room, he cheerfully greets Altalicia, but notices something. She seems to be lost in thoughts, and also a bit sad, and she also notices Uziel coming in. She wipes off her tears quickly, and Uziel asks her, what is wrong? And she starts explaining the situation to him. Uziel then asks her, what happened to the thesis that she had been preparing for a while, and hearing his questions, her hand starts to tremble. As she replies, that she gave it to the professor, since the research conference is happening soon, Professor Mizzen told her that she would use her thesis, and she should be grateful for it. And for her to use it, in a place full of outstanding alchemists, and before she says anything further, Uziel interrupts her, telling her that she just had been robbed, and asks if her name will even be on there. She tries to console herself by telling Uziel that it's fine, as it would be a learning experience. Meanwhile, Uziel thinks that it's not the time for him to ask her to be the guidance professor. He knows that soon, Professor Mizzen will solve that formula as well, but before that, he wanted to let Altalicia complete it herself. And so, he tells Altalicia that there is something else that she prepared, the thing which she solved with him last time, and she remembers that it's the random sequence convergence technique. She had been working on it since she found Uziel's idea to be very interesting, but it has not worked out. It's not a problem which has remained unsolved for over 300 years for nothing. She does feel like that she would be able to see the way if she solves just one thing, and Uziel speaks up, saying that he will solve that part. It surprised her a lot hearing that, and she asks if he would really solve that, and he replies that it's something he just solved coincidentally, so he doesn't understand it. And with that, he goes on right on the blackboard. And after he finishes up, he tells her that it would be different for her, since she would be able to understand it. And she agrees with him, and is able to understand it. Uziel notes that she is sucked into it already, and thinks that she got impressive concentration. He considers her a true genius compared to him, who just copied something he saw, a genius to change the future of humanity. And with this, he believes that his role ends here and starts to leave, deciding to place his trust in her talent and wait. Fast forward, and we see someone yawning, and saying that they are finally here. And it's Uziel, who states that he is feeling unwell, and apparently, after he wrote the solution, with Altalicia's help, he founded the Delicious Restaurant Club, and with the rights of the club leader, he received a leave pass. Although, he did got some suspicion in the process, as the professor doubted his training, while receiving a leave pass from the Delicious Restaurants Club, though it's a relief that the professor still gave him the pass. And he believes that it would be fine anyways, as long as he don't cause any trouble. And upon walking for a bit, he arrives at a location and is quite surprised upon seeing the Dutch tree orchard. We get an overlook of the city, which is incredibly beautiful, surrounded by lush greenery all around. And walking around here, Uziel is also quite amazed, saying that it cannot even be compared with the game graphics. The people there seems to be quite respectful and nice to Uziel, as they greet him with respect and gives him blessings. Uziel thinks that it's perhaps because in the past, Eltman Eltwin saved the second world tree that was ablaze and about to die, but there are many elves who recognizes the stellar uniform and are friendly, as Uziel also greets them, and gives blessing of the world tree in return too. And just like the game settings, Uziel notes that there are a lot of beautiful people here. But there is an especially more beautiful elf among them, the king of elves, Flower Siren, with an appearance as beautiful as that of a goddess, many players have their heartstrings tugged. He is the character with the most fan art in Ether World. However, elves are a species born without a gender, and when they come to truly love someone, they change their genders based on their partners. Flower Siren too was born as a female, but because he hadn't found true love yet, he didn't have a gender, but after falling in love with Flame later, he chose the male gender. No matter what route one took, there was no path where Flower Siren chose a female gender, so it made many men fall into despair. And after walking for a bit, Uziel finally finds the hidden dungeon, deity Ifanel's garden. He notes that he has strengthened his skill to a certain extent, so he should prepare for the episode that is coming up soon. As before for the reward, he picked an item, Ifanel's key, and he finds it quite a relief that he can use it earlier than he thought. As he puts in the key, a warning pops up, saying that once he opens the entrance to this place, someone else who possesses this key may find out. And apparently, this is a phrase which Uziel saw in the game as well, but it was confirmed that it didn't lead to any special event among players. So, he doubts that anything special would happen, and so he enters the dungeon. Meanwhile, at the Elf Kingdom, Heavenly Spirited Tree's birthplace. Inside a room, we see someone waking up from a sleep upon noticing something. As when they wake up, they go up to the window and looks outside at the world tree. And it's King of Elves, Flower Siren, who comments that the world is peaceful today as well. He notices some birds flying up in the sky, and wonders when will he be able to freely travel like that. And that he is quite jealous of them. Suddenly, he notices some energy, as Uziel walks up to the hidden dungeon, and wonders if someone has entered the hidden garden that Ifanel is asleep in, but he knows that nobody can go there, so who is that person? But he realizes it's not the time to think this, and gets ready to leave. But he suddenly halts in front of a gate, thinking that he needs to hold back. He has waited dozens of years, he cannot just move now. Because if the curse activates again, he don't know who might fall into lunacy. And so, he decides to wait until the World Tree's birthday, which is coming soon. He can check who is that person is then. Meanwhile back to Uziel, who seems to be sneezing due to all the pollen around the place. Suddenly, some roots comes up from the ground and attacks him, but he runs away and dodges. And upon seeing their large number, he notes that even just fighting them would take him forever, which is why he created some fire potions with alchemy. He throws over the fire potion at the plant, and it starts to burn and lets out a loud screech. Uziel then quickly takes out his sword and uses his blink, noting that he cannot waste any opportunities. He notices the weak point of the flower, and quickly stabs it there. And with that, the flower disappears after being burned to crisp, and he receives the XP for it, as he comments, "This is enough with the small fry." And starts walking again, thinking that he should go and achieve his true goal. And with that, he finally enters the boss room, which seems to be a flower field, and seeing it, Uziel is quite amazed. And upon seeing a statue, he realizes, that is the deity Ifanel. The most arcane existence in the world are deities. They are pure souls who trained for hundreds of years and obtained enlightenment, becoming new beings, and even in Ether World, there aren't many. But what is in front of Uziel right now is not a complete deity, since the woman in front of him had her heart stolen before she became a deity. She became solidified into that state power. Seeing her, Uziel seems quite intrigued and starts moving towards her. Suddenly, he feels immense mana pressure, making him realize that a deity is a deity, even when they are dead. But he tries to get back up again, thinking that he cannot give up here. And so, with his sheer willpower, he gets back up again and moves to the statue. He then gets a XP increase for his mana revelation delay physique, and also an increase in stats, so with this, he can finally breathe. This place is apparently a natural training ground that a deity left behind, one of the opportunities that mages in his previous world were desperate to find. A mana ley line, exercising normally here will have a result of 100 times of what one normally get, and thanks to receiving the deity's energy through their body, one's natural affinity will increase as well. In other words, he went through all that just to find a good gym. But before all that, he takes out a branch which was on the statue, and it's a hidden artifact, resentment-filled branch. And we see its status window as well. Uziel notes that with this, he would be able to face the boss of 8 episode. Myzentiran. And now since he got the artifact, he begins his training. Now fast forward to a few weeks later, his stats are now at 2.5 stars. But he believes that he still has a long way to go. The protagonists all have abilities that are 4 stars or above. In this world, he has no teacher to teach him swordsmanship, so he needs to repeat the simple stab and slash to more accurately pierce his enemy's vital points. He thinks that he needs to work harder, he needs to cut through the bone and skin, and work hard enough to vomit blood. And suddenly, due to all this, he feels a pain in his heart as he coughs and drops his sword. He starts panting hard, and gets a notification that he has partially obtained a special mana breathing method, skill, Deity's Breath has been unlocked for him. And suddenly, his vision starts to get blurry as well. Suddenly, he hears a loud voice in his head, shouting, what is he doing right now, and if he is hearing her but ignoring her, and asks him to respond quickly. He gets quite startled from that, as he wonders, what the hell was that, and where is the voice coming from? And the voice speaks up again, that he just heard her voice, didn't he? And as he turns back, he sees it's the statue of deity Ifanel. And he is confused if the deity Ifanel just spoke to him. And is quite surprised, as he says, that a corpse is talking, which offends her, as she tells him that she is not dead with an annoyed expression. Uziel asks, how is she speaking? And she replies, that she has been speaking the entire time, he just didn't heard her because he was deaf. Uziel questions, why couldn't he hear her until now? And she replies, it's because he has become like her, he breathed the same way that she used to, and Uziel remembers from this that he did got a new skill message. And upon seeing the skill window, he calls it incredible, and while the duration is short, his physical stats would increase to a 4-star level instantly, but he then notices the penalty, which is essence erosion. And it's basically saying that Uziel will lose his human body, his essence's form can maintain itself through mana, but if he, who has mana revelation delay physique, lose his body, it would basically mean death for him, making it a skill where the more it's used, the shorter the lifespan gets. But regardless, he decides to think positively, and he has obtained a good skill to use when he is in danger. Ifanel seems to be thinking of something, and tells Uziel that it's quite fascinating, as it's the second time a human has breathed a deity's breath, and his existence is faint as well, which is just like that person. There is barely any mana inside of him as well, and it seems like that he don't exist in this world, and Uziel asks her, who is she referring to? She replies, that just like him, there was someone who used a sword, he cut down both magic and deities, hearing which surprises Uziel. He doesn't remember there being a mention of a swordsman in the game, and thinks that he must be fairly strong if he can cut down deities, and asks Ifanel if he can meet that person. She replies, he cannot, as the first mage disciple are all dead, and from this Uziel realizes that, then it is someone who died a long time ago. She then asks if she should teach him. She was apparently close with that person, so she recorded all of his breathing techniques and movements, and Uziel excitedly asks if she would really do that. She replies, she will, but have a condition, she cannot move from here or converse with anyone, and can basically be called dead. So, she wants him to bring her a heart and save her. Uziel thinks that it's a response that he expected, and declines her offer, deeming it impossible, saying that with his abilities, he cannot get her another deity's heart. She goes silent for a moment and speaks up again, that it's okay if it's not a deity's heart, if it's a divine beast's pure heart it would do as well, and Uziel asks, wouldn't that make her lose most of her powers? And she replies, she is okay with it, because it's better than to be trapped here forever. And so, Uziel agrees for it, since it's not impossible to get a divine beast's heart. Uziel thinks that the reason he was training here was because of the upcoming familiar ceremony. He would have met countless divine beasts by then, and it's something way easier than getting a deity's heart, and tells Ifanel that he would try his best to bring it. She thanks him for that, and says she would be waiting, and she also plans to give him something right now. She asks him to look at the pillar behind her, and as Uziel picks it up, he asks, what is that? And she replies that it's a sign that he is her friend. Uziel has apparently never heard of such item in the game, and thinks that if it comes to it, he can just use it as a firewood if there is none around. But he once again remembers that it's something given to him by a deity. It might actually be quite useful. We now switch scenes to Altalicia, who seems to be working on that formula, and finally drops down as she completes it. Though, she quickly gets back up, noting that it's not the time for this. And as she finishes her writing, she says that a new generation will begin tomorrow. And Uziel will also be quite happy to know that. Fast forward and we switch scenes to the Dwarf Kingdom, the capital of the Black Iron Empire, gold mining Manchurian Railway. We see a lot of people have gathered, along with Uziel and Altalicia. Today is the day of the conference. Every year, the location of the conference is different, and this year, it's taking place at the Dwarf Kingdom's greatest alchemy school, the Golden Light Crane Academy, just as dwarfs were the originators of matter magic, the scale is completely different from anywhere else. And not to mention, the greatest alchemist known as the Golden Alchemist, Talcum Corden, will also be attending this conference. In other words, it's the perfect time to present Altalicia's research. Altalicia asks Uziel if it's okay, as she believes it's something that Professor Maizen has been researching half of her life, hearing which, Uziel wonders if he should consider her a good person or an idiot one. He tells her to not worry, since it's not like she stole Professor Maizen's research. She is simply more talented than Professor Maizen. Hearing which, she thanks Uziel, and they finally decide to go in, although through the back entrance, since the red carpet is too much. At the conference, the announcer welcomes everyone and starts the commencement of the 87th Golden Section Conference. In the first session, they begin by introducing new potions. And the first person who would be doing that is Professor Maizen from Stellar Academy. She introduces herself at first and announces a new potion called the Red Potions Alpha Type and begins explaining her research. Fast forward to a bit later, and she concludes her presentation. Everyone starts praising her for it, believing that she was able to improve the tricky red potion even further. Uziel seems a bit annoyed, thinking that she sure is yapping about Altalicia's research like if it's her own, and he does have lots of ways to mess her up too. But he knows the main dish will be starting now. As we see Altalicia walks up on the stage and introduces herself as an alchemist from the Stellar Academy. None of them seems interested, as they get engrossed in their own talks. And as she is about to announce the topic, Uziel smirks. And she announces the topic, complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. Hearing which, everyone is left shocked. One of them speaks up, asking Altalicia if she knows where they are right now, and she replies, she does. It's an incredible position that is a lot for someone like her to be standing in. The person asks, then how should they accept what she just said? And she replies, accept it the way alchemists do, but everyone is still in doubts, because it's something that does not make sense, as they consider it fundamentally impossible to mix magic and engineering together. And it's a problem which has not been solved for over 300 years. Suddenly, Talcum speaks up, saying that concluding it impossible just because many people have failed wouldn't be very alchemist-like for them. And he voices his excitement that he cannot wait to hear from this young alchemist who wanted to find the truth behind a technique considered near impossible, and asks her to please present the truth. But before she can even start, Professor Maizen stands up, objecting it, stating that before she starts her presentation, she wants to propose her doubts about her thesis, and Talcum asks, what does she mean? And Maizen replies, about plagiarism. Hearing which, everyone is left shocked and Talcum finds it quite interesting, and tells Maizen that if she cannot prove it after saying she plagiarized it, she should know what would happen, and she replies, of course. She walks up to the stage, and begins saying that as they all might know, there are 5 conundrums of this technique. Only through solving all 5 of them can the harmony between alchemy and magic engineering succeed. In study, only 2 of them have been solved, that too incomplete. But she has solved 4 of them, and Professor Altalicia is her assistant in alchemy at Stellar Academy. Everyone slowly starts to believe her, and she continues that there is no doubt that it's her thesis. And even if Altalicia solved one of them, did she really solve all the others? Altalicia seems to get frozen due to all this, and Maizen calls her an unreliable thing, and acknowledges her genius and outstanding abilities, but thinks that her life as an alchemist will end here, and her talents will be hers as well. And so, she asks Altalicia, what does she think about all this? Meanwhile, Altalicia thinks that she knew she would do this, and her head starts to get blank as she wonders, what should she do? Suddenly, she remembers Uziel's words, that if it's difficult alone for her, she should ask him for help. And so, she raises her hand, saying that she would like to call up on a person to support her. Everyone asks, who is that? And she replies, it's the co-author of the thesis, and points her finger towards Uziel, who is completely shocked by this, as he didn't even knew that he is the co-author. Everyone is quite surprised seeing a student walk up to the stage, and Uziel being a co-author, and they believe that it doesn't change much either. Talcum is quite intrigued by this, stating that he is quite excited about it. And upon arriving at the stage, he meets the gaze of Professor Maizen. And when he walks past by her, he seems to have used the resentment-filled branch that he got before on her. She seems to be annoyed by his presence, and calls him rude when he simply walks past by her, while Uziel smiles, thinking that the branch worked. On the stage, he announces that he would like to look at Professor Maizen's perspective first. since there is a saying that seeing something once is better than hearing about it 1,000 times. And so, he proposes to both of them to solve the random sequence technique together at the same time. Everyone gets quite interested hearing about a competition between an assistant and a professor, while Altalicia is quite nervous and hesitates in going through it. But Yusol asks her if she does not trust her, and she replies that she does, and so Uziel tells her that he has been watching her from the side all this time. He is confident that she can do this, so she must not worry, she should trust him, who trusts her. And hearing these words, Altalicia gets her much-needed confidence boost. And agrees that Uziel is right. She removes her glasses and changes her hair, as she begins to trust everything she has done until now. Her change in personality is quite shocking to Professor Maizen as well, as Altalicia confidently faces her, while saying, "Shall we begin, Professor Maizen?" Random sequence convergence technique. 300 years ago, an alchemist said he has found an astounding technique that can explain this formula. After that, they had an accidental death in the washroom and became an hot topic, which is why the formula is famous even now. Countless alchemists have challenged it since then, however, they have all failed and now no one tries it, which is why it was deemed impossible to solve. To boldly announce that they will solve the random sequence convergence technique, the member of New Moon Great Tower, 13th Destructive Assassination Corps Captain, Keen, finds it all quite interesting. Meanwhile, the Vice Captain, Hazen Makaran, is quite bored to death due to all of this. She asks her captain if that professor is really a dark demonic human and believes this mission to be a miss. But upon glaring at her captain for a bit, she comments how he believes that old man's words unconditionally. Suddenly, both of them seems to have noticed something. The atmosphere has changed, as the first dilemma has just been solved. Talcum notes that they are both similar, but are solved slightly differently. However, Keen notes that Assistant Professor's analysis and solution are more clearer and simpler than Professor Maizen's, not to mention there is a slight difference in the final answer as well. Now next up is second dilemma. People around finds it quite interesting. While they have seen many people solve the second dilemma, it's their first time seeing someone solve it this way. As it's surprising to them that the second dilemma, which usually takes at least 200 lines to solve, has been solved in just 12 instead. Uziel smirks, noting that everyone's reaction is quite good, but the real deal will start now. Currently, they are crossing the third dilemma. It's something that has never been solved, but can it be solved here? Everyone has this in their mind. Talcum is quite surprised, as he notes that it has already been solved. While they all find Professor Maizen quite impressive to be able to solve it, they find what Altalicia did something even better. Professor Maizen seems to be quite pissed, wondering, how did Altalicia solved it like that? Everyone is quite shocked, as they question, how did she even think of approaching like that, and are unable to believe what they are seeing right now. Until now, previous alchemist has considered the 5 dilemmas as individual issues, but Altalicia thought of it differently. She considered them to be interconnected and solved all of it together. This is the difference between Professor Maizen and her. Although they continued to solve it, Professor Maizen was getting stuck. She panics and tries to think, what was the ending part of it, and also notes that there is no more space left on the chalkboard. While she is shouting at them to quickly bring her another chalkboard, Altalicia states that is already done with her solution. Professor Maizen gets quite shocked, as she glances at her upon hearing that. And she tells everyone that what they are seeing right now is the complete theoretical understanding of the random sequence convergence technique. And everyone begins shouting and praising, saying that they are witnessing a historic moment right now, and calls it as the moment of the century. Altalicia blushes from happiness as well, thinking that she did it, and also mentally thanks Uziel, saying that it's all thanks to him. Meanwhile, we see Professor Maizen seemingly turning into dark demonic human as she repeatedly calls out Altalicia's name in anger. She asks Altalicia how much longer would she upset her after modifying the thesis that she stole from her, while pretending that it's her own, as Uziel steps in front to protect her, as he notes that she is undergoing dark demonification, which is faster than he expected, but good for him nonetheless. Because it would be beneficial if she were to become a dark demonic human in front of everyone like this. Maizen starts moving towards her in anger, but suddenly halts. And we see Altalicia steps forward and shouts at her to stop and acknowledge it. The fact that her thesis is better than hers, and just how many times would she have to steal her thesis before she is satisfied, she questions angrily. As everyone realizes that the potion thesis from earlier didn't belong to Maizen either. And with that, Altalicia finally calls out Professor Maizen, and tells her that she's stupider than her. and her change in behavior leaves everyone quite surprised. And Talcum laughs out loud at this as well, calling this conference truly fun, while Maizen realizes that she was about to do something really dangerous right now. But regardless, she angrily turns towards Altalicia and starts moving to seemingly hit her. But Uziel steps forward and tells her to stop and read the room. And as Maizen looks around, she notices the gaze of everyone turning hostile and disappointment. She flips out and starts whining and declining, still arguing that Altalicia stole her thesis. But Talcum tells the security to drag her out, which they do, though she still shouts that it's not her fault in this. And we see Keen and Hazen watching her being escorted out as well. And with sudden release of all the nervousness from her body, she drops to the ground. Uziel offers her his hand and tells her that she did good work today. And she smiles brightly while agreeing. Now we see Keen and Hazen leaving, with Hazen saying that it was a dud in the end. Keen agrees, saying that he is sure there would have been a sign if she got that emotional, but there was no reaction from the sensor that reacts to dark demon erosion. Hazen replies that the new Moon Great Tower psychometry isn't perfect. But regardless, she is quite surprised to know that the co-author is a high schooler. Hazen finds him quite cute, and Keen asks if she investigated him, and she replies that she just received contact from Metla. His hometown was ruined by dark demonic humans before coming to Stellar. He is a commoner, his grades are super low, yet he is in S class, not to mention that while attending the greatest magic academy, he doesn't use magic, and they find him unique in several ways, and he even asked for his name to be removed from the articles. Keen replies, I see, and that he would remember, but suddenly something shocking happens. As he notices that Uziel is actually looking at him and meeting his gaze. And quickly turns around again, causing Keen to ask Hazen if Uziel just made eye contact with him, but she replies, no way. As she believes there is no way his recognition resistance magic and her shadow shield formation could be pierced that easily, so he must be mistaken. But Keen still thinks about it a bit, while Uziel still is busy in talking to others. And at the end, he decides to ignore it for now, and tells Hazen that their business here is done, so they should leave. We now switch scenes to a carriage, and Professor Maizen, who seems quite anxious, thinking that if it weren't for Beck Uziel, she wouldn't have faced such humiliation today. And as she is deciding to do something about it, a guy appears and tells her to calm down. Maizen gets shocked to see this person here, and he is called Laidin, who tells Maizen that she has caused an accident. Maizen tries to argue that it wasn't an accident, but suddenly, she halts from fear. Laidin calls it dangerous, and calls her lucky that a suppression was cast on her. If her emotions had been any more severe and she had gone into rage, all of their plans would have been ruined. And so she nervously apologizes to him. Laidin replies, if she really thinks that this can be swept under rug just by a simple apology, the Order leader is very disappointed in her. And she has lost the right to be a professor at Stellar. But she once again argues that she has lots of connection in the plagiarism discussion meeting team, so this incident can be definitely covered up, and believes that she won't be chased out yet. But he tells her to shut up and stay still, as the most helpful thing she can do now is to go around keeping her head low. And he disappears while telling her to stay quiet and don't move until she receives orders from the leader. This once again pisses her off, as she blames Uziel for all of this, and threatens him mentally, telling him to just wait a bit more. Now we see Altalicia and Uziel is going back in a train. Uziel finds the situation with Maizen a disappointment. He thought that if she underwent dark demonization at the conference, he would be able to prevent Episode 8 calamity, but perhaps it's fate for it to be suppressed until the episode, which is when she was supposed to go in rage originally. But he thinks that there is no helping it now. The conference has ended safely, and he activated the resentment-filled branch as well. But there is one thing that is bothering him. As we go back, when Uziel was glancing at Keen, remembering that the person there was definitely Keen. A mage squad made of a very few elite members, and the greatest black magic squad, the New Moon Great Tower. The New Moon Tower, who are masters of hunting dark demonic humans and mags. And the captain of the most elite of them, the 13th destructive assassination crops, is Keen. And without his sixth sense, he wouldn't have noticed until the end, and he has guessed why those dangerous bastards were there. But regardless, he believes that it would be good if they were to get connected in a positive way. Suddenly, someone appears, asking Altalicia if she could give them some time, as she asks, who is it? And upon noting that person, she seems to have recognized him. The guy greets her, and he is the Stark Clouds Trading Company's president, Melian. As the episodes went on in the game, the world building expanded, and as the main character, Flame, became an adult, there were naturally more characters to target. And of them, there is one called the Heart of the Southern Haywall Plains, the president of the Star Clouds Trading Company, Melian. Thanks to his trait, Golden Rules Foretell, he is the richest person in the world, and despite him being in his 50s and having a daughter, he was popular as a love interest. It's not because he is rich or handsome, but because of his daughter, Jeriel, is the villainess. Jeriel, the High Elf, bothers the protagonist all throughout the episode, befitting of her title of villainess, and the furious players tried to figure out a strategy to screw over Jeriel as much as possible, which is to marry the person who loves Jeriel the most, her father, and lead their family to bankruptcy. It may sound like a joke, but everyone loved this dramatic plot line. And while he did expected it, it's surprising that he came personally. And so, Uziel believes that he needs to leave a good impression on him during this conversation for the future episodes. He tells both of them, and for Uziel, asks for his name. Uziel notes that he already knows his name, yet is being smooth with it and replies that he is a first year at Stellar Academy. Beck Uziel, and Melian greets him again. And as for the reason that he came to see them, was to offer an exclusive contract to alchemist Altalicia's techniques from Star Clouds. They would have great conditions for her, and offers her to read the contract once. And upon reading it, Altalicia is left shocked, as it provides unlimited materials and support, and an amount that she has never seen before. Thinking that with all these conditions, she could make all the inventions she has ever dreamed of, and right as she is sure that Uziel would like it as well, she notices his cold expression. And upon thinking for a bit, asks Melian if he could give her some time to think about it. He asks if the conditions are not good enough, and if there is something that she wants, she can let him know, but she replies that it's not it, they are amazing, excessive at that. But she needs time to discuss with the co-author of this technique, and we see Uziel looking surprised at her statement. And Melian replies, I see, while thinking that he thought she was just saying it for the appearance, but he really was a co-author. And looking at Uziel, he notes that he is still a teen, but he helped solve a problem that remained unsolved for 300 years, so he must be a genius, but still, he is still just in high school. And so, he offers Uziel to look at the contract as well, thinking that even if he is a genius regarding magic, an alchemist, he is still just a child when it comes to business. And he won't be able to refuse this conditions of his, but Uziel refuses right in front of him, at the spot. Which shocks Melian greatly, and asks if there is a reason, and if he don't like the conditions, he would adjust them immediately. Uziel thinks that an exclusive contract with the greatest trading company in this world is a good thing. But although Melian's business tactics are outstanding, he has a strong tendency not to lose things that are his. If a technique is tied to him, the diversity, individuality, and performance of the items will be limited to based on what sells well, and due to the exclusive contract, countless mags will not be able to use it. And because of the development of the technique will be focused on business, the dark demonic humans will catch up in technical skills. There were many players who chose that kind of route and ended up making lots of money, but they got the bad ending. And so, Uziel tells him that he don't care about the conditions, he just don't want an exclusive contract. This technique that combines magic engineering with alchemy will have a huge influence on not just real life, but also in producing equipment for mages, so they want this new technique, this item, to be able to used by more mages. Melian replies that he have big dreams and ambitions, which is good, however, in order to actualize it, he would need money, and Uziel replies that they just came from talking to many investors, and so, he considers him to be one of them as well. So he asks Uziel if he wants a contact with all of them, including him. If so, he would have to get rid of most of the conditions that he offered. Uziel smiles saying that it's true, but he likes these conditions and so, he makes him an offer, which is the item's luxury goods as his offer in return for the contract. He tells Melian that while they will push the supply expansion of this item as much as possible, they would still sign an exclusive contract with the Star Clouds Trading Company for the luxury items that are hard to create. And it would be like a brand. Melian asks, it's good, but will those luxury goods sell, as he never does things that it will cause him loss? And Uziel replies, he knows, which is why he is not asking for a contract right away. He asks for half a year. In that time, he would open an investor presentation for him. If he likes the products offered then, he can sign an exclusive contract with them. Melian sighs while telling Uziel that he is sure cool-headed, and gives them his messenger paper and contact information, and Altalicia thanks him. And with that, Melian leaves while tipping to them. Uziel relaxes, saying that he thought he was going to die from anxiety, and she replies, if those actions of his were of someone who is anxious. But he still insists that he is anxious, causing her to smile and compliment him that he sure is amazing. Though, he doesn't understand her, but she replies, that it's nothing. But regardless of that, Uziel thinks that things have resolved for now, and when he goes back, he would go to a tasty restaurant with the club members. The conference ended well, and the Stellar Academy's lessons proceeded as normal, and we see some teacher is here as a substitute for Professor Mai Zhen, who is apparently not feeling well. Uziel notes that they are hiding the fact that she has disappeared. Remembering that normally in the 18th episode, Mai Zhen, who has completely awakened, does incredible damage to the school, but due to this incident, he don't know how it might change. It also makes him wonder if that episode will happen earlier, though it would be great if it was at a level that could be managed. And not just Mai Zhen, Altalicia also didn't came to school, with him thinking that she is probably being happily pestered at Alchemy Castle. He then overhears some students talking about that Professor Altalicia solving the random sequence convergence technique, and that there was an co-author as well, who wanted to keep his identity hidden. They assume that the person is perhaps really ugly, which is why they are doing that. Uziel thinks that now that he has hid the fact that he is co-author, he is able to attend school peacefully. He only gave a hint by borrowing the knowledge of bulbul glasses, so believes it to be fair that all the attention and focus is on Altalicia. And just as he gets to his club, we see people are surrounding both Ma Yuziong and Azel, and notes how tall he is. And also smart and handsome, finding it unfair, and the girl next to him also looks like a doll to them, but they still call her a child of trash regardless. And this attention causes Uziel to think that there are no quiet days for him. And as he arrives, they all greet each other, with Uziel apologizing for being late, and Azel replies, not really. She then asks, what will they be eating, since he said he would choose for them, and he simply smirks while saying that they will know when they get there. And in the restaurant, we see all of them sitting together with the food in front. Seeing which, Azel is quite amazed and excited. She keeps on staring at the food, with Uziel remembering that her description said that if she orders pizza, she would drink the pickle juice first. And so, he offers her just that, seeing which she is surprised a bit at first. And she doesn't understand how to eat it either, so she just anxiously stares at it. Uziel wonders if it's her first time at pizza place, and right as he is about to tell her, she quickly gulps down the pickle juice. And gets quite surprised by its yummy taste, and so, Yuziong picks it up as well. And when he takes a sip, he finds it really good, and seeing his expressions and all, Uziel thinks that he should film an advertisement at this point. He then offers Azel pizza to eat as well, and she quickly readies her forks and knife to eat. But he calls her imprudent to be putting a knife on the pizza, and shows her how to eat it, stating that it would taste better. Though Azel finds his style more imprudent, but Yuziong smiles and says that it looks fun. And so, he tries it as well. Azel looks at it and hesitates a bit. But she ends up trying it that way as well, with Yuziong and Uziel watching over her. And she gets really elated upon eating that, and starts explaining how good the taste is and how well the stuff comes together. Uziel then asks her if she is finding it good, and she smiles and replies that it is, causing both Yuziong and Uziel to look at her happily. And so, he tells her that they should come here often, with Yuziong asking if he is going to invite him too, and he replies, they will see, causing her to let out an annoyed and disappointing sigh. We now switch scenes to some unknown place and see some kind of small crack appearing in air there. We fast forward to next day and see Flame, who is called out by someone, asking if she heard that, which she replies that she did, causing her classmate to quickly leave hearing that. She knows that her classmate obviously came to tell her about Altalicia's achievements. But she knows the truth that it's all Beck Uziel's doing. But she doesn't understand how could he have solved the formula, since he should have forgotten most of the knowledge about the future other than the decisive incidents or narratives as a price for regressing, causing her to wonder if he still has his memories, or if he is just that smart. Suddenly, she is called out by someone again. And it turns out to be Jeremy, who asks her if she wants to group with him for the Persona Gate practical. But she shows no interest, questioning if she have to do it if he said so, and to ask another girl instead of bothering her. Seeing her go, Jeremy thinks that she is sure special. But Flame knows that it's starting the next event. The Persona Gate is another dimension born through the power of the dark demonic humans. If one don't quickly raid when it appears, the location becomes a land where living beings can no longer live. And unlike dungeons that get cleared once the boss is defeated or the core is destroyed, Persona Gate can only be cleared after analyzing and destroying the pattern and gimmicks. And one needs to be aware of tons of theories and analogy skills, as well as the need of memorization and fighting ability. The reason magic warriors were created were to block the persona gates, and according to the novel, this persona gate has reality mixed in, and decides that she cannot let Baek Uziel handle everything forever. And she plans to block it this time, so there won't be a lot of damage. Now at the North Star Clouds Cafe Terrace, we see Hong Bi-yeon having a small tea party with her friends, who are onto the topic what girls usually talk about, while she finds the taste of the tea really bad. They then talk about a huge fuss going on since Altalicia sold the random sequence convergence technique. And one of them replies that she heard from her father that the co-author is actually from Stellar Student. Hearing which they are all quite surprised, and wonders, just who could it be? But Hong Bi-yeon knows, even though the information Beru weren't able to find out much, but she knows the fact that Uziel is the co-author. But she wonders, why did he hide that, and if it's in order to give all the merit to Altalicia? Or if Uziel actually have something special for Assistant Professor Altalicia, thought of which seems to visibly shake her, as she quickly stands up. And quickly takes her leave, even though her supposed friend tries to stop her. And when she doesn't, they start to wonder, what is up with her? On the way, she seems to encounter someone, who calls her out. And it turns out to be another princess, Hong Se-hwa, who again reminds Bi-yeon to call her sister instead. For them, it's like a legitimate child and illegitimate child forced into a confrontational relationship. Bi-yeon hates her to death. She questions what brings her here, and she tells Bi-yeon to not glare at her like that. And that she came here because of some business, hearing there is a very interesting commoner among the first students. The commoner who is learning chivalry and swordsmanship that have disappeared from this world, knowing that it's Uziel, it visibly shakes Bi-yeon. And judging from her reaction, Se-hwa realizes that she must be interested in him as well. And comments that a knight who sacrifices everything for his bishop, it's supposed to be every princess's fantasy. And asks Bi-yeon to introduce him to her, but she declines, telling her to do it herself, and she chuckles while calling Bi-yeon cold. And that she wasn't like this before. And must be because her sister died, hearing which really surprises her and make a grieving expression. But regardless, she walks away, trying to ignore that comment. And even Se-hwa think that she might have been too much just now, and perhaps she shouldn't have mentioned her sister too early. A girl comes to her calling her out. She is here with information about Uziel, and gives her a copy of the project that he submitted in class, and there is also a summary of his past in it. Se-hwa seems quite intrigued, as it's something that they couldn't find anything about it, though it's surprising that they found it written here despite that. And so, she starts to check it. The first part is him telling his mother that he misses her, something which makes her chuckle, commenting that Uziel is a young boy after all. But fast forward to a minute later, we see her seems to be trembling, leaving Seorin in confusion as well. She starts to have a tear run down her eye, reading that Uziel's mother said she didn't want black bean noodles, though her aide doesn't understand, and she sighs and replies, "It's nothing." Se-hwa never thought about poverty before, but for Uziel to have lived like that and firmly protect his belief in chivalry. His hometown was taken over by dark demonic humans. Se-hwa finally smirks, starting to feel sorry for Bi-yeon since she is now getting interested in Uziel as well. Now fast forward to the day of the practical. We see all the students have gathered up, as the professor tells them to enter the gate. The students around starts to get nervous, as the gate looks completely like a real thing, while Uziel realizes that it's finally starting. As a reward for finishing the research conference episode, Bulbul Glass's gate analysis function was activated, and he raised his stats by grinding Ifanel's garden, so he believes it should be enough. At least probably it should be. The professor then calls out to students to enter the gate C7. And Uziel notes how many of them are going with him. The persona gate training is done in 4 to 18 member groups, and you have to work together to raid them. Most stellar first-year cadets are at least second rank, so it won't be easy for them to raid a persona gate of level 3. It's the gate where the incident will occur, though he finds it disappointing that they don't have Ma Yuzeong or Ha-won Riang, but they still got Flame, Hong Bi-yeon and Azel, which he believes are enough. And he don't need to intervene in defeating the final boss. But what he need is the hidden reward, the captivating tree's petals. A bit later, we see him arriving inside the persona gate, Heron's ball. Everyone starts to look around with a surprised expression, as someone welcomes their arrival. It's a maid who tells everyone they have prepared dresses and shoes, leaving Bi-yeon confused, as she don't recall a ball ever occurring in a persona gate. But since it's not time for this, she plans to quickly analyze the gate and confirm the guideline message. But seeing the message, she is once again surprised by how complicated the formula is for the first-year practical. The maid tells Beyond to hurry up for the evening banquet, leaving her a bit confused. The maid asks if there is a problem and Beyond asks, how can she say something like that, and if it's fixed? Beyond knows a real Persona Gate's NPC might be different, but she heard that characters Mags create for the gate cannot perform actions on their own. She suddenly has a fearful thought, and quickly denies the possibility that there is a real Persona Gate at Stellar Academy, and chalks it up to their advanced technology instead. The NPC once again tries asking for a problem, but Beyond asks her to just bring the dresses instead. And as the maid leaves, Beyond cannot help but think that this practical is not going to end easily. A bit later, and we see Beyond has worn the dresses brought to her, and is looking drop-dead gorgeous. She also steals glances at Uziel, who is now also wearing a ball suit, and notes that those clothes look good on him. Staring at him, she remembers getting his past on the paper that he submitted for the class assignment. Reading which was an eye-opener for her, and due to this she is now also seeing him in a new light. And the fact that he is able to walk the path of chivalry at Stella despite having such a past, and suddenly, Uziel notices her glancing at him, and asks, what is she looking at, causing her to blush and reply that it's not like that. And since everyone has gathered up, another NPC comes out and tells them to attend to the ball that Duchess Eheron has organized. The 4 paths will lead to Estate's basement, but it's full of mazes and traps, and the moment they get lost, the Estate's knights will be on the move. And so, they have no choice but to rely on their own insight and senses, and confirms if they can do it, and Uziel confidently agrees. She compliments his confidence and he thanks her for that. Seeing her conversing with Uziel like that shocks everyone, since she is supposed to be a generic NPC. And right as they are all about to leave, Flame stops them, and raises a question about the practical being a bit strange. Stating that it's hard to analyze and the NPC seems real, logically the first-year practical shouldn't be this difficult. And others agrees with her point. Flame realizes that she is on the right track and plans to convince them like this, but someone steps in. And it turns out to be Jackie, who asks if she is about to say some bullshit like this place might be real. She argues that the professor intended it to be this difficult since in real life they always can't analyze a Persona Gate, and above all, Stella is the school that trains the greatest magic warriors and knights, so they would have known if a real gate appeared inside the school. This causes everyone to start trusting Jackie more, making Flame realize the bad situation, since according to the story, this gate is real, but if she says that, they won't believe her, so she wanted them to feel that it was strange somehow. But now she is stuck due to Jackie, and doesn't understand what to do next. Meanwhile, Uziel is watching all this from the side, realizing this is the route Flame is taking. Episode 06, Jackie's Dark Demonization Route. In the original novel, she is a character which didn't appear, so Flame must be taken back, but it's one of the countless routes in the original game where Flame has to block her. Regardless, one of the 3 students has to be sacrificed to dark demonization. He hoped that no one will be eroded, but the fixed fate cannot be changed. And helping Flame here won't change anything, so he plans to take a step back instead. Jackie begins to leave, as Flame tries to stop her from leaving, but instead she tells Flame that the professor intended it to be and tells others as well that they can stay here like idiots if they want. And in front of the gate, she quickly disappears, and we see the students also following her. And Uziel notes that there is no one here who is moving systematically. But since it has come to this, he has no choice but to go as well. As he moves forward, he notices a swarm of students following him. He sighs, thinking that they probably only learned some tricks, hence they are all following him now. But he knows that all of it doesn't matter, since it's all useless here. He stands in front of a creepy hallway, as someone questions, what is this place? He looks back and notes that everyone is here, and suddenly, Beyond notices something. She questions, where did others went, as we see only few people transported here. It's like what Uziel thought, it's made so that not all of them can go together. The 16 students are divided into 4 paths, each path with 4 people. He is sure that Flame and Azel are together, although he finds it unexpected that he is in the same group as Beyond. She suddenly notices Uziel glances at him, and asks if he has any complaints, which he doesn't, causing her to call him bland. He realizes that Beyond and Azel being apart might be for the better. He suddenly tells them to wait, as he senses something there. And we see there are various mannequins in different dance poses. Beyond also notes that there is a door deep into the room as well. One of the girls wonder if unlocking magic would work on it, and other replies, it might be useless since they cannot even analyze the gate. Byeon asks Uziel if he has analyzed anything, and when he denies, she thinks that might be expecting too much from the commoner. But he suddenly says that he does have an idea how to get out of this place. In surprise, she asks if he is telling the truth, and he points towards the mannequins, as even though they are in different poses, they are all dancing the same type of dance. And she should know what dance it is, and in surprise, she realizes that it's the dead Serena's requiem. Serena couldn't deal with her own tragedy and danced this before she died. Uziel asks that she must remember it, and she finally realizes what Uziel is trying to say. Upon looking close, the statues are in order of each move, but there is one missing right now. And so Uziel asks them all to get ready, and they all get in their respective pose. And when they all get in positions, the door finally opens. They all quickly rush inside, and upon arriving, Byeon once again sees something surprising. And we see it's a royal place with knight statues standing, and some poses on the floor this time. One of the girl wonders if the mannequins again are the hint, and they start to investigate them. But after a bit, they are unable to find anything meaningful from them, but Byeon looks at Uziel and asks, what is he looking at? Who replies that he believes mannequins are a red herring, and the real focus is the carpet. Believing that the dance on the carpet is the problem, since if they look carefully, the people are posing in certain ways, so they probably just have to solve it. The girl agrees, also remembering this dance, it's the quiet Serena's tango. And so, they all once again begin solving the puzzle. After a bit, the symbols on the carpet glows and the door opens again. And they all once again hurry inside, and while running, Byeon glances at Uziel, finding him different than others. She knew from the moment when he taught her to change her way of thinking, but she didn't expect there to be this big of a gap. He is raiding this gate, which they cannot even analyze so quickly. Strategy, thinking, observation, calculation and inference abilities, all of this are not at the level of someone in their first year. It's almost as if he has gone into hundreds of persona gates. She did hear that Uziel's hometown was destroyed by dark demonic humans before he entered the academy, a border village which she never even heard of. It's a place that was always at the forefront of the dark demonic human attacks. Despite the commoner's lack of basic knowledge, when it comes to strategy or battle, she understands why he is more proficient than anyone. Because he had to fight against the dark demonic humans on the battlefield with his life on the line, which is why she believes him to be different than other students. While others are trying to receive good marks, he guesses on exams to show off, he doesn't do his homework, and he has an awful attitude in class, which raises a big question for her. Why is Uziel actually trying so hard right now? It also gets her thinking of a possibility, which she tries to deny, and Uziel also notices her grim expression. He questions, why is she staring in the distance like that, and Byeon tries asking him a question instead. That if the persona gate they're challenging right now, is it actually real? Uziel doesn't reply anything at first and simply stares at her for a few seconds. He notes that she has gotten quick, normally she wouldn't have caught it until the end, and would have interrupted all of Azel's choices. Which also proves that Byeon is slowly getting away from the villainous path, which causes him to smile. She asks his reason for smiling and he replies that it's nothing, and confirms that this persona gate is indeed real. They can get injured and die, and if they don't clear it, the otherworld synchronization would occur, so they need to hurry up. This leaves her a bit anxious, but also realizes the reason for Uziel for starting to move properly. But she also don't want to continue only receiving his help like this, and plans to survive on her own in this place, with her own ability. Meanwhile, on some other path, we see all the knights are destroyed, as we see Azel and Flame walking out. Another girl notices their group and calls out to Flame. She quickly asks if someone is missing, and one of the girl informs her about Jackie gone missing. She also attributes their safe arrival here to her, but as soon as they got this far, she suddenly disappeared, and they tried looking around for a while as well. It comes as a surprise to Flame, since it would mean that they were here way faster than both Azel and her, and they are not wounded at all either. But they inform her that they weren't the first one here, as we see Uziel got here even before them. Flame asks, when did he get here, and he replies, earlier, so Flame asks if he saw Jackie, which he denies, causing Flame to leave in disappointment. Uziel thought that he could block Jackie from disappearing if he arrived before her, but there is no helping it, and since it's come to this, he plans to simply help the female protagonist in clearing the stage. Meanwhile, outside the Stellar Dome, Professor Hanwol is surprised to learn about a real persona gate appearing at the academy and quickly rushes to the scene. He questions, how could this happen, since Stellar's security system is supposed to be the best in the world? The other professor replies that their spatial wave detection system have been inverted by someone, so the unique wavelength of this gate wasn't sensed at all, but Hanwol shouts that it's not important right now. And someone arrives, agreeing with Hanwol, that what is important right now is who is inside that persona gate, and it's Commander Arain Blackswan, who is Stellar Knight's commander-in-chief. He asks if a second party can enter, and the professor replies, it's impossible, since the students are already challenging it, so he asks for the level of the gate. And it's a risk level of 4 or 5 to be estimated, but Arain asks for the exact figure, and the guy replies it was originally 4, but when the students entered, it increased by 1. Commander Arain gets handed over a list of students, and we see the name of most S-class students. He notes that a gate of level 5 is one that even veteran mages prepare for before entering. It's not a gate that 2nd or 3rd rank first years can do. And so he asks to prepare 16 body bags instead, causing Hanwol to shout at him, but Arain leaves saying that it's just to be efficient. And questions Hanwol if he is saying that the first-year students will successfully raid a persona gate via risk level of 5, which would be like an ant killing an elephant. Hanwol knows the possibility of that is absurd, but he truly hopes that they all come back out safely. Back inside the persona gate, Jackie gets back and calls out to everyone. Everyone gets relieved to know that she is safe as Uziel watches on. Noting that now that everyone is here, what is left is the boss battle. After walking for a bit, they get a notification that they have reached the dancing clock tower, so they have to get down until they reach the bottom where a ballroom will be waiting. And so, they realize they have to follow those footsteps. Flame looks up and remembers that at top of this tower resides a leader, Knife Blade Spider. It's a monster with a risk level of 4, and each of its 8 legs are made of sharp knife blades. Which is quite dangerous. She knows that she cannot keep relying on Uziel forever, and he won't have any info on the leader Knife Blade Spider because he lost his memories. And so, she plans to block it herself because she studied about it in advance. If Azel and Uziel face the final boss while she does that, then they would be able to clear it without any big issues. And just as she tries to tell everyone to wait, someone else speaks first. And it's Uziel, who notes something is above, and tells everyone to go down first. He would deal with it and catch up to them. And everyone starts doing so, with Flame thinking that Uziel shouldn't have even known of its existence. And he couldn't have sensed it from where he was standing, but she chalks it up to his advanced senses in the end. And as everyone is going down, they all suddenly get spooked upon hearing a sound. Bion notes that it's coming from above and everyone looks up, only to get shocked upon seeing a knife blade spider. Flame, Bion, and Azel, all 3 of them immediately gets worried for Uziel. And we see him using his flash to teleport above the spider and kick him on the face. They shout his name in worry, but he tells them to hurry up and go down, as he would take care of it. Azel still doubts that he can face it alone and thinks to go and help. But Bion steps in and tells Azel that while she knows what she is thinking, but they need to get down to the ballroom as quickly as possible, since it is what will truly help him. Seeing their interaction, Flame wonders if Bion was normally a character like that. Fast forward a bit and they all arrive at the ballroom. Jackie and everyone else seems quite surprised seeing how fancy the place is. Suddenly, all the lights go off. And a person walks in. Bion notes that there is someone at the top of the stairs. Flame says that it must be Duchess Eheron, the final boss, so everyone should prepare themselves. A single light shines on the stairs, with the Duchess welcoming everyone to the ball. And she turns out to be none other than Jackie Eheron. Leaving everyone surprised, as we see the people around them are praising Jackie to high heavens for her beauty and offering themselves to her. Flame doesn't understand what is going on, because these turn of events didn't exist in the original novel. There wasn't even a character named Jackie in the first place. Bion knows that it's impossible for a normal human to become an NPC inside Persona Gate, and it's not just a normal NPC either but a final boss. And Azel also realizes that the only being who can become an NPC in Persona Gate, that Jackie is actually a dark demonic human. Flame realizes this was the reason Uziel told her to be wary of her, but she cannot just give up now, and plans to turn her back somehow. She tries to tell Jackie that if the power consumes her, she might transform into something disgusting, so she should calm down, but Jackie calls it all bullshit and smirks, as she can hear the people around praising her, with all the attention on her alone. And right now, her heart feels so exhilarating that feels like she is going to melt. Bion notes that it's too late already, her mind is eroded, and Azel replies that if it's come to this, they need to clear the gate and turn her back to her original self, and calls out to Flame to get ready, who replies that she knows. Her staff glows, as she plans on making sure to save her from this. Jackie also steps up, saying that it's enough chatter, they should get the party started now. Meanwhile, we switch to Uziel again, who seems to be still battling that huge spider, and finds him annoyingly strong, though clearing this spider is actually meaningless for clearing the gate, yet he is going through it for 2 reasons. The first is to obtain the captivating tree's petals on the spider's forehead. The spider then suddenly attacks him, which he dodges by using blink upwards. He throws a bunch of potions on it, spark potion along with oil and slippery potion, leaving the spider electrocuted. And he then quickly tries to strike it on the forehead. And the second reason is because this is the hidden clearing method for Jackie's dark demonization route. Captivating tree petals, once you absorb this, your mind power increases an incredible amount, and it's an item one absolutely need in order to effectively use one of the mana revelation delay physique skills, cognitive acceleration as well as bulbul glasses. And according to the story, there is an interesting fact about them, which is related to the final boss, Duchess Eheron. They have set it so that this spider is actually the Duchess's husband, Duke Eheron. Anyways, the result of that, every time he attacks the captivating tree's petals barrier, the Duchess takes the damage as well, so it would help the girls clear the stage more easily. But he is unsure whether his attacks will be helpful at the right time. So he simply decides to hit it as much as possible. The spider starts screaming in pain, and Uziel plans to tie up the spider now. But it suddenly starts falling, making Uziel realize that he threw too much of that slippery potion. And so, Uziel chases behind the spider, knowing that down below is the ball going on. But he tries to clam himself down and checks the orbit of its fall. After which, he uses his blink to adjust the spider's fall instead. We now go back to a few minutes ago, where Jackie has started to dance. And as she takes her steps, the lightning surrounding her starts attacking everyone around. Bion asks if everyone is okay, which they affirms, as she gets determined to fight, knowing there is no time to hesitate. Since her opponent is a dark demonic human, she charges up a fireball and launches it towards Jackie. But she simply smirks seeing that attack, as we see a magic circle appearing in front and blocking that attack. And along with her, Azel and other students attack her as well, but their magic doesn't work at all either. Suddenly, another attack is launched towards them but is blocked by Flame. Seeing which, Jackie is surprised as we see Flame starting to dance as well. Azel questions her decision for dancing, but she simply remains silent for a moment. And suddenly, an attack is launched towards Jackie through the dance, which actually almost hits her. She realizes that it's just like in the novel and tells everyone else to dance as well. As the stages they pass through so far contain hints, this stage includes not just a magic battle but also a dance battle as well, so they need to use magic according to the dance. Bion realizes that they cannot use normal magic to destroy Duchess Eheron's dance, and both Azel and Bion notes they need a dance contrasting to Quiet Serena's tango, which is the dead Serena's requiem. And so, all the girls takes their position and starts to dance as well, causing multiple attacks to be launched at Jackie, and a large explosion occurs at her location. Azel wonders if that attack worked, but suddenly, she notices something. The music seems to be speeding up. In the smoke, other students are quite shocked upon noticing something. And we see that Jackie has 4 legs now. She quickly starts dancing herself as well, smirking and saying, "Shall we really begin?" Flame requests her to stop it. If she lets herself be overtaken by the role of Duchess Eheron, she won't be able to come back. But she asks Flame, what exactly does she want her to stop, and tells her to look around. All the guests present are enchanted by her beauty and singing her praises. She starts calling Flame quite cruel, much to her confusion. But Jackie continues, calling her selfish and mean, for keeping such a sweet and ecstatic feeling all to herself. So, she don't plan to ever let go of this feeling. Bion shouts that an attack is coming, telling everyone to defend themselves. And we see 2 large beams are fired at them, but Azel and Flame are able to block it with their barrier. But one of their teammates is hit, much to her worry, as she looks back in concern. But due to the momentary distraction, an attack gets too close to her as well, so she closes her eyes in response. But she doesn't feeling anything, so she opens them back up. And we see Bion is standing right in front of her, protecting her. She shouts at Azel, calling her an idiot for not focusing, much to her surprise. Bion tells her to focus on blocking lightning-type spells, since she is better at defending fire-type magic, which she can leave to her. She then goes on to Flame, telling her to get behind them and strike when she sees an opening. Her behavior really comes as a surprise to Flame, who wonders, what is going on here? In the original story, Beyond ruined the teamwork out of jealousy towards Azel's abilities and ended up causing damage to everyone around. But right now, far from messing things up, she is the one who is reading the situation best, but it's not just her, it's Azel as well, who is seen defending Beyond against an attack. Telling her to not let her guard down, annoying Beyond. And seeing them both like this, Flame is determined to not lose to them, so she strikes back herself as well. But some barriers comes in between, as Jackie calls her attack useless. But Flame smirks, as the attack pierces through and causes an explosion. But as they are wondering if it's all over, we see a figure to be seen from the rising smoke. And seeing her form, everyone seems quite taken back. As we see her partially transforming into a spider itself, as she mutters Flame's name. Calling her out for hating seeing her being happy. Questioning, why can't she leave her alone, and once again Flame tells her to snap out of it, as it's not like it. But she shouts at her to shut up, and starts dancing in her spider form. Everyone is worried seeing that attack, noting that it's at least at risk level 5. Flame wonders, what can they even do in such situation? Suddenly, she hears some sound, and looks above at the giant hole. Azel realizes that it's Uziel, as Jackie suddenly starts screaming. Beyond wonders, what is going on, and Flame replies that she don't know the reason, but Uziel's fight with the Blade Fang spider is affecting Jackie as well. Who starts to grunt from pain. Flame is surprised, thinking that the reason Uziel wanted to fight the boss alone was just to help them clear the final boss. Jackie starts screaming loudly and Flame shouts that now is their chance. Making use of this chance, everyone quickly attacks her. And she is hit by all 3 of their spells. She starts to get pissed and bats hit insane at them. Suddenly, we see the Blade Fang spider falling from up above. Beyond wonders, what just happened? Flame replies that she don't know, but something just fell. And as the smoke clears, she notices that it's the Blade Fang spider, and everyone wonders if it's dead. They are in disbelief that a student like them from first year is able to take down a rank 4 monster all on his own. And glancing to the side, he finds Uziel lying on the ground as well. Flame steps forward towards Jackie, who is maldaying at her for getting in her way again. Saying that she would never forgive him, accusing Flame of cheating since she cannot dance better than her, calling her pathetic, jealous of anyone who is more beautiful than her. Laughing at her, that she is no different than her at all. But upon seeing Flame's expression, her laugh disappears, as she asks, why is she looking at her like that? Flame simply asks Azel to summon an ice mirror for her, but Jackie calls it nonsense, believing that she is still more beautiful than her. But as the mirror is put in front of her, she is unable to believe herself. She has turned into part spider. She calls it a lie, believing that it cannot be her. Calling it a trick, some fake image. She starts to find herself disgusting, starting to scream loudly, unable to accept for what she has become. She begs her to get rid of the mirror, while even her guests are now disgusted by her beauty. She tries to deny it all and starts begging for Flame to help, saying that she can do anything. But it was all just a ruse, as she quickly draws out her spider fang and prepares to kill Flame, blaming her for all of this shit. But with a single attack, she is pierced right through her chest by her, much to her shock. With her last thoughts, she remembers One Riang as she bursts into flames. All the girls look sad along with Flame, with the latter even apologizing to Jackie for this. They finally get a message about clearing of the Persona Gate. Outside, the announcement is made for the other teams who came out already, and Instructor Hanwell quickly begins evacuating them. Noting that only Uziel's team is remaining now, as we see the portal starting to fluctuate. He once again tells his assistant to quickly prepare for extraction. Seeing this, a bright blue light shines through the portal. And Hanwell seems surprised and quickly smirks the next moment, commenting that the ants have defeated the tiger upon seeing everyone come out. Everyone is surprised seeing them clear a Persona Gate like this, since even seasoned veterans would need to prepare for it, and believes the student in front to be the leader. Even Commander Erin is speechless. And so, he orders to quickly withdraw his troops. Uziel reports the completion of Persona Gate and also one deceased, leaving Hanwell a bit sad that there was a causality after all. But he still commends them for doing a great job. Suddenly someone else arrives, asking if something interesting happened while they were gone. And much to Uziel's shock, it's Professor Eltman, who asks to tell him about it as well. Now at the Stellar First main tower, we see Uziel walking along with Eltman. Scoring a private meeting with him, Uziel gets nervous. Which is also the reason he didn't want it to be the leader. We now go back in time. Before they left the Persona Gate, they were deciding on their leader. Uziel is quick to suggest Azel to take the role. But both Flame and Bion are kind of annoyed by it, for handing over the credits to Azel like that. And while she also agrees that she did well, being the leader is something she doesn't think she deserves this time. Which is how Uziel ended up forced into the leader's role, but maybe it might be an opportunity for him. Suddenly, Eltman speaks up, saying that it's their third meeting, and that he has grown a lot. He used to be really young back then. And Uziel is a bit confused hearing that and wonders, what does it mean? We now see a young Uziel practicing his blink spell in heavy snow. And someone arrives and calls him quite interesting for having an amusing talent. It's Eltman, who offers to write a recommendation for him, and asks to take the entrance exam for their school later. He would get extra points. Back to the Uziel, he is suddenly jolted to the present by Eltman telling him the reason for calling him here. It was to thank him on behalf of everyone for preventing what could have been a big problem. He don't plan to make this incident public. But if the students would have suffered harm, it would have been a different thing, but it's all thanks to him. But he wants to confirm one more thing with him. If by any chance, there was a bug inside the gate. Seeing his expression, Uziel gets quite nervous, remembering that he was called Black Sorcerer Slayer. Regardless, he informs him about Jackie, that she showed signs of corruption. And Eltman calls it a pity, though his eyes doesn't seem that way according to Uziel. He then tells Uziel that come to think of it, he hasn't even offered him a drink yet, which reminds him of something. Eltman asks for his preference, coffee or tea, or perhaps soda. Uziel chooses tea, and not just any, but he asks for lilt tea. Hearing which, Eltman is surprised for a moment but smiles and tells him to wait a moment. While offering it, he tells Uziel that very few people even know of it and even fewer like it, so it's quite unexpected. And after taking the first sip, it's just like he expected, it doesn't taste good at all. Comparing it to Earth's food, it would be like durian or fermented sake, people either love it or hate it. But there is a reason he chose this tea. Flame, who chose coffee, was promised to get magical teachings. Azel, who chose a carbonated drink, received enlightenment on her magic. And the lilt tea is the tea that Eltman likes the most. But he also knows a problem with it. Eltman speaks up, that it's a tea which a tribe that lived in the West dozens of years ago cultivated. Rather than enjoying it themselves, they shared it with the world and were met with a disaster. The lilt tribe along with the recipe completely disappeared due to it. So, the one he has is the few remaining lilt teas of this world, so if the foolish humans didn't show such greed, they could have continued to drink it. But Uziel calls it strange, as he is still drinking it, much to Eltman's surprise. He asks in shock if there is more and Uziel declines, leaving him disappointed. But when Uziel says that he knows the recipe, Eltman is shocked and questions, how does he know it? Uziel finds it quite difficult to explain since he cannot tell he learned it in the game after all. And so, he uses his ultimate move, the mother card, saying that his late mother taught him, so he don't know. Eltman apologizes for asking and Uziel finds it relieving that he was able to change the subject. But he then offers him to pay well if he is willing to sell the recipe. Which is the moment Uziel was waiting for and replies that there is something he wants from him even more than money. Which is his magic engineering enchantment. He wants him to help with that just once. Eltman is a bit surprised and tells him to think again, since he can receive quite the price if he sells the recipe, but his magic engineering is not practical at all compared to it. But Uziel already knows it. With Eltman's magic engineering and Alterisha's alchemy magic and lastly the pose vessel he got from hunting down that necromancer, he can create an inventory, also known as pocket dimension. It's something that can only be used by 8th class mags who have learned spatial magic, so people who use this are very rare, but with the help of Eltman, he can obtain the highest grade inventory. So he tells Eltman that receiving the magic essence he uses would be a priceless present more valuable than money. He is a bit surprised but sighs and with a smile and agrees to make the deal, leaving Uziel quite happy with it. Meanwhile, at the first main tower, we see Principal Akhehaddon, who tells Ladin about the failed Persona Gate, and he replies that Leader would be furious if he finds out about it. Akhehaddon tells Ladin that his problem is being too inflexible. Even though they failed this time, they got other methods as well. Ladin realizes that he is talking about using Professor Maizen. After which, he starts to leave. There was one motive for the Persona Gate this time. It was to deal with students who have a high possibility of participating in the Aslan seminar, but even though they opened a risk level 5 gate that was far above their abilities, Flame, Azel, Bion and Uziel all turned out to be safe. Which is troubling to him, as it just unexpected incident after unexpected incident. Suddenly, Yuziong approaches him from the back, telling him that it's been a while. He used to go around like a complete beast, but now that he looks more human, it's getting hard to recognize him. And since his friends got hurt recently, he asks if it was the plan of that lazy old man. Ladin starts to get angry, threatening him that even if he is the young master, he cannot overlook his rude tone about the order leader. And about his friends, he mocks Yuzeong for getting too invested in his school act. Suddenly, Ladin drops to his knees, with Yuzeong calling him out for yapping such arrogant stuff in front of him, warning that it would be good for him to be careful, since they are all a bit annoying to him, as he leaves saying that. The pressure washes away and Ladin starts panting hard, thinking that this much is fine of the Moon Shadow Order. We now switch scenes to Byeon, who is talking with her friends, who are worried about the Persona Gate which they believed was created wrongly. She realizes that the reality wasn't known to the students, that it was an actual Persona Gate. Suddenly, someone arrives, calling her out, and it's her senior, Edmund Attalek. He tells her to not speak to him formally, but Byeon replies that within school, hierarchy must be consistent. He chuckles, expressing his relief that she was safe, worried that something would happen to her. But Byeon replies that she is healthy, so he don't need to worry, thinking of him as a sly bastard, knowing that what he is worried isn't about her, but his own interest. The Adolabik Kingdom has two major forces, the Orkan Duchy family, that supports Princess Hongseokwa, and the Attalek Duchy family that can stand against Orkan, and of them, Edmund is Duke Attalek's sole heir, with his goal being probably to marry Byeon and make her his queen. He then invites her to play soul chess since the school competition is starting soon, and she agrees. He taps on her shoulder, saying that he would teach her a bit today. And we see her getting quite frustrated at his attempts. She hates the fact that she cannot become queen without the help of a boy like him, only if she had power. Or if someone with the power on the level of Attalek Duchy could come at her side. At that moment, she notices Uziel hanging around. But Edmund calls her out for being distracted. She takes one quick glance again and leaves. Switching to Uziel, he seems to be inspecting the leave that he got from the spider, wondering if it's enough. And we see he has absorbed the captivating tree petals, increasing his mind power by 65% and a resistance to seduction magic. He doesn't find the effect bad at all, and his constellation project also offers him a special reward. Thanks to clearing the episode, he even received a special reward, wondering what would he get this time and if he should use it for growth. He asks the system if Merkin's pendant is possible, which it is. So, he decides to go with it. It creates an extreme barrier which would protect his life, but it's single use only. He doesn't find it too bad to have a form of life insurance, since in the upcoming episode, he would be fighting against the awakened Maizen Tyrann. And we see his resentment-filled branch also reached 78%, leaving him content that the preparation for the fight is going smoothly, as he plans to leave the rest to Altalicia. We now switch to International Alchemy Association. The receptionist greets him, and Uziel tells her that he is here to meet an alchemist named Altalicia. But the receptionist declines, saying that he cannot meet her right now, and Uziel expected something like that. And so, he hands her over the invitation letter that he got from Altalicia, leaving her quite surprised, so she apologizes to him and guides him to her immediately. She knocks on her door, saying that she got a guest, but there is no response. She moves forward to open the door, and Uziel immediately feels something. And we see a large explosion occurring, blasting the door open. But Uziel was able to save both himself and the receptionist on time. He walks inside, asking Altalicia if she is okay. She replies, if it's Uziel, and welcomes him in, calling it a perfect timing since she wanted to show him something, much to Uziel's surprise that she don't even care about the explosion. Talcom shows him a bracelet shield, which would cast a protective ability upon pressing the button twice, on the level of a third-class mage. And upon pressing one more time, it becomes like this. Even if one were to lack mana, they can use it. The defensive value is around 500, so it could be huge help for civilians. And upon releasing it to the world, he believes they would go crazy, though he credits it all to Altalicia. And since Uziel is a co-author, Talcom asks him to join the alchemy castle as well, but he replies that he don't have any mana, so he cannot survive as one, much to their shock. He describes his condition that he cannot innately take in mana revelation delay physique. Concerned, they asks if he is terminally ill then. The way the conversation is going was a surprise to him. He does agree that he is, but he don't plan on dying, so they don't need to worry. He then asks to take a look at the bracelet, and Talcom hands it over. Upon inspecting it closely, he notes that it's still a prototype, so there are still some messy and pointless parts. He then asks to borrow a mana-wielding pen for a moment, Talcom tries asking what he is trying to do. But Altalicia stops him from disturbing Uziel. And we see him modifying it, connecting the lines with the mana-wielding pen. And after finishing it, we see the shield is much stronger than before. Talcom is quite shocked seeing it, noting that it has increased in both efficiency and power, calling Uziel a co-author for nothing. He once again invites him to work, on equal footing even, and he would even assign an alchemist to him who can be his mana replacement. But Uziel declines, saying that he has important reason to become a magic warrior, which Talcom finds a shame, but he does have a request for them. He hands over the item, asking Altalicia to enchant it with space-time magic at that, as Stella's headmaster has agreed to help him, much to their shock. Since it's his request, she would make it for him, but it would be difficult, she claims, since she has never tried enchanting with attribute before. But he tells her that she can do it later when she learns the proper technique, believing that it would work out in a few months as they slowly move to plan some luxury goods now. We now switch scenes to Azel, who seems stuck on a problem. She glances at Uziel, wondering if she should ask him for help. But Bion arrives, asking Uziel if he has some time. She wants to have an important conversation with him. Hearing this, Azel is intrigued and surprised, and Uziel agrees to talk as well. She knows that what they two talk about is none of her business, and yet, she don't know why does she feel like this. Uziel finally asks, what does she wants to talk about, and she replies, the product of alchemy engineering from the Alchemy Castle was published. And that she heard he is the co-author of the magic engineering paper. Uziel thinks that it's obvious if you know about Adolabit's royal family information power, and replies, if she wants to have a connection with the item business through him. She replies, that she won't deny that, but he shouldn't misunderstand. Since while it's important, she still thinks that her connection to him is even more important. Hearing this surprises Uziel, as he finds it quite unexpected. He never knew that she thought that highly of him, finding her definitely different from the original her. And with this perhaps, he hopes that he can prevent her death, as we see her nervously trying to ask him out to have a meal with her. But the asswipe Edmund arrives, annoyed by Bion for declining lunch with him, which made him wonder, what important business did she had? But it was due to a mere commoner like him, which he finds really upsetting. Coming face to face, Uziel seems to recognize him. He has seen him in game. He is one of the death factors that leads Hong Bion to her destruction. And judging from his attitude, Uziel realizes that he doesn't know that he is the co-author of the random convergence technique paper. Bion defends him that Uziel is not an ordinary commoner, and informs him of her plan on using him to get into contact with Altalicia, so he shouldn't interrupt them. But Edmund starts chuckling, not believing her at all, asking if she really thinks that a mere commoner like him could be of any help to her, and if he is not better than him. Hearing this all, Uziel could only think of him as an A-grade asshole. And while he is used to being looked down on for being a commoner, seeing Bion defending him like this and knowing what Edmund does to her seems to have angered him. And so, he steps forward, saying to pretend that this conversation on the item trade never happened, much to Bion's shock, with Edmund mocking Uziel that he finally knows his place. Uziel continues that he would also let them know that they won't supply the Adolabit kingdom due to the Ataleg Duchy's clear rejection. Edmund comments that he sure sounds quite arrogant. He should know what would happen if a first year talks shit to a third year, and Uziel replies, not really, since it's none of his business. Bion is quite surprised seeing Uziel like this, knowing that Uziel must be aware of the hierarchy in Stella, not to mention about Edmund, who is the most influential in the third years, so she don't understand just why is he doing this. And with that, Uziel takes his leave. And Edmund seems quite pissed, as he comments he would spice Uziel's school life up, leaving Bion worried. Uziel apologizes to Bion, reasoning that there would be no happy ending for her unless he brings that man to ruin. And even if her dying is inevitable, whether she receives the throne or the Ataleg Duchy falls, he would at least make sure that she won't have to bow down to that man again. We now see Bion hiding behind a wall, wondering if she should just forget all this princess stuff. She knows the reason why Edmund keeps bothering her. He wants to make her unable to stand alone, that way, she would rely on him. She thinks that she lost a good opportunity with Uziel, and if she can do anything on her own now. But suddenly, she realizes something, recalling Uziel's words about Ataleg Duchy's rejection, and wonders, why did he said that? Because normally, he doesn't do anything that would make him stand out, but if anything, he provoked Edmund himself this time, which gives her a thought on what could be going on in Uziel's mind. Fast forward to night, we see Uziel being excited to see some items arriving. The prototype that Altalicia made came quicker than he expected, and he starts inspecting them. And their effects are better than what he expected, which he expected of Altalicia, knowing that she is already making intermediate-level items. So, he plans to use them and send a review back to her. And he has already talked to Professor Talcum Corden as well, and since all preparations are complete, he plans to slowly destroy the Atalek Duchy. Now a few days later, the second exam began. It was separated into two portions, written and practical. The practical exam is marked differently based on your magic attribute. For lightning magic, they are marked based on your greatest voltage and units of chain. For wind magic, depending on how explosive your strength is. As for ice magic, for how low the temperature you can reach, and there are lots to see amongst the healing, light and matter attributes. But the most eye-catching one is the fire class. Seeing the protagonist, he finds them really on another level, and we see his turn also comes. And as it begins, we see him using his blink spell to press the buttons. They still find it quite surprising to see, there is no delay in his blinks, and he goes exactly in the direction he wants. And with that, his exam is over as well. But since he cannot use magic, the rest of the practicals are also going to use blink, but he plans to make use of bulbul glasses to make up for it. Suddenly, a group of students arrive, calling out Uziel. They are here after learning that he was shit-talking to third-year students. And he doesn't seem too concerned, already knowing that they are Edmund's followers. Seeing Uziel gazing at them like this seems to pisses them off. As one of them orders him to lower his gaze, and Uziel expected something like this to happen. But it feels like shit to be treated like this by these slickers. The guy once again tells Uziel to lower his gaze, finding him even more rude than what he heard of. A girl passing by hears the commotion and glances, wondering if there is a fight going on. The guy tells Uziel to kneel and she notes that they are Edmund's followers. And she also recognizes Uziel. She remembers seeing him at the Martivis cemetery. So, she steps up and asks, "What is going on here?" They all also recognize her from S-Class. Ban Dion. The guy tells her to not, but since he is educating a junior who was talking back to his senior. Seeing Uziel like this, she wonders if he was about to kneel just now, but she don't understand the reason for it, since if he can defeat a necromancer, he could easily face the third years. And so, she gets a hunch from him. And tells the third year she don't think so, much to his surprise. Dion continues that if the first year really talk back to the third year, it's not an ordinary issue. If they were members of the Magic Warrior Corps, it would be considered mutiny. Which is why she suggests having a junior cultivation special education session, much to both of their surprise. The third argues that it would require the student council president's agreement, and Dion replies that she would receive the permission, so they should do it properly. Hearing this, he smirks, saying that it would get interesting, and leaves afterwards. Dion apologizes for intervening, saying that she thought he wouldn't let them be if she let things continue, surprising Uziel, who thinks, if shouldn't it be the other way around instead. Dion continues, assuming that Uziel wanted to swallow the brief humiliation and go for a bigger revenge, because there is no way that someone who is intelligent enough to defeat a necromancer would needlessly talk back to him. There had to be another reason, which she explains, that he wanted to sacrifice himself to get rid of the senseless strict hierarchical nature that has been tradition for a long time in Stellar. Though he don't understand what the shit is going on. Dion continues that there are those who has no choice but to follow Edmund. They are called forced followers due to their household situation, so even he means well, they need to prevent guys like them from being punished. And with an excited look on her face, she taps him on his shoulder, saying that she would set the stage for him, so he can fight as much as he wants. She would even convince the student council president. Meanwhile, Uziel wonders, just what has she been on about since earlier? We now switch scenes to the magic protocol analysis exam. The students have no idea what they are hearing, being quite unsure if they would even be able to solve it by today. Meanwhile, we see Uziel walking past by them to submit his paper. Since it's only been 12 minutes, the professor asks if has already given up, and he instead replies that he solved it all. He is doubtful upon hearing that at first, but upon looking at the paper, his expression changes to a shock instead. Meanwhile, Uziel didn't even study for it, but since he finished the exam, he does feel quite refreshed. Suddenly, he overhears student talking about him, the fact that he talked back to a third year and is now marked to get properly educated soon, making realize that the rumors have already spread all around. He was surprised seeing Dion intervene there as well. Junior Cultivation Special Education class, in simple words, it's when the senior who wants to educate and the junior who needs it. Duel. In Stellar, it's forbidden for seniors to swear or be violent at their juniors, but in this duel, they are allowed to legally punish them. While it's called a duel, it's a simple way for seniors to beat up their juniors. Which is why, to prevent the abuse of this system, the student council needs to agree. However, a S-class student can always appeal their opinion to the student council. He was only going to kneel once and take a nap afterwards, not knowing how things ended up this way. But now, since there is no helping it, he plans to enjoy it if he cannot avoid it. We now switch scenes to the student council president, Mi Royoon. Dion arrives, and Royoon asks what brings her here today. She quickly puts up an application on his desk, asking for permission of the special education for junior, and the target being first-year S-class student, Baek Uziel. Royoon don't understand why is she doing this, since she hates hierarchies. And she replies, it's exactly why, because she hates hierarchs that she is doing this. Royoon don't understand what she is thinking, but calls it impossible for a first-year student to beat a second year, because it's impossible to bridge the gap in experience even with their impressive ability. But Dion simply replies to come and see if he is being curious, it would be fun. He sighs and comments that he really don't know what she is up to, and just then, another person calls him out. And it's Professor Gerald, one who saw Uziel's paper. He is here to show it to Royoon his thesis report. Royoon is quite surprised and asks if there were any good enough thesis in this exam to submit to the society. And he excitedly asks him to look at it first, seeing which he is quite surprised. Uziel was able to shorten the formula of Frosky's superposition circuit plan by half with a simple formula at that. Royoon knows that it's something that has already been iterated by countless scholars to be as effective as possible, yet he improved it by another step, finding there to be no words to describe such genius. He quickly asks who wrote this, and Gerald replies that it was Uziel, and he believes he would also be able to partake in the Aslan seminar this year. And Gerald quickly goes back, commenting that it's not the time to talk. He needs to relay this information to Vice Principal quickly. And hearing his name again like this, Royoon comments that Uziel seems more fun than he expected. We switch scenes to the Vice Principal, who is surprised to learn that Professor Gerald is recommending Uziel for the Aslan seminar. Gerald asks him to take a look at once to understand, but Vice Principal simply declines. He don't understand the reason, and Vice Principal explains that there are a lot of other candidates from Stella besides him. And only 2 students can attend Aslan from Stella, excluding those who have fixed attendance rights due to being from a noble family. So recommending Uziel like this, someone who doesn't even use magic, would be an insult to Mags according to him. So, he would never allow him to attend Aslan, leaving Gerald disappointed as he leaves. And as he leaves, we see Vice Principal being pissed for even thinking of letting an insect attend the seminar, as he burns his thesis paper. We now see Uziel standing in front of the ranking board of the second exam and searches for his name. He seems to be in 419th place, which surprises him, since he got this rank despite getting a perfect score on the written exam, making him quite something indeed. And the first place goes to Uziel as he expected. Last semester, he remembers Warnyang being on second place, yet he dropped to fourth. He wonders if it's due to Isle and Flame solely focusing on their studies unlike the original. And since Jackie has gone through her demonization route, he thinks that Warnyang and Arshuang's route should have disappeared. Suddenly, Bion asks if he is controlling his rank, though she believes he has already stood out too much for it to be the case. But Uziel doesn't understand what is she saying, and she continues that seeing how he got into top 600, he must still want to partake in the school competition. Though he almost forgot about it, it's an even where some school students are chosen to fight against students from other prestigious magic schools. He then glances at her face and seeing her all nervous and playing with her hair, wondering what is up with her. So, he asks her, what does she wants to say? She turns her face away and clenches her fists tightly, and asks, why did he do that? Why did he do that to Edmund, since he is now probably going to bully him until he graduates? And if he can really handle all that? He stares at her face for a moment and replies that he don't think he can, making her worried. He finds it better to get beaten up and get kicked out of the school rather than to deal with such young kids. Bion once again questions, then why did he do all that? What does he want to obtain from her? He stares at her face for a moment and begins to answer that he thinks his relationship with her is more important, making her blush. He continues that he is not doing it for free, so once this is over, he wants her to make a contract for the item with him. She argues that he could sign one with someone else and not a dollar bit, so why is he doing this? Uziel thinks that he cannot be honest with her and say that he is trying to save her and lead her to a happy ending. So, he ends up saying that he would tell it later, much to her confusion. But she agrees and asks, what is he going to do about the junior cultivation session, and he replies that he would figure it out. But much to his surprise, she tells him to not hold back, that he can use his real abilities and teach them a lesson. She would take care of the aftermath, making Uziel thinks that while he knows she is trying to be considerate of him, he don't understand why she believes that he would obviously win. And we see Arzhuang was watching them both from behind a corner and leaves soon after. Fast forward at the magic practical class, Bion's mom praises Arzhuang for having impressive control, but lacking firepower which can be overcome by control, though she still calls it an impressive result. And tells Bion that in comparison, her magic is lacking. Nagging that despite telling her many times that fire magic is not all just destruction. Finding it absurd that Bion is still in first place in the fire class attribute despite this. And Arzhuang watching this starts to get frustrated. Fast forward to night, we see her training hard still. Thinking that she lost again, not understanding why, since she don't lose when it comes to effort. Unable to comprehend the reason on why she cannot win against Bion. We switch scenes to Azel, who overhears some students talking about the education sessions for the first and the second years, causing her to wonder if they are talking about Uziel. She tries to ignore it, thinking that it's unrelated to her and she got other things to do as well. And after thinking for a bit, she ends up coming in the end. Some girl approaches her, Haralen from first year B class. She acknowledges her presence and tells her about the rumor that Uziel likes her. And when she asks Azel if they are secretly dating, she blushes and frivolously denies it. Seeing her blushed face, Haralen finds it surprising for a traitor's child, and for her to be much cuter than she thought, and so, she also quickly introduces herself. Just then, students around them starts to get hyped up, so they both look up at the stage as well. And we see Uziel is here, with Haralen noting that the event must be starting. Meanwhile, Uziel is confused, since there are too many people here. Chulkwang is also here, shouting at Uziel to go easy on his senior in excitement. But Uziel thought that he was supposed to be the one getting beat up by his senior instead, so he don't understand the reason for going easy on him. Other seniors are also excited in seeing his downfall, believing that he is done for since he is marked by the seniors. We see Bion is here as well, glaring at them with her deadly eyes. Seeing which, they both quickly gets quiet. She crosses her hand and starts to look at Uziel, seemingly looking worried for him. The senior who is participating in this is Caliban Cadalum, a second-year Class C student. Uziel notes that he is stronger in pure fighting ability, so he wanted to avoid a head-on battle with him, and when the senior asks if he is ready for the fight, Uziel simply replies, "I think so," with a calm demeanor, leaving Caliban to call him quite arrogant. The instructor explains the rules. The maximum period of fighting is 15 minutes. It would continue until one side falls unconscious, and if it's decided that a life is at risk, Stellar Dome's space restriction would activate. And after 15 minutes, they are allowed to withdraw and end the match immediately. Their surroundings change into something akin to a forest. They both draw out their weapon, seemingly getting ready for their duel. Haralen asks Azel, who does she think will win, and she replies that it makes sense for the senior to win. Haralen replies that Caliban has the Earth attribute, and it's especially strong at defense, while she don't think that Uziel has the necessary power to break through it. And the Earth specializes in field control, where the more you control your territory, the more diverse attacks you can perform. So she don't know if Uziel's magic sword would be able to pierce a third-class's Earth shield. Azel agrees with her, thinking that there is no way that he can win this fight. But logically that is. Caliban shouts that he is going to give Uziel a wake-up call. And right when he uses his spell to attack, Uziel blinks back and dodges, leaving him confused and surprised. He then gives Caliban a cheeky smirk and runs away. Haralen is surprised to see Uziel running away like this with no care for his face, leaving Azel kind of anxious at his tactics as well. But she does think that it might be the best answer for him in this situation. Caliban shouts at him to come back, but Uziel doesn't think anyone would do that just because the other person said so. Caliban gets annoyed and uses Stone Pierce spell on Uziel, who seems surprised by it. The attack seemingly connects, leaving all of Uziel's allies concerned. And right when Caliban thinks that it must have hit, he is surprised by seeing something. It's a monkey doll hanging upside down, seeing which, he wonders, what is it doing here? The doll starts to make loud sound, leaving Caliban confused. And right after, a huge explosion occurs at the location. When the smoke from the explosion clears, we see that Caliban is still fine. He was able to shield himself on time. Suddenly, Uziel appears right behind him, but his attack is foiled when a tree branch intercepts his attack. Caliban smirks seeing his attack fails, telling Uziel to go die as he starts using his spell. He quickly uses Stone Break, and smirks, thinking that he got him. Only for him to be surprised seeing him vanish from the space. He tries to rile up Uziel by calling his chivalry fake since all he is doing is running away. And when he steps on a leaf, his body suddenly starts floating up in the air, making him quite shocked and confused. And when he looks forward, he finds Uziel looking at him from behind the bushes, smirking. It starts to piss off Caliban, so he quickly uses Earth's weight spell to get himself down. And right when he aims, Uziel once again disappears from his sight. He swings his sword in anger, cutting one of the magic devices, which explodes and surrounds him with a thick smoke screen. He starts coughing hard, noticing the smoke to be tear gas, and just then he also notices a small bell right beside him. And when it explodes, it produces a sharp sound. Azel explains that it's phosphine, which blocks vision and sound. We now switch to Bion, who notices the second year being unable to get himself together, and thinks Uziel will win if he slowly approaches him and attacks. But much to her surprise, she notices another stuff in his hands. Uziel uses his blink spell to get around Caliban and throws these balls at him, causing explosions. Cholquang notes them to be tear grenades as well, and Dion notes that there are normal smoke bombs mixed with them as well. His attacks aren't fatal, but Uziel was able to really piss Caliban off. He erects a huge pillar in anger, forgetting the education session and planning to kill Uziel, who sarcastically lets out a wow, finding a stone shower to be too much to use against a first year. But Caliban doesn't care, and moves on by summoning tons of stones from the sky. And when he launches them towards Uziel, we see there are only 10 seconds left till the match ends. Uziel is all casual about the huge attack coming towards him. And when the clock hits 3 p.m., Uziel smirks and gives up. It leaves everyone in shock, including Caliban. He doesn't understand what the shit is going on, seeing how Uziel just forfeited the match. The winner is announced as Caliban, and the match gets concluded while Uziel is simply happy for surviving. And even though Caliban won the match, he cannot help but feel defeated as he lets out a loud frustrated scream. As everyone is leaving back from the fight, the students are talking about how the senior was so pissed and all that. They are also curious about the objects that Uziel used, and assumes it to be an item that is being currently developed. They drew their eyes more even though they found Uziel to be good as well. Bandion wonders if it was really just because the magic tools were good? Most alchemists usually use their surrounding geography to fight, but Uziel set up the location of the magic tools from the beginning to the end. Using his superior mobility, he set up the magic tools in the area and made the geography advantageous to him, and finds him truly incredible. Cholquang says that he heard from Royun that she was the one who asked for this session, and if the results came out like she hoped for. Dion replies that now the second years won't be able to bother the first years easily, since there is a possibility for them to lose to the first years, so it can be said that she did got the results that she wanted, and calls the situation quite interesting. Now at the Red Hawk Club room, Edmund is pissed and calls Caliban an idiot. Bion also glances at him from behind and seems to be reading a newspaper. She thinks that Uziel lost on purpose. He simply teased his senior for 15 minutes and didn't fight properly, and assumes that he could have won easily if he wanted to. The fact that he gave up was because a first year shouldn't beat a second year, making her realize that power isn't the only to put someone in their place, calling him an unpredictable commoner. Edmund questions his lackey about educating Uziel, and he replies that right now the second years aren't doing anything to him, much to Edmund's surprise. His lackey explains that unlike the rumors, Uziel greets his senior formally and treats them well. Even he went to scold him but ended up buying him some snacks instead. Just as he was getting more annoyed, he gets called by his aide. Apparently, the Duke has sent notice for him. It gets him wondering, what would bring his father to call him first? Upon calling, his father informs him that the Alchemy Castle has contacted him. They said that due to the Attalek Duchy refusing, the Atalisha School's alchemist has suspended delivering items to their land, and if he knows anything about this, and Edmund quickly denies that he would never say such things to the Atalisha School. But his father informs that it's the truth, since the co-author of the technique said so himself, much to Edmund's shock. He once again denies it frivolously that he don't know anything about it, he didn't even met someone like that to begin with. And suddenly, he is hit with the realization and quickly remembers Uziel. Smiling nervously now, he tells his father that refusing a Dolobit kingdom would make no sense, as they have lots of influence over the Alchemy Castle. But his father shuts him down, saying that it's a technical revolution, a technology that can create objects comparable to ancient relics. Even the Golden Alchemist is collaborating with them, leaving Edmund to realize that it's much bigger than he imagined. His father continues that soon the motherland would make a deal with the alchemy castle. But the Attalek name won't be there. And so, he once again asks Edmund if he is related to this incident. A bit later Edmund approaches Bion, this time much more nervously. He asks if she can prepare a meeting for him with Uziel. Her expression turns slightly hostile, but she agrees nonetheless. Now at the south of the continent, Haywall Plains. An elf with long flowing red hair seems to be looking at the distance, noting that the land value is rising. A guy behind her calls her out, Lady Jeriel, begging her to show mercy just once. Noting the number above the guy's head to be just 3. Her trait, value of all creation, it shows all creations, including humans, animals, objects as a number, the least being 0 and the most being 100. Seeing a mere value of 3, she finds it similar to that of a small pebble on the road. She questions him, why did he go bankrupt? She warned him many times to not invest in useless business. The guy gets angry, calling her lies as the business was definitely one to succeed. But she was the one who messed everything up. She quickly orders her men to bury the guy, and they take him to do so forcefully. The guy shouts her name, and she simply glances back and smirks, calling people boring and having no guts. Suddenly, a voice comes from inside, asking Jeriel if she is inside, hearing which she quickly cheers up. The value above the person shows an unknown mark. It's her father, who asks Jeriel, how have she been? She quickly hugs her father in excitement and asks if the deal went successful, and he replies that it's still in progress. Informing her about the Altalicia school and how they are combining magic engineering to create something called item, and there is also a video of the co-author fighting using it, and asks if she wants to see it. Jeriel thinks that she rather talk to Dad instead, but she cannot say that to him and hence agrees to watch. Now at the room, Melian explains that he is a first year in Stellar, and used an item against the second year in battle. Hearing this, Jeriel gets intrigued, and when she turns around to look at the video, she gets shocked. She finds herself unable to see Uziel's value, something that has never happened before to her. Scalvan Empire's Emperor, Adolabit's king, she could see all their values. There are only 2 cases where she cannot calculate the value. The first is when the person is someone you love, and the other when someone is so mysterious that their value cannot even be calculated. She asks for his name and her father answers, and that she might meet him one day, so she should remember it well, and she happily obliges. To have a value that she cannot calculate, she does indeed plan to fully remember him. Back to Uziel, who is finally meeting up with Edmund. When he doesn't say anything, Uziel threatens to leave if he has nothing to say, but Edmund tells him to wait, and quickly apologizes for everything that happened, citing his deep regrets for looking down on him for being a commoner, and asks to withdraw what he said before. But Uziel doesn't care about the apology, but to remove as many death flags as possible for Bion, he needs to take away Edmund's political power. As such, he tells him that he is still annoyed, planning to reject Edmund for now, who tries asking what he can do, and Uziel replies, not sure, with an annoyed tone, but quickly offers up something else and takes out a mana oath paper, asking to make a bet with Edmund. The event is going to be soul chess. If he loses, he would withdraw what he said, and only deliver item to the Adolabit kingdom through the Attalek family. But if he wins, Edmund has to give up his fixed attending right to the Aslan seminar, hearing which greatly shocks him. He even questions if it makes any sense, who internally replies, of course not. The seminar is an ancient public debate meeting where children of noble families gather to debate academic topics. Only a very few number of magic noble families can partake, and there are 3 conditions for it. Either you partook last year, showed an incredible thesis and got acknowledged. You received an attending right while possessing a thesis you could present at Aslan. Or you get into this year's 12 Rising Stars, just as much as it's a location where genius mags from around the world gather to compete to see who is better. Partaking in Aslan and maintaining that right itself proves your power. The Attalek family has been attending it for dozens of years, and it's a huge factor in the power they have right now. Uziel puts the oath back inside and starts to leave, only for Edmund to stop him. Confirming once again that Uziel just said soul chess, Edmund gives off a confident smirk and agrees to sign the oath, meeting him tomorrow here at the same time. Now on the very next day, there seems to be lots of students around, apparently hearing about Edmund and Uziel having a bet over soul chess. They don't believe there is anyone better at soul chess than Edmund, and wonders who is that fearless first year who challenged him. But Uziel is not playing because he wants to, he is not even interested in soul chess to begin with. Suddenly, one of the students announces the arrival of Bion and Edmund, with Uziel expecting Edmund to bring her along with himself. The students talk around how the princess looks pretty as always and how both her and Edmund suits each other. Though her eyes are glued on Uziel and they seems to be throwing daggers at him, who doesn't understand why is she glaring at him like that. She sits down while pouting, wondering just what is Uziel thinking. She knows that Edmund has learned soul chess since he was 5 and is called a prodigy in it. It would be hard to find anyone who is better than him at this in Stella as well as a Dolobit itself. And yet he chose the even Edmund is best at for some reason. Edmund smirks, thinking that it was unexpected of Uziel to ask for Aslan attendance as a condition, but he finds it for the better. Because now he plans to completely embarrass Uziel in front of Bion's eyes. Edmund confirms with Uziel one last time that since he has signed the mana oath paper, he would lose all mana if he goes against the oath, and Uziel once again confirms. Thinking that since he don't have any mana in the first place, it particularly doesn't matter if he goes against it. Edmund finishes setting up his board, and gives Uziel the first turn, making him feel that Edmund is looking down on him for giving first turn on such an important bet. But that is better for him, as we see him putting on his bulbul glasses. The rules of this game are as follows. It uses an octagonal chess board with over 200 types of pieces amongst which you can choose up to 20 and move one piece per turn. The way it's different from normal chess is that each piece and square on the board has its own abilities and attributes. And once you combine these to kill the enemy's king, which is how you win. Even someone like Uziel, who played Ether World for 10 years, don't find soul chess easy. And Edmund, who is a soul chess master amongst the best in Stella as well as the entirety of Ether. Edmund was a bit surprised at first when Uziel bet the Aslan seminar's fixed attending right, but playing soul chess against him leaves Edmund to find Uziel an arrogant commoner. He plans to stomp him such that he would never act smart again. Uziel and Edmund quickly start playing, with Edmund immediately noting something. He finds the arrangement weird, feeling that Uziel placed his pieces only in places that would interrupt his strategy and calls it a coincidence. He don't think a commoner like him would know much about this game while Uziel begins with his first move. Edmund notes that he moved his queen already and is coming so deeply in his camp. But it makes him sure of it that Uziel is a complete loser. Edmund puts down his piece and it immediately destroys Uziel's pawn. And calls him an idiot for losing his queen already. They continue on playing and Edmund goes on to keep destroying his pieces. And then starts to chuckle, thinking that he didn't knew that Uziel is going to be this bad, and assumes it would end before he can even begin his next strategy. Edmund brought a flame pawn that he likes to use in one of his strategies for this game. The core of this strategy is the hardcore operation of the speedrun knights. The first is to use the mobility of the speedrun knights to confuse the enemy. The second is to use the 5 flame pawns to safely conquer the field into Burning Land. And if it goes that far, it wouldn't be an understatement to say that Uziel has no chance. But it should have been what happened. As we see Edmund quickly noticing a stealth pawn on the board. His speedrun knights are blocked, but the stealth pawns loses their functions 3 turns after the game starts, so he don't know how it happened. But he quickly realizes something. If the queen dies before the invisibility effect is released, the effect remains for 7 turns. Edmund realizes that Uziel sacrificed his queen on purpose at the start. He starts to get nervous, thinking that it's only 5 turns. During which, his Burning Land will be complete. He looks at Uziel and questions him mentally. What now? Since the field is now activated, when the next turn comes, he would be done for. But Uziel brings out another stealth pawn much to his surprise, but Edmund still seems composed, thinking that it shouldn't matter, as long as this turn ends. But much to his shock, Uziel used flipped land on the board. It activates the reverse effect and instead creates a frozen land. Due to the condition met in flipped land, Uziel also gains another attack turn. Edmund is absolutely shocked, the fact that Uziel has completely seen through his strategy, and wishes it just to be a coincidence. But looking at Uziel, he quickly realizes that it's not true. But he still tries to calm himself down, thinking to get it together. Calming himself that he met opponents on this level before. If he just endures for this, then it would be his turn next, and he would modify his plan which will make him win. Despite something like this, he still believes that he can win. Only for that belief to soon turn into doubt, as he questions himself, can he win? And if he would even get his next turn? Meanwhile, Uziel finds Edmund really talented, but also a problem that he is too strong. Edmund's Soul Chess difficulty was quite high in Ether World, but when a game passes its 10-year mark, crazy players start to appear. Some old-time players played Soul Chess against Edmund thousands of times and perfected the guide. And that guide is perfectly visible within his bulbul glasses. He is basically playing Soul Chess while reading a strategy guide, as he puts down a lightning bishop. The pawn quickly disperses lightning all over the chessboard, leaving Edmund completely shocked as all of his pieces are destroyed, leaving him to finally accept to Uziel that it's his loss. Uziel affirms his victory and calls it a good game. The students around are quite shocked seeing Edmund lose, calling Uziel's strategy to be no joke. Meanwhile, Edmund is still stunned from his defeat as whispers and talks goes all around him while he sits on silently. The fact that he lost, in Soul Chess at that, he lost the contract and even the Aslan fixed attending right. So, if his father were to find out about this, he would really be done for. He finally snaps, slamming on the table in anger. Students around gets nervous and quickly gets back on their way. And just as Edmund is wondering what he can do, someone calls his name out. It's none other than Bion, who tells him that she would try to convince the commoner to try and receive the trading rights of the item and to cancel what he said about the Atalek family. Edmund gets happy for a moment hearing that and thanks Bion for it, and asks, how can he ever repay her this debt? But she replies that she would become the king one day, so it makes sense for her that she is taking care of someone who would become her vassal. And with that, she leaves saying that she will go to Uziel, leaving Edmund in shock. And while on the way, Bion seems to be smiling and quite elated. Back to Uziel, he asks Talcom to postpone dealing with Adolabit's companies or shops for a month and only distribute it through the royal family for now, which Talcom replies that it's possible since he is the one asking. With this, it's finally resolved, and while it concluded safely, he has no use for the Aslan attending right since the protagonist would enter through 12 rising stars. Bion arrives and calls him out for not leaving yet, while he calls it perfect timing and hands over Bion some contract. Informing that the Atalisha school would only distribute through a Dolabit family for a month, she can figure it out how to use it for herself. And right as Uziel is leaving, Bion expresses that she is in his debt this time, and thanks him for everything. Uziel gets surprised. He never thought there would be a day where he would receive thanks from Bion. She then reminds him that Uziel told her that he was helping her for a price, and asks about it so she can repay him immediately. Uziel hesitates but knows that the price is obvious. That Hong Bion won't become evil and stand on the side of good, leading to the happiest ending possible. He just want her to be kind, which he cannot tell her. So, he instead requests her to buy food, much to her surprise, expressing that he wants to eat a nice hearty meal that she pays for, leaving her speechless for a moment. But she quickly smiles and agrees for it. A bit later, they arrive in a car to some place, while Uziel notices the car in Ether, calling it a cash item of the game. She leads the way. Uziel thinks that she would spend quite the buck since they came this far and would probably feed him one of the Ether's 5 greatest dishes. But she instead leads him to a black bin spot, much to his shock. He questions about his salmon steak, his caviar canape, his black truffle cream risotto. When Uziel asked her to buy him a meal, she thought on what would make him the happiest. She remembers reading about his past. She don't think an expensive dish would be meaningful to Uziel. A food that she found about coincidentally through the background check on Uziel's past, and she orders the black bin noodles. But much to her surprise, he orders 3 bowls of spicy seafood and 1 medium size of sweet and sour pork. Seeing her reaction, he asks if he cannot get 3 bowls and she hesitantly replies, it's not that. She don't know why is he not ordering black bin noodles. She thought that was the dish of his memories with his mother. Only to think of a reason herself, that perhaps he hasn't overcome his past and is still regretting it, since he cannot repay his mother for what she did now, only realizing her intent after he grew up. So black bin noodles weren't a food of fond memory for him, but a sign of regret, which leaves her to be angry at herself for such decision. She quickly apologizes to Uziel for providing him with such meal, and he replies that he don't mind, thinking that there are times when finances aren't the best in your life, but since she is still a princess, it should be fine for him to order more. So he gets some fried dumplings as well, which are given for free according to the waiter. Meanwhile, the news of Edmund and Uziel's chess match was spread wide and far by the eyewitnesses. Everyone learned that Edmund apologized to him and that Uziel is apparently co-author of the Alchemic Magic Engineering. The rumor that Edmund apologized to a first year and him being a co-author threw the academy into frenzy, even reaching the dark demonic humans. Now we switch scenes to the first main tower, Vice Principal's office. who is annoyed at Uziel and remembers him being the one who also interrupted Mason's plans. His henchman asks if they should deal with him quietly, and he replies that a single cadet going missing from Stella would cause commotion. He don't like the fact that Aslan attending is also right in his hands, but it would be easier to take it from him rather than Atalek family, so they should keep an eye on him for now. He also asks about Mason's condition, and he replies, leader suppression technique is controlling the black magic, but they don't know when it might explode, but vice principal believes it's time for familiar contract ceremony. If she turns and Elf King gets hurt, it would get problematic. So, he orders Laden to check up on her, only then they can distract Eltman Eltwin when they need to. A bit later we see Laden arriving at the place where she is locked up. And looking at her, he quickly realizes that her condition is quite bad. Maizen questions if he is here to tell her to wait as well, and if she does, would she get her original position back? But Laden finds it laughable that she is thinking the position she obtained by taking from others is truly hers and tells her that she holds no use anymore. Once the plagiarism evaluation begins, she would be kicked out of the academy much to her shock. And when she questions her use, Laden replies that she would be able to fulfill another role. It angers Maizen that she is being used like this, but much to her surprise, Laden tells her to get away from here. He throws a crystal towards her, ordering her to go to paradise at the West End, where there are compatriots. If she survives until they discover her, break the crystal, it would undo the spell controlling her dark demonic erosion. She asks the reason for letting her live, and he replies that he don't want to see his compatriot being sacrificed in such a way. So, she picks up the crystal and starts walking towards the notice board. A wild dark mana overflows from her body. In anger, she questions how dare they make her like this and think that she would do nothing. And with a sharp attack, she rips apart the notice board paper of familiar contract ceremony. Fast forward, today is the first day that first year Stellar students go to their external lesson at Heavenly Spirited Tree's birthplace for the familiar contract ceremony. We see Azel sitting along with her friends who are talking about Uziel and the recent rumors about him. They ask Azel if she knew about him being the co-author of the alchemic technique, and she declines. But all this talk does make her feel that she is getting more distant from him, which makes her feel a little upset as well. Suddenly, one of her friends comment that they thought she was dating him, much to her shock. But they have noticed that he has been super close with Bion lately. Other girl finds it absurd that the princess would get with a commoner. But they have noticed that Bion's gaze towards him has been different lately, leaving another reaction from Azel as she chokes on her drink, and we also see Flame, who notices Azel, and that she seems to be having fun with her friends. Flame quickly walks away afterwards, noting that normally she should have been alone here and then fought with Bion. So, in a place which she don't know about, she wonders what changed again, and thinks it's due to Uziel again. And right then, he arrives, wanting to ask Flame for something. It scared her a little and she replies, "What is it?" Uziel wants her to plan an unidirectional flower. She agrees to do so and quickly uses her nature magic. And we see a little flower popping out. Uziel thanks her for it and she asks, what is he going to use this for? She quickly realizes something and asks Uziel if he is going to go down to the 4th stratum. He replies, of course, why would he get this otherwise? Flame then tries to tell him to take care of himself, much to his confusion at first. But she quickly stops and says that it's nothing, but Uziel asks her if she is okay? And she asks, regarding what, to which Uziel says that she seemed low since the Persona Gate lesson, but Flame assures him that it's not like it and he is being nosy. And with a slight blush on her face, she tells him that she is not going to be thankful even if he worries about her, causing Uziel to give off a smirk. He starts to tease her with it, while we see Wonriang watching them both from behind, and seemingly getting jealous about Flame. We now switch scenes to the New Moon Great Tower, where a voice speaks from the light that Maizen Terran, who was presumed to be at Stella, has gone missing. From today onwards, Stella's first-year magic battle major cadets will be going outside the school. And there are plans for a dark demonic human to be active there. And there is a possibility that Maizen Terran is among them, so they should keep an eye on them. Hearing this all, Hazen complains about the Tower Master being so obsessed with Stella. But Keen replies that the Tower Master has the ability of prophecy, so she should just stop and follow, but she argues that over half of those prophesies were wrong. But Keen replies that it's because they resolve things before a disaster breaks out, or before they act. Another factor prevents the incident from occurring. But she still believes that Keen believes the Tower Master's words too much, and they quickly leave afterwards. We now switch scenes to the Heavenly Spirited Tree's birthplace capital, Cloudy Flower Birthplace. Instructor Hanwell informs everyone about the ceremony happening starting tomorrow. Until then they are free to spend their time. Flame looks around and feels at ease, assuming that it's due to nature surrounding everything. She then notices Uziel going somewhere, and wonders if he is going around alone again. Suddenly, Jeremy pops up and greets her, ruining her mood. She simply acknowledges him and starts to walk past by him, leaving Jeremy to comment if she is not going to show him her expression from earlier, and Flame asks, what is he talking about? He asks her to come with him if she got time, but she declines. But he gets all up close with her and asks her to reconsider what she said once again. Seeing him like this, Flame quickly realizes that Jeremy is really dangerous. But Wonriang steps in, telling Jeremy that it's enough. Questioning if he realizes that his actions are considerably rude and coercive, and Jeremy with a fake smile replies that he had no idea. Flame gets quite nervous seeing the current situation unfold in front of her. But Jeremy simply stares for a moment and leaves, saying that her friend seems to have misunderstood something, so he is going to leave for today. Flame looks at Wonriang and questions his actions for blocking Jeremy like that, since no good is going to come going against Scalvan, but Wonriang simply tells her to be careful, warning that the Crown Prince is dangerous. If there is something he wants, he would use any means to obtain it. And right now, she has become the thing that the Crown Prince wants the most. Or that perhaps, she trusts that bastard instead? Flame doesn't understand what is he saying and asks, who is that bastard, leaving even Wonriang stunned for a moment for asking such thing. He quickly leaves while apologizing for misspeaking to her like that. She tries to ask again, but something happens to Wonriang and he drops on the ground. Flame shouts his name in worry from behind, and asks if he is okay, which he assures, but she argues that he is clearly not. And with that he leaves while ignoring her as Flame tries to call him out to wait. She finds something to be strange in him. We see Wonriang behind a wall, panting heavily, noting that from a certain point, for some unknown reason, the symptoms started to get worse. It makes him worry if he would be able to attend the familiar contract ceremony properly. Suddenly, he hears Professor Mai Zhen, who is walking towards him, shrouded in a cloak. She was wondering where her seeds had gone, but found one of them to be with Wonriang. She also calls it a good timing as the erosion has progressed quite far, and right as Wonriang questions, what is she talking about? She forwards her hand and tells him to not resist. From now on, he would become her hands and feet. In a trembling voice, he tells her to not get close, and his memories with Flame flashes in his mind. And with his last effort, he calls out Flame's name one more time while remembering her smile. We now switch scenes to the Elf King's castle. There, the Elf King's aide informs His Majesty that if he don't show himself during this birthday again, the Council of Elders will complain, which might make them lose management rights over the gate connecting to the deity tree's garden. Hearing which, the King of Elves, Flower Searing, gets nervous. He wonders just when was the last time he could truly enjoy his freedom. Even after covering his whole body, he can only be free for an hour at most. But this time, he hopes that nothing goes wrong. As he walks through the forest, all of the servants there bow down to greet him. He then crosses a bridge and arrives at a waterfall. Noting that it's almost over now, the prayer is done and now he needs to return the way he came from. But suddenly, he feels something. Even though it's very covert, he notes that it's definitely dark mana. A dark demonic human has snuck their way into this holy land. He looks around and realizes that he is the only one who has sensed the dark mana. While the world's tree's birthday is being carried out, the Elf King cannot speak, but still, a dark demonic human daring to invade the Sky Flower birthplace is something cannot be let go. And since there is no helping it, the Elf King decides to go himself. A bit later, we see Flame chasing Wonriang because his state seemed weird to her. She wonders, where did he ran off to, only for her to hear his voice from an alleyway. Seeing the energy protruding from him, she finds it quite uneasy. And quickly enough, she realizes that it's dark mana. She don't know what happened, but luckily his dark demon erosion isn't complete yet, so she still might be able to turn him back to normal right now. She shouts at him to calm down, that the feelings and emotions he is feeling right now aren't his. And he is supposed to hate losing, so don't lose to dark demons, but Wonriang doesn't reply to all this and simply twitches. He gets really up close with her, and with his dark eyes, makes even Flame nervous in fear. Wonriang questions, why is she evading him like this, and she replies, what does he mean? He questions if she dislikes him that much. If he is not trustworthy, she tells him to not think that only to get attacked. She is left too stunned to reach to that attack, and we see it causing a huge explosion. But someone seems to have saved her, as she opens her eye to look who it is. And it's none other than Ma Yuxiong. He asks if she is okay and she tries to question that dark thunder just now, but Yuxiong apologizes and requests her to forget about it. Regardless, he questions Flame for not fighting him, since she almost died just now, and she replies that she is trying to talk it out, much to his confusion. But she again insists on it. In the original, she remembers Azel purifying countless dark demonic humans through conversation alone, and even obtained the title of Saintess of Confession. So, Flame thought that she might be able to turn Wanriang back, but she doubts that she can save anyone with her abilities. Yuxiong tells her that he don't know about her plan, but they need to fight for now. Asking if she can do that, while hesitant, Flame gets ready and assures that she can. She is determined to not let Wanriang die like Jackie this time. Facing off against Wanriang, who has made a claw out of his dark mana, Yuxiong charges up his staff and leaps up in the air, getting behind Wanriang. He uses the Earth Whip spell on him, breaking the ground upon impact. But Wanriang dodges and gets behind him, which Yuxiong is able to dodge as well. As they are both going for a head-on clash, Flame uses this opportunity to bind Wanriang with light magic. And Yuxiong then charges up his fist with flame magic and punches him right on the face. Wanriang seems to be grunting in pain, and Flame believes that it's her chance to talk to him again, but Yuxiong stops her that it's not over yet. She then looks at Wanriang, who has transformed into something else, much to her shock. Noting that it's quite bad that his corruption is progressing, she suggests Yuxiong to fall back since it's dangerous. But before he can react, Wanriang grabs him by the face and throws him away. She shouts his name in worry but is left in sudden terror as Wanriang starts staring directly in her eye. She is left still glaring at him, and Yuxiong comes back with another punch ready for Wanriang's face. The punch hits him head-on, but it seemingly had no effect on him, and only angers him further, so he grabs Yuxiong by his neck, planning to end him once and for all. Flame realizes that at this rate, Wanriang will end up killing Yuxiong, but she is powerless to stop them and wonders, what can she do? In Wanriang's mind, there is only one thing, that he can win against Yuxiong. And smirks happily about it, but suddenly, Yuxiong tells him that it doesn't feel right. Wanriang seems surprised and Flame notes that it's an opening. But before she can do anything, Yuxiong stops her, telling Wanriang that he thought they lived in the same world, but in the end, he was only at that level as well. Expressing his immense disappointment in Wanriang, who in response starts to break down, telling himself that he has to defeat Yuxiong with a grim expression. We get a flashback of Wanriang and Yuxiong in the middle school, where the latter being surprised by something. Wanriang asked him to fight with him, hearing which, Yuxiong starts to look around himself, and confirms if he was just talking to him right now, and why does he want to fight all of a sudden? Wanriang replies that he cannot accept the fact that Yuxiong is above him, so he wants to settle the rankings properly. Yuxiong is a bit surprised to hear it at first but smirks and agrees to fight. A bit later, they are seen in an open ground, getting ready for their duel. Yuxiong looks quite casual and even offers to Wanriang to attack him first. Wanriang is quite annoyed at his attitude for acting all tough and doubts that Yuxiong is really a genius, because he himself was born as a successor of the Full Moon Tower and studied magic as soon as he learned to read and trained to become the greatest mage without missing a single day. And yet, he came in second. The existence of Yuxiong hit him like a bolt from the blue. And that was the first time that he saw Yuxiong. And afterwards, the more he observed him, the more disappointed he became. He read strange books unrelated to studying and didn't put any effort but lazed around every day, which made him unable to accept the fact that a guy like him is better than him. He wanted to prove that his effort went meaningless. But the results of their duel was disastrous. Much to his shock, he lost to Yuxiong. While he took it really casually and came around Wanriang excitedly telling him how fun the duel was, and that he would like to do it again in the future. But Wanriang was left frustrated with this, and questioned himself, how could he lose to someone who doesn't train, doesn't study? And if this is what a genius is like? Regardless, he doesn't let himself get demotivated and simply tells himself that if he works hard, he can win. From that day on, he trained so hard he could die, but the result didn't change. He couldn't believe it. It was a duel requested only after he grasped and analyzed all of Yuxiong's magic. He couldn't believe the reality that there was this much of a gap between them. Yuxiong gave him his hand, telling him that it was even more fun than last time and to do it again. Wanriang takes his hand and states that he would definitely win next time, and Yuxiong replies that he looks forward to it. He had to admit now that Yuxiong was a genius. Even then, He didn't give up, to prove that the time he spent working hard wasn't in vain, promising himself that he will someday defeat him. And now that very Yuzeong is in his hands, this time he can win, this is what he thought. Yuzeong asks him, if this really it, getting drunk on the power of dark demons and letting yourself go. He expresses his disappointment in Wonryang, stating that he trained hard for their match as well, much to his shock. He asks if he remembers during the dungeon practical training, they fought neck and neck. It really shocked Yuzeong. When he thought about it, he realized that he had pretty strong competitive personality, after which, he trained for the first time in his life and had been waiting for a rematch with him. Wonryang starts to get troubled by his thoughts, saying that he has never beaten him once and now is his chance, so Yuzeong tells him to kill him. With that power, he can pierce his heart and savor his victory, and then regret that this is going to be their last match. Hearing this, Wonryang lets go of Yuzeong, realizing that defeating him like this would be like denying his own efforts. Flame notes that Wonryang's emotions have almost returned to human state and now they can save him, only to then feel a sudden heavy pressure in the air. And the person is none other than the 13th Destructive Assassin Corps Vice Captain, Hazen, who comments about Maizen not being here. Flame drops to her knees, and seeing Hazen, she remembers her from the original novel. And since she is here, Flame realizes what it means. Hazen speaks up, calling out the prophecy for being wrong again, and Keen arrives from the back, telling her to not say useless things. And Flame remembers him as well. Both of them stand in front of the demonic Wonryang and Yuzeong. Keen notes that the wavelengths are faint, to the point that he can make this much power is surprising. Hazen asks, what is he going to do, and he replies since the target has been confirmed, he is going to proceed with immediate execution, leaving all three of them in shock and fear. Hazen asks if he is going to kill him right away, since he is still in early stages, they can watch for a bit, but Keen replies that if he can make this much power with something like that, then if he explodes one day, it would be a calamity. So he finds it to be the correct option to kill him right now. Suddenly, Yuzeong tells them to stop it, leaving Hazen surprised that he can still stand and endure it. She recognizes him as Stella's Ma Yuzeong, and it is as what she expects from the first place among the new kids. However, she smirks and glares at Yuzeong, doing something to him. He drops down to his knees, with Hazen ordering him to stay down for a little bit since he is interrupting their work. Yuzeong completely grovels to the ground as Flame watches helplessly. She is worried seeing his state, although the recent events are already quite different from the novel she knows. And the magic that Yuzeong used earlier was black mana. If he uses up all of his blue mana, then he will reveal his black mana in front of them, and he would be executed along with Wonryang, which she cannot afford, so she tries to forcefully move her body. Keen gets up with his execution and Flames begs for someone to help her. And right as Keen is about to use his spell, someone shouts at him to wait. And as he looks back, it's none other than our boy Yuzeal. We go back to 10 minutes ago where Yuzeal was buying some stuff from the local vendors. Suddenly, he got a notification about change in the episode, that Wonryang's dark demonic root is active. He is shocked to learn that. He thought the dark demonization episode ended with Jackie. There are a total of 3 students influenced by the dark demonic erosion in the original game. And of them, Wonryang's root had a 99% chance of bad ending. It's the worst and has the highest difficulty. As such, he quickly hands over the stuff he bought to a passing-by elf. He cannot just sit around and let the bad ending happen. And with that, we are back to the present time. Yuzeal is glad that he is still alive. Keen orders Hazen, and she replies to leave the kid to her. She walks up and tells Yuzeal that she is going to show him an incredible illusion. We go back to 10 minutes ago where Yuzeal was buying some stuff from the local vendors. Much to her shock, she goes on to try it again and again on him. But when Yuzeal seems unaffected, she goes on to tell Keen that her illusions aren't working, and he tells her to stop messing around and do it properly, and she assures that she is doing it properly. Her illusion magic relies on messing up the opponent's man. It simply makes the kids believe that gravity is pushing onto them. And yet, she feels that Yuzeal doesn't have an ounce of mana in him. It almost feels like trying to put a slime in a headlock. Her magic is also 5th class, which makes her wonder, just what kind of abilities does Yuzeal have? Keen steps forward, telling Hazen to step back. He asks Yuzeal to reveal his identity. He replies with his information from Stella, but Keen asks him to reveal his true identity instead. He doesn't understand, and insists that he is from Stella, but Keen replies that he is sure Yuzeal cannot reveal it. Whatever the case is, he wants Yuzeal to step back and not interfere with their work, but he don't plan on doing that since they are about to kill the student. And Keen confirms it, sending a wave of fear across Wan Riang. Yuziel knows that he would die in 5 seconds if he were to fight them. But he still cannot let Wan Riang die here and tells Keen he won't just let him kill his classmate, who warns Yuziel that he would definitely die if he fights them. But he knows that Keen and all don't like working with their identities reveals, so he threatens them that he would make some noise before dying to gather much attention. So, Keen asks, what does he want? And Yuziel asks for a chance to try and purify Wan Riang once, which he calls pointless, because no matter how they try to purify, the emotions won't return, but Yuziel still insists for one try, revealing that Flame's ability can restore emotions, hearing which she is surprised as well. Keen asks, what if he fails? Yuziel assures he would step back then. After thinking for a short bit, Keen steps back, but not without warning Yuziel that he would give him a painful death if he don't keep up his promise, and asks Hazen to remove the fantasy, much to her shock. She asks if he is really going to trust him, and Keen believes they can simply kill him later if he is lying. And since it's like that, she ends up removing the spell, letting all of them finally breathe. Yuziel walks up to Flame and assures that she can turn him back to normal. She apologizes that she don't have that kind of ability. But when Yuziel asks her if she wants a repeat of Jackie, she quickly declines. So Yuziel smiles and once again assures that she can save Wan Riang. So, she gets back up, knowing that Yuziel is a regressor, so his words must be true, she must have that kind of ability. She remembers what happened with Jackie, and states to herself that she is not going to watch powerlessly as she did back then, and that she would save Wan Riang with her own power. Seeing her power, Hazen confirms with Keen, if it's light magic. He agrees. Hazen is surprised since Flame isn't from the Holy Order and yet her holy power is on par with the Saintess. Keen did heard that among the new students at Stella, there was someone who could wield the light attribute. He is now sure she is that student. We see the horns around Wan Riang starts to break and he screams on top of his lungs. Still, Keen believes that using the power of angels and getting rid of Dark Demon Seed are completely different thing. He is sure that it's only going to subside temporarily. But what happened next was shocking to him, as we see Wan Riang looking completely normal. Even he himself is surprised. Flame calls it quite the relief that Wan Riang is finally back to normal. And she immediately faints afterwards. He tries to check up on her, but Keen stops him to check him first. After a bit, Hazen reveals the results that it's almost as if Wan Riang never even went through demonization. It was like he never had such emotions to begin with, but was injected with them against his will. Keen replies that the host must be quite strong then. She asks for his orders next and he tells her to return. She knows that he must be quite taken back from what happened today, since until now they have killed all those who were consumed by dark demonization, certain that they could never return. But it was proven wrong today by those young kids. Anyways, Hazen takes her leave, telling them that they would see each other again later, but Yuziel is stumped hearing that. He don't ever want to cross paths with them again. We fast forward to night and see the Elf King has arrived at the scene. She found it all strange. After following the dark mana which led her here, she couldn't find any trace anymore. So, she turns to Wind to tell her the memories, and learns that someone has intentionally erased the memories of this place. But she once again asks the Wind to tell her the memories just a bit more, and sees some faint images of Yuziel and everyone else pop up in her mind and recognizes them to be from Stella. Suddenly, a familiar scent hits her nose. It's Ifanel's scent. She is shocked by it since she is supposed to be in eternal sleep, which makes her wonder if it's related to the person who entered the secret garden a while back. Suddenly, with an aching head, she is left unable to read any further. But with all this, she can think of some possibilities. The person who entered the secret garden and the culprit who stole Ifanel's heart, they might be the same person. Which would then make sense that they would have erased this place's memories. And she finds herself quite angry at them, vowing to not forgive them and make them pay. We switch scenes to Wan Riang the next day, who just woke up and sees Flame right beside himself, much to his surprise. He asks her, where is he, and she replies, if he remembers what happened, which he does to an extent. Flame gave Professor Hanwell an excuse and made sure that Yuziel and Yuzion would keep their mouths shut. And the familiar contract ceremony, he can enter if he wants, but she recommends that he rest since there are still side effects. And he agrees without any argument, causing Flame to be surprised that he is listening so well today. She starts to leave, telling him to rest well while she heads out to the ceremony. He stares at her for a bit and calls her out again, wanting to say something, but he decides to not, and says it's nothing, confusing her by his actions. She then demands him to take her to some expensive restaurant after he is all good. for which he should better prepare himself since she is going to pick something really expensive. Wan Riang smiles hearing that and agrees to her demand. And with that, Flame leaves. Wan Riang notices the apple she peeled and takes a piece, finding them quite sweet. We now switch scenes to the familiar ceremony. Hanwol gives a brief explanation that it's like a subspace. After entering, they will see a different environment from reality. They have 1 week and are permitted to go up to 3rd floor. The 4th floor have a barrier casted on it, so don't even think about entering it. Yuziel enters the space and is immediately amazed by the scenery, calling it quite marvelous. The first thing he encounters there is a slime, a 7th grade creature. The spiritual creatures exists from the lowest stage, 7th grade, to the highest grade, spiritual deity, 1st grade. The higher the grade of a creature is, the more difficult it is to make contract with them. But it has nothing to do with, he quickly starts moving, seemingly planning to go quite far ahead. Outside the space, the guards think to close the barrier since everyone has entered, but the other one stops him. Because one more person is coming. Just a bit later, we see that it's none other than Mai Zhen, who ends up killing the guards. Inside there, we switch scenes to Beyond's group. It's just like the book said, she hasn't found anything worthwhile on the 1st floor. So she asks her entourage to move to the 2nd floor. Huang seems to be lagging behind, something is up with her body. She feels sick, her vision getting blurry. And she finally drops to her knees, much to everyone's worry. Beyond comes up to check on her and she clearly doesn't seem okay since earlier. They believe that it might be due to her creature sensitivity being bad, as their energy would make the user feel weaker, so Beyond orders everyone to rest for now. She tries to claim that it's fine, but Beyond suggests that is better than rushing in and getting exhausted at a critical moment. So, she hesitantly ends up resting for a bit. It's getting hard for her to breathe and her mind is all fuzzy. She suddenly gets a vision from her childhood. She was called a genius who appears once every 100 years, able to use fire like her hand and feet. And an expectation that she would become an outstanding stellar student, making her elated. But at the end, she was also said it all would become true only if she isn't also enrolled there. Huang doesn't understand if it was a dream or some memory. Regardless, their group starts moving again. Now on the 2nd floor, she feels much better, and is able to focus on her magic as well, believing she can now make contract with a 5th grade creature. They all then find a red deer. Contracting with it would make their fire attribute knowledge to be increased, and it starts coming to them. Even Huang finds it impressive, even though it's a 6th class creature. She is suddenly filled with jealousy seeing the creature show affection first itself to Beyond, something that is almost never seen. Which Beyond decides to ignore for a creature that she wants, leaving everyone to be quite amazed by her. Believing that there is a reason she has the blessing of fire, getting Huang to start getting frustrated. Now on the next day at the 3rd floor, they are quite surprised to see how dangerous this floor is and how even more fearsome 4th floor would be. One of them suggests to Beyond to not head towards the north, since the 4th floor's barrier is there. So she orders them to set up camp here and look for creatures around this area. Huang goes in alone. She wants to make a contract with a 5th class creature at all costs. But even after a few hours later, all the creatures that she planned to court ran away. They are seemingly running at the mere sight of her while the other members are catching 6th class creatures. This starts to get her more and more agitated. But she still tries to be calm and search for more. And ends up finding a 5th class spiritual creature, silver-maned wolf. And since almost no first year have ever managed to form a contract with such tier creature, she believes she would be acknowledged if she manages to do so. And approaches it gently asking to form a contract. But it instead attacks her, much to her despair and shock. And tries to think of a reason for creatures to be rejecting her to this extent.